republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. So we continue. I'd like to just welcome everyone to our meeting. Just remind everyone that our meetings are recorded and that the public can access our meetings on our State Board website, through our vendor, town hall streams, and also on YouTube. Persons who are registered to give comments that are going to be doing that virtually, we're going to use Zoom as our platform. If for any reason you have difficulty with Zoom, if you would call back in audio, and we can hear you that way. If you have any documents or any material that you would like for the board to receive, please give that to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that the board members receive a copy. The agenda, the video, and the materials are posted online. This is our first meeting with all of our new board members, so we're excited about them. We have Mr. Greer, Dr. Johnson will be joining us, Dr. Golson, Mr. Paul, Ms. Ayala is here, so we're excited about having them join us. We had a workshop yesterday just talking about things around board and board operations. I think we'll have a great group. We're looking forward to having them, and as we go. We're coming now to the part of our agenda where we have an opportunity to have the public provide comments, so we're excited about that. We will allow the virtual presenters to go first, and then we will give our guests who are here in the room an opportunity to speak. You'll have 3 minutes. We will monitor the time. At the end of the 3-minute period, we'd ask you to stop your presentation, no additional comments. Please address your comments to the entire board, not to individuals. The board members will not respond to your comments, but we do just, again, want you to know that we take your comments under advisement, and we really appreciate that. Public commenters, if you have any material that you would like for the board to receive, please provide that to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that we get that information to everyone. So going online, our first presenter will be Ms. Angelique Bigliotti. Welcome. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. Should I go ahead and start?
Good. Excellent. Please can start whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. When my family initially received the autism waiver for my son, it had been a long time coming. Frederick County Public Schools are in dire danger of still failing due to budget cuts to the special education programs, even after all this time since the DOJ investigation. My son was a victim of years of illegal seclusion and restraint in the public school system. After many years on the waiting list to receive this vital service, and now that we have now received it, it is more crucial than ever for parents like me to be allowed to continue. My son is at a major life transition in his last year of high school, and because of me working directly with him full time, he has gone from about 5 medications, failing his studies, and regressing to now wanting friends, working part-time, and even pursuing interests in a future career in conservation and climate change. We work on daily activities like self-advocacy and communication skills, and it is meaningful when I see the results it has in my son's life. Without a parent's 40-hour role in their child's care, a lot of these kids will not receive services, and adding more children to pursue help from the waiver would just overload providers. I implore you to allow us to continue our work as parent and family staff and allow a yearly rate increase across the board so we can keep up with inflation. We would like for family members to be allowed to provide TI, ITI services so that children receiving services on the spectrum feel more comfortable around a peer or member from home when working in social skills groups. We also would like the age of staff to be lowered to 16 for all types of staff to allow providers to select from a larger pool of potential employees to train in this field. This could be very lucrative for the state of Maryland all around, since there is a shortage of special educators in the country and in general. We should be increasing hours of services in the waivers, specifically ALP and respite. For me personally, it is super important for me to meet with someone regularly and go over transition information, since my services were not actually awarded until my child was almost considered an adult. If the intentions of the autism waiver are to allow more parents to access it in the future, then these services will be more useful to families if the hours are increased to 20, along with an increase to respite to 2 hours a day to allow parent staff more breaks. In the long run, Medicaid is going to see a savings by accepting the amendments and a huge retention in providers and staff. The state will also stay more relevant with other states that provide similar autism waiver services, especially when the education system is lacking. I want to think this administration would be more proud of such an achievement accomplished in our state by bringing special education services forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. This time we'd like to turn to Ms. Saroff. Ms. Saroff? Welcome. Good morning. How are you doing? Ms. Saroff?
There we go.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was trying to turn on my mic.
I understand. I understand. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I noticed I hope that everybody is having a rather good summer. I wish that I could say that my summer was quiet. Unfortunately, it's not, because I am dealing with summer meetings for clients, some of whom are dealing with a concern with credit earned as opposed to classes passed. What I mean by that is they get E's or D's in a class and they repeat the class, but somehow they end up in the next grade. I'll give you an example. I have a few clients right now, one who I'm fighting to be retained, and because the parents want this, who failed all of her classes in the 10th grade except for one, and was passed through to the 11th grade anyway. I think the problem that is happening is we are focusing way too much on the amount of credits that a child earns and not what classes the child is taking and whether or not they're passing those classes. If we allow children to pass through high school and get a high school diploma strictly on whether or not they received a certain amount of credits, passed a certain amount of tests, and got D's or simply passed the required classes, we're not really giving them a quality diploma. And what we really need to do is take a look at, are they meeting the requirements in the classroom? And if they're not, let's help them out. I have a client right now who is, we're hoping to make sure that she repeats the 10th grade. She can't read above a 3rd grade level. And the reason she can't read above the 3rd grade level is because she's been passed through the grades without receiving the appropriate assistance. I'm not just referring to students with special education needs. There are students who do not have learning disabilities or any other kind of disability who are in this boat because of the pandemic. And we have to, again, we have to stop looking at the amount of credits and whether or not they've passed the test, and
Thank
look
you.
more at what are they learning
Thank you.
before we pass them.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you so much for your comments. At this time, we'd like to go to Ms. Inouye.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. How are you doing today?
Good. Thank you. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Kaori Inoue. I'm a director at Celebrability. It's a Maryland autism waiver provider. We serve families and employ staff across 9 counties, almost 10 in Maryland. I'd like to touch on the End the Wait Act today and the recent amendments, the autism waiver. So with the End the Wait Act, more than 1,000 new clients will be coming off the registry. Pre-pandemic, we used to add about 6 clients per year. Now it's at least 6 per month. Sometimes we get several per week. To prepare for this, we've been trying to build up our staff base, create a data-taking infrastructure to do all that, out of our pockets. And the clients that we serve have a variety of needs. So to provide safe and effective service, we have to pair clients with the appropriate staff. And some clients are behavioral. At an intake, sometimes, I talk to parents that have reported needed to lock themselves in a room to stay safe. And so that is what we are working towards, training our staff to work that. Not providing this level of support will inevitably lead to injuries or worse, for our clients and our staff. So training is important. As autism waiver providers, we do our best to hire qualified staff. However, we compete against ABA providers, many who pay starting $25 to $30 an hour with full-time hours, benefits, additional paid training. We're competing against school districts around Maryland. They offer full-time paraeducator positions with benefits, $35,000 to $55,000 an hour. According to MIT's living wage calculator, a living wage for a single adult without children in Maryland is working full-time is $17.99 to $22.31 an hour, and depending on the county. If they have 2 children, this jumps to $49.71 to $52.84 an hour. The autism waiver rates are generally $15 to $20 an hour without benefits or guaranteed full-time hours. We have been trying to give benefits to our staff, but it is difficult. And so, there's no surprise in why there's a staffing shortage in the autism waiver community. We have the End the Wait Act. Now we need regular annual livable rate increases to enable our staff to maintain a living wage for themselves and their families, or else our clients will be without much needed staff. So, I don't know, maybe we can call it Livable Wage Act or something of that sort. Next is the amendment to the autism waiver. Again, we are so thankful for everyone's work here to make this amendment happen. All our families are so grateful. It was a great boon. As Andrew said, having parents continuing to work has had the added benefit of closer working relationships, better behavioral daily living skill gains, and this has been really important to families. We would like to propose some additional, amendments. As staff recruitment is dire, lowering the age of employment to 16 for all services, not just respite service, will definitely help.
Okay.
Allowing family members to take their, children out to the community,
Thank you very much.
and also respite service to be more than 2 hours.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, if any of our public commenters have additional information you want to give us in writing, please feel free to send that to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that the board members receive it. Again, thank you so much. I believe Mr. Hudson, you are online. Mr. Hudson, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
I am well, sir. Thank you for asking.
Good.
Good morning, President Crawford, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board this morning, and I echo President Crawford's welcome to the new board members. We greatly appreciate you willing to step up and help guide the state as we all collectively grapple with the changes coming as the result of the blueprint. As noted, my name is Bill Hudson. I'm the Executive Director for the Family Child Care Alliance of Maryland, home of the Aspire Pre-K program. On behalf of the Alliance, I'm here today to support MSD's request to publish amendments to COMAR 13A.15, the goal being to authorize family child care providers to operate an approved non-public nursery school, which will in turn allow greater participation in the state's mixed delivery system for pre-K. I also want to thank the team at MSD for the changes in the proposed regulations. We and others consider the original proposal submitted several months ago to be detrimental to our collective efforts to expand pre-K spaces across the state. As I've mentioned in previous comments to the board, the Aspire Pre-K program was established in 2020 with the goal of creating high-quality, sustainable pre-K programs in family child care homes across Maryland. The proposed regulatory changes facilitate our goal of having established these programs in every county by 2026. Pending final approval, we'll have programs in 16 counties this fall, so we're 2/3 the way towards that goal. In closing, I want to commend the team at MSD for the proposed changes. The revised regulations discussed today reflect a genuine effort on behalf of the department to respond to the voices in the field, and for that, we're most appreciative. From my perspective, that effort is a textbook example of responsive government in action. Again, thank you for the time this morning, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we're going to transition now to our guests who are here in person with us in Baltimore. First on the list is Mr. Eccles. Mr. Eccles, please. Welcome, sir.
Can I start again?
Start again, please.
Good morning, members of the State Board and Dr. Lawson. My name is Robert Eccles. I want to welcome the newest members of the board and will provide a fuller introduction in my attached materials. I'm one of the former MSD employees who's seeking an independent investigation of MSD. I naively expected this body would be spurred to conduct a third-party investigation after receiving first-hand accounts of abuse, harassment, and intimidation in a toxic workplace. The board's leadership says it did its due diligence, which defies logic, in that there has been no outreach to former staff members such as myself or senior leaders who departed major roles or to current employees who report ongoing chilling leadership practices. Exit interviews portraying a damning picture of leadership malpractice were never studied because it's inconceivable that any board would rationalize such behavior. Commissioning an independent investigation is long overdue and is necessary to either vindicate MSD's current administration or safeguard current employees and the public from a reckless agency that inevitably jeopardizes the full implementation of the blueprint and the educational futures of our children. Examples abound of MSD being late to deliver in its role as the state education agency. Title I funds were delayed to some school systems by over 3 months. $844,000 in federal Perkins funds went unused after leadership blocked recommendations for grant-based opportunities for community colleges and LEAs to launch or expand CTE programs. New educator program proposals aiming to address the urgency in teacher staffing encounter an opaque process with limited technical assistance and a minimum wait time of 4 to 6 months. It is logical to conclude that Title I funds, college career programming, and a trained workforce matter greatly to all of you because they matter enormously in the education of Black and brown children. A recent analysis of MSD's reports to the Maryland General Assembly over a 6-month period indicated that MSD turned in only 63% on time or within 30 days. Who's taking responsibility for all these glaring leadership failings? I respectfully ask the board to rethink its working definition of brilliant and transformational leadership. Transformational leaders actually lead people and don't disparage them. They invite feedback and can take criticism without retaliation. Brilliant leaders prioritize delivering on time. They care more about collaboration than control, and they don't repeatedly trash partners in private and sabotage their access to valuable federal or state resources because of personal grudges. I met privately with several high-level state leaders who, for starters, behave in a reputable manner. Not one of them expressed surprise at the inside descriptions of MSD turmoil and dysfunction, since the central claims of toxicity and mismanagement are an open secret and fact throughout the state. Commission an independent investigation to allow critical voices to be included and free from retaliation. Otherwise, this current MSD playbook will doom the blueprint to fall short of our expectations and cause many, many educational dreams to be deferred. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Bromwell, Superintendent, Dorchester County. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Monica. How's retirement going? I hope well. Okay.
We had her here. We had her with us all day yesterday at a retreat. She's talking about retirement. We said, "Well, Monica, you have to come back tomorrow. You're going to be with us all day tomorrow."
Well, good for you. You have a really good person, and again, congratulate all the new board members. I hope that isn't part of my time.
No.
To lighten the moment here a little bit. The Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, PSAM, on behalf of all 24 local school superintendents, has reviewed the proposed changes to COMAR 13A.03.02, entitled Graduation Requirements for Public High Schools in Maryland. Offers the following comments for your consideration. PSAM shares concerns expressed by the local education agencies regarding the proposed implementation timeline of the regulations. We are concerned that the expedited timeline leaves insufficient opportunity for local school systems to implement these changes with fidelity prior to the beginning of the school year. Basically, we feel we're just not ready. The current grading and assessment procedures in each school system vary tremendously, and some counties may be required to develop entirely new grading and reporting procedures in order to meet the requirements. PSAM is concerned about the MCAP government assessment window remaining open until May 31st. That is not a lot of time to finalize grades. This change is most likely to affect seniors whose grades are finalized prior to other students and are relying on these tests to pass graduation requirements and participate in graduation ceremonies. The American government MCAP assessment should be updated to ensure that students are assessed only on material that is taught before the testing window opens. There is also concern that these changes could remove or diminish incentives for students to do well in English 10 and Algebra 1 MCAP scores, which factor heavily in the Maryland school report card. By altering the regulations to require the students to take rather than achieve a passing score on these exams, MSD is removing the incentive for student performance. This change has a negative impact to student assessment performance of school report cards. It's time coming out of the pandemic, it needs to count for our students. That's what we truly feel, and we need to move in that direction. What we're seeing is if students and parents are not taking these tests seriously, how are we sure that the instruction piece is in alignment with what we're actually asking of our students on these assessments? So with that, I ask you to look at that. I know MSDE and PSAM and all the LEAs are going to work together and collaborate on these little issues that we have, but we want to make sure we do it right because graduation is on the line. We're going to continue to work like that, and we appreciate all the work you're doing as well as all the work MSDE is doing on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. We have next Kareem Mumbi. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kareem Monib, and I'm with the Coalition of Virtue, an organization dedicated to promoting virtue in society. I want to speak today about Montgomery County Public Schools' recent decision to ban Muslims, as well as other conscientious objectors, from opting out of curriculum that deals with a sexual morality opposed to our religion. I'm sure you're all aware of the rallies of thousands of parents outside the BOE in Rockville who are asking for MCPS to reconsider their extreme position. MCPS maintains that Muslim children must sit in the classroom in order for other students to feel affirmed, despite the fact that doing so is against their sincerely held religious beliefs. Islam regulates sexual behavior in terms of its ethics and strictly limits it to marriage, which is conceived of in terms of biological families. As part of this, it prohibits any sexual behavior outside that context, including same-sex relationships. We understand that many today view sexuality in terms of an identity, but for Muslims, we see it as an act that doesn't define who we are as people. In other words, one can choose to engage in an action or not. There is, of course, more to same-sex relationships than just sex. However, we cannot endorse them because that amounts to an endorsement of same-sex acts, which we believe God prohibits. Celebrating a morality opposed to our own creates a substantial burden on Muslim children. A Muslim child will question why his own faith does not celebrate same-sex acts or transgenderism. A confused child will question why his own faith recognizes only two sexes, while his teacher informs him that there are many. The stories that are part of the new curriculum are full of encouragement for changing one's gender, painting it as nothing short of heroic. A Muslim child will come to view his or her religious prescriptions as wrong and will view their Lord as unreasonable. The celebration of these actions is what Muslims do not want to expose their children to. The books that are being read to children in MCPS schools promote a particular sexual morality that affirms and celebrates actions that go against our religion. Furthermore, we believe many of the books are inappropriate for other reasons, such as books that have children searching for underwear in a pride parade. We have the constitutional right to pass our religious values down to our children, while the state has no right to supersede us in transmitting to our children any particular morality. Thank you very much for considering my words today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. I'd like to recognize Ziam Beg. Mr. Beg, please. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. I got rid of my suits and my ties 2 years ago when COVID started. I had like 99 ties. I gave them all to my brother. He works at NSA. He wears every single one of them. I didn't think I would ever be in a room like this again. I'm IT. I'm online all the time. So I apologize. I just drove here from Germantown, Maryland. And last night it said it was going to be 52 minutes, and then this morning it was like an hour and a half. But I didn't think about traffic because, I haven't drove in the morning for like 2 years. So I'm here. I really apologize about my tire. I mean that. I want to show you the utmost respect you deserve it being, in your positions and what you do for our children. So you absolutely deserve it. I apologize.
That's fine. There's no issue there whatsoever. Whenever you're ready to begin your statement, that's fine.
All right. I'll begin now. Thank you.
Okay.
So my statement is just like the gentleman before me, in the sense that Montgomery County Public Schools' decision to remove the opt-out is what brought me here today. It's brought me there for the last 3 months. I was a part of all 3 protests. My son testified, my wife testified, my sister-in-law testified, my imam testified at the Islamic Center of Maryland, the imam at the Islamic Community Center of Potomac testified. We had multiple meetings where all the imams in Montgomery County, well, imam is like the pastor or the deacon or that person of the masjid. So they all came together, all of them from Montgomery County and PG County. They came together. They've been coming together a lot lately on the weekends. And so we all go there as a community, and we sit there and listen to them. They all unanimously agree that the opt-out option was a good option for us. And it's just something we want back. We know a lot of the rest of the country, most of the country has it. Most of the public school systems have it. What I heard a lot from the board, the board over there, one of the members, they made some very disparaging comments about the kids, and then a councilwoman also made some disparaging comments about Islam. I don't know. It's it would be very foolish of anyone to believe that the issues that the school system is trying to fix are not issues that we haven't had as a society. It's not like we are oblivious to this. It happens to our people as well throughout throughout history for 1,400 years anyways, as far as Islam is concerned, these topics have been covered. And I thought we did a pretty good job in making sure our children did not, or we did not produce hate, and we did not produce this type of rhetoric we're trying to stop with this curriculum. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of it just by the numbers. So, we definitely want that option back. It's just, our religion is just so sincere to people. I mean, it's just so strong. We are leaving school. That's the truth. Every masjid has started a co-op. And we don't want to because we love Miss Patel at Gibbs Elementary School, first grade. We think she is the best first grade teacher we've ever seen. And unfortunately, my 3-year-old and my baby due in October probably won't get to have Miss Patel as a first grade teacher. And it's really disheartening because we really love our school system, Gibbs Elementary School and Montgomery County Public Schools. And I think if we all just really care about each other, we would allow the kids to opt out like we always have. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. I'd like to now recognize Zainab Chaudhry. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, fine. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here in person with all of you, and congratulations to the new board members. My name is Zainab Chaudhry. I'm the director of CARE's office in Maryland. CARE is a Council on American Islamic Relations. We are the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, and I join the 2 previous witnesses who came and testified to urge the Maryland State Department of Education to take action immediately to not only restore opt-out in Montgomery County Public Schools, but also to make sure that no other school system within our state instates this kind of unconstitutional, unethical, overreaching policy. As a civil rights organization that's dedicated to protecting the rights of not only our communities, Muslim communities, but also all other communities who have been targeted by hate in the past, it's critical that our school system set an example where administrators are taking actions and implementing policies that speak to the identities of every single child within the school system. I had drafted a testimony and I plan to read it, but I actually just want to speak from the heart, and I'm going to leave a copy behind for you to review so that you have more context about the debate that's unfolding in Montgomery County that is being watched by people all over the country, because it sets a very dangerous precedent in terms of the authority of school systems to be able to instate policies that affect every single child within the school system. It's one thing for a school system to say that they want to address diversity, equity, and inclusion by instating policies that would help promote an inclusive environment for children, but to do so at the expense of the identity of other children sets a very dangerous precedent. It signals to other children that they are no longer welcome in that space. School systems need to be in a position where instead of teaching children that you have to assimilate and be exactly like one another in order for you to be valued, we have to create spaces where every single child within our school systems feels comfortable in their identity, knowing that they don't have to give up part of who they are in order for them to feel valued and belonged and as if they belong. In the course of the last several months, as the school system in Montgomery County revoked the right for families to be able to opt their children out in March, our organization has received an uptick in the number of reports of children who now no longer feel safe in their identity, not just Muslim children. We're talking Christian children, Sikh children, Hindu children, Jewish children. With the rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of Islamophobia, the rise of other isms and bigotry within our society, it's increasingly important, especially in a school system where we have seen an uptick in over 300% of hate bias incidents within the school system in the last couple years alone, that the school system not instate any policy that jeopardizes or compromises the identity of any child. So we implore you as members of the Maryland State Department of Education to utilize the platform and the authority that you have to make sure that the school system is held accountable, that they instate a transparent policy where they provide opportunities for public input, where they allow community members to be able to have a say in how policies are shaped, and that they don't instate any policies that make any child feel unsafe, and they immediately restore the opt-out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
This time we'd like to recognize Ms. Bose. Good morning. How are you doing? Doing well, thank you.
Good. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Gaddy, members of the board. My name is Cheryl Boast. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators across the state. And I just want to stop and take a look around this board and welcome the new members that are joining. Some of the members who have been here for a while, right, General? And just say how exciting it is to see such a diverse Board of Education, diverse in so many ways, but so many people steeped in public education. And I really commend Governor Moore for his appointments and really bringing so many people steeped in education to our state board. Summer is often a time when people think, oh, teachers and educators are off. Well, they're not. So I want to share some of the things that are happening in our schools over the summer since it is July. Right now in Montgomery County Public Schools, we have the the Minority Scholars Program that interns have been in session all summer learning about anti-bias, restorative justice, and they will be taking that back to all the high schools and middle schools within Montgomery County to continue to add to the Minority Scholars Program. That's also expanded into Frederick County. Hopefully you've seen one of the principals of the year in Pocomoke, and the great work that is happening there to make all students feel inclusive. She has changed her schedule of the day so students can take part in affinity clubs and really bond and build relationships, which has helped also academic gains. I recently came back from Orlando after joining about 300 of our members taking part in the National Education Association Convention, which is the largest democratic body in the country. Today, when I leave you and you'll still be deliberating, I'm joining about 200 of our educators who are taking part of our summer leadership conference, who will be honing their leadership skills, their advocacy skills over a 3-day period. That's not to mention all of our educators who are taking part in curriculum writing, professional development, creation, classes that they're taking, summer school that they're teaching. So summer is never a time off for educators. Instead, they're working and developing their craft. And I can just say my first year of teaching, the books I took to the beach were Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing, and other books that I was gonna have to teach that year in class. So I wanna commend our educators and end with our education support professionals. We have educators out in the field right now knocking on doors in 3 or 4 of our counties. It's talking about the ESP Bill of Rights, which talks about increasing living wage, increasing professional development for our support professionals, grow your own program that I know the department is working on. So our educators are out there, they're active, and they're doing a great job, and I want to thank them and thank all of you.
Thank you very much. We want to thank all of the members of the public that took time out of their schedules to come and share insights with us, and we appreciate that very much. Again, we'll take all of your comments under advisement, and again, thank you so much for taking time out of your schedules to share information with us. Before we move to the consent agenda items, I just want to share a conversation I had and a couple of other points. I had a conversation last night with Chair Leggett. We talk quite a bit. The leadership of the two boards talk quite a bit, and while we may have slightly different approaches as to how we're going to do things, the one thing that we are 100% in solid agreement on is children. What do we do to ensure that we provide the best opportunities for educating all of our children? And it's a pleasure working with the chair. In fact, the chair and members of the AIB will be participating later today in our CCR update. So it's important that the boards work together. And they're a bunch of good folks. I really enjoy spending time with them. What we were talking about was the science of reading. And they are finding what we knew would be the case, and that is that some of the school systems may not be fully committed to implementing the science of reading. That didn't come as a surprise to him, didn't come as a surprise to us, nor to the superintendent. For when you implement major change, you can expect 20 to 30% of the people to either engage in malicious compliance or just outright defiance. They're just not going to do it. That's just what happens. That's what you read in the textbooks. That's what I've seen over 30 years of experience. So, and we talked about how we're going to do it, and we're going to have some more conversations, but it just highlights the fact that just how much of a challenge this will be, that there are going to be people along the way who are going to not be comfortable with the change. And what I have seen over the past, in an interview I did with Fox 5 in 2019 on another matter, I said to them, here's the way you will see the resistance play out. The first thing people will try to do is they'll try to say that we disagree with the content. We disagree with what you're doing. It's the wrong thing. The second thing that they will do then is they will then say that the process is wrong. Wrong process, wrong process. And then the third thing that they will do is they will attack you personally. I have been on the receiving end of that. I was, before joining this board, I was the first vice chair of the WMATA board, and I had to deal with a matter that a number of people wanted me just to roll over on. Just roll over, just don't do anything, and couldn't do that. So a number of the members of the public or of the media were excellent. They did homework, they asked tough questions, but there were also some that just took whatever people said. So in the press, people said, called me a liar. Family members would contact me and say, did you see what they said? Even one member of the press characterized what we were doing as a clown show. Well, I even got an opportunity to be subpoenaed by a federal grand jury and spent 4 hours with attorneys from the U.S. Attorney's Office, from the Public Corruptions Office, FBI agents, and criminal investigators from the district's Inspector General's office. At the end of the day, what we concluded, what we reported was accurate. You know, the interesting thing is nobody ever came back and said that they were wrong. You know, here within the state, there are a lot of concerns about the department and what's going on, and we look at this very, very carefully. We also are mature enough to be able to look at everything. One of the questions sort of that I have said to the different members of the press that have not gotten any coverage, and I just wanted to share that today with people. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Dr. Lawson a question. Dr. Lawson, does the superintendent meet with people alone? How do you guys handle that?
Mr. Chaudhry does not meet with individuals alone. He has always advocated for what he calls a buddy system. So that means that whenever Mr. Chaudhry has meetings, that I am involved in those meetings to take notes and to go back many times and share those notes with the individuals in those meetings, and to make sure that whatever it is that is covered is brought back and we accomplish whatever it is we set out to do in those meetings.
There have been in the press and other places accounts of certain behaviors or things of that nature. Have you seen any of these behaviors? Have you witnessed any of this yourself?
I have absolutely not, especially in some of the most recent accounts of what has been stated in the press.
As we look at these issues, again, the thing that we need to always understand is, I didn't say much about how organizations deal with change and the processes they use, because I wasn't sure of my experiences at the federal level and in Washington, but it seemed that many of the same approaches are used here today. What you will see is, as we begin to fully implement the transformation, local boards are going to find that they're going to run into the same problem. Superintendents are going to find that they're going to run into the same problem. Administrators in the schools will find that they're going to run into the same problem. And you will see a very similar pattern of how this goes. First, and we need to be open, and we need to be humble, and we need to listen intently for understanding, for there are no perfect plans, there are no perfect things, there are no perfect people. So there are always plenty of opportunity for us to listen and improve. But we also have to recognize that what we're seeing here today is going to get played out across the state, at the LEAs, among the superintendents, at the local school systems, and you know, even here within MSDE, because we're dealing with people. So we should always treat everyone with great respect and dignity and listen intently, but we also have to be sophisticated enough to be able to understand what's going on, and then to be able to keep our focus. For as the chairman and I were saying, the number one thing we've got to do is we cannot allow the Maryland to miss this tremendous opportunity to do something that has the potential of changing the trajectory of people's lives. That's what we're in the business of. And I'm going to end with this. When you go out to those schools, and especially when you go to the ones Dr. Getty and others have been out, and you go to those elementary schools, and those little kids running around in the first grade and preschool and first, second grade, bright-eyed, excited about school, excited about things, and they are expecting the adults to do the right thing. They're expecting us to do the right thing. And I believe that we're focused on doing the right thing. We just have to stay focused, address issues as they arise, but do not allow anyone or anything to cause us to take our attention off the children. But that is why we're here, the children. So again, thanks to members of the public. We're now going to move into our consent agenda items. We have 3 items. We have the minutes, the personnel actions, and the budget adjustments, June 2023. And as our practice, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, then the consent agenda items are approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Schoen, we're going to now come to your portion of the agenda, the oral argument.
Thank you. Dr. Goldson is going to recuse herself from the argument.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce the case in the matter of the request of removal of local board member Juanita Miller. This is an exceptions hearing requested by the appellant regarding the administrative law judge's proposed decision finding no evidence to support the removal charges and recommending that the state board dismiss the petition. This is the exceptions hearing from OAH number MSDE BE 17-22-13962. This oral argument is being conducted consistent with COMAR 13A 010507F. Parties, would you please come up to the table? You can sit wherever, in one of the three chairs.
All right, well, I think Mr. Cooper's going first, so perhaps he would be...
Go right ahead. That's just fine. Okay, counsel, would you please introduce yourselves to the members? Mr. Cooper first.
Yes, good morning. Brandon Cooper on behalf of the petitioners in this case.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Bruce Marcus, and I represent Dr. Juanita Miller.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Each side will have 10 minutes to present its position on the exceptions. The board has access to the record in the matter, so you can presume that they are familiar with the administrative law judge's decision and your exceptions. Each side will have 10 minutes to present its position. The appellants may reserve time to respond to Mr. Marcus's arguments on behalf of Dr. Miller. Mr. Cooper, would you like to reserve any time?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Hands, to my right, is the executive director for the state board. He will be the timekeeper, and we'll let you know when your 8 minutes are up.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Marcus, you will then have your 10 minutes to respond.
Thank you, sir.
And then you'll have your 2 to wrap it up.
Thank you.
The board members may have clarifying questions after you have completed your arguments. Board members will be recognized by the board president to ask their questions. Mr. Cooper, the clock will begin when you start your argument.
Thank you, and good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, Superintendent Chaudhry, and members of the board, including the new ones. As I mentioned, my name is Brandon Cooper, petitioners in this case, and so let's get straight to the point. Why are we here today? We are here because the administrative law judge in this case stated explicitly on page 1462, line 21 of the transcript, that he was not bound to follow any of the state board's policies or procedures in adjudicating this case. That is an incorrect construction of the law, and that is why this decision has been tainted, and you should exercise your independent judgment to render a proper decision in this case. We're also here for other reasons. We are here because the person who appointed the respondent, Prince George's County Executive Angela Alster-Brooks, cannot remove her. Only the state board can, but she has issued her call for resignation. We're also here because the Maryland State Department of Education hired auditors who found, after doing a report of the procurement process of Prince George's County, they found in Petitioner Exhibit 61 that the respondent, an individual board member, Dr. Juanita Miller, executed contracts on behalf of the Board of Education without board voter approval. The contracts were initiated by an individual board member rather than in pursuance of specific instructions by the Board of Education, therefore violating the board bylaws. The administrative law judge said this was not admissible on its face. We're also here because the Office of Inspector General for Education did an investigation of the same ethics reports that are involved in this case and issued their decision, Petitioners 41, finding as their first finding that is substantiated that the Prince George's County Board of Education chairperson, the respondent, violated Board Policy 0107 in the way that she handled the ethics policy. The OLG report found that she had a hand in writing the reports, and that is what led to her manipulation of the process, where she withheld some reports that were against herself and others and fast-tracked the reports that she had a hand in writing. We're also here because the Maryland State Board of Education, this body, even issued an opinion in 22-02, where you expressed dismay regarding the conduct of the respondent in this case. You stated, "We also take this opportunity to express our dismay that a local board member, Juanita Miller, invoked the removal process over matters that seem driven by the ongoing political disputes among various members of the local board." That was in your decision dismissing the charges of removal that she had issued against one of the petitioners. We're also here because General Assembly passed a law last year, 1079, to finally allow the Prince George's County Board of Education to appoint their own chair. And as soon as that law came into effect, shortly thereafter, the respondent was replaced as chair. But she still remains on the board because only this body has the authority to remove her. So why do all these separate entities and opinions and reports and audits all find that the respondent conduct has been inappropriate? Because she has repeatedly acted unilaterally on behalf of the Prince George's County Board of Education and undermined multiple local board decisions in violation of state law, board policy, and guidance from the state board. And because the administrative law judge said that none of those policies matter, that is why the decision has been tainted and deserves to be reversed. How do we know that the petitioner has violated state law when it comes to how board members operate? Petitioner's Exhibit number 1, which is the Maryland School Law Desk Book published by the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. On page 15, the question is, and this was presented as Petitioner's Exhibit 1 in this hearing, do individual Board of Education members have any authority to take official action on the board's behalf? The answer is no. A county board member is only empowered to act as a corporate body, and no individual board member has any authority to take official action on the board's behalf. It later goes on to say that while they may appoint a chair or a spokesperson, that the positions espoused by that person needs to be of the majority. Now, how do we know that the respondent violated that principle? Take her words herself. She stated on page 1518 of the transcript, and I quote, "They, the Prince George's County Board of Education, expects me to adhere to whatever they want, the majority vote entailed." I didn't agree with that statement. That is from her own mouth. How can a member of a Board of Education in Prince George's County or anywhere in this state be a member and not recognize that the majority rule votes? That's from her own words, her own mouth. And so she remains on the board only because this body is the only entity that can remove a board member. And as we talked about before, there is a recommendation, and I'll just be blunt, it's error-riddled. The recommendation is based on incorrect law and facts, and if the ALJ, Administrative Law Judge, was always correct, they would be able to issue their own final decisions. Sometimes, if it's not based on the law and the facts, this body regularly, every year, when you review teacher suspensions or local board actions, if the recommendation from the Office of Administrative Hearings is not based on the law and facts, you have the statutory right, and I would say duty, to exercise your independent judgment in this case. We submitted our memos, so I will not go through every single one, but I do want to highlight, just for those listening, some of the major factual and legal errors. As I already talked about, the main legal error is that the Administrative Law Judge said that he would not be following the board policies and procedures in adjudicating this case, and that's why his decision found that there was no policy violations. He also excluded the MSCDE performance audit. Again, the audit was performed at the request of the respondent and the county council. It was approved by the local board, and it was posted on your very website. I pulled it down there from this morning. The Administrative Law Judge in this case summarily dismissed and refused to even acknowledge the existence of that report, even though the state board has in the past. I cite Yvette Thomason v. Prince George's County Board of Education. You have looked at audit reports as factors in decisions that you render, yet in this case, it was excluded on its face. The ALJ also incorrectly excluded the OIG report. As I mentioned before, the OIG report is a factual investigation about facts in this case. The state board has cited to that same OIG report in order number 2305. You've cited to that report in dismissing the request for removal that the respondent conspired to write against the petitioners. It makes no sense, it's not consistent for it not to be admissible or at least be reviewed, since it's governing the facts in this case, and the OIG report found that the respondent assisted in writing certain reports, and that goes to the heart of petitioner's case, that there were ethics reports that she received that were fast-tracked, that she helped write, and ones that were against her and her allies, she withheld for over 9 months. Those are some of the legal errors. I do want to touch quickly in my time left on some of the factual errors. Fact number 34, one of the most glaring ones regarding the Pew contract. The ALJ says that the reason that the respondent cannot be found guilty of failing to sign the Pew contract is because the local board did not present the Pew contract to the respondent for a signature. That's just not true. Exhibit 15 of petitioners is an email from a board member to the entire board, including the respondent, with the contract explaining that the board had voted on April 28th to approve the contract and she was required in the board bylaws to sign it. Even the longest-serving board office staff member, Aisha Berkeley, over 8 years, the only current staff member at the time to testify in the hearing, she testified that after the April 28th meeting, she did her job in calling the board chair, the respondent, asking her to sign the contract. And on page 3, is that 8 minutes? Okay. On page 388 of the transcript, she expressly stated that she was not going to sign it. The contract, the ALJ recommendation is riddled with errors of law and fact, and the board should exercise its authority to remove the respondent.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, good morning. I would say to you that in a case like this, for a trial lawyer to be asked to present evidence to you or an argument in a hearing that took place over 9 days, involved 14 witnesses and over 100 exhibits, based on charges that had been suggested by this board, is a task that no lawyer would be able to do. There is simply no way to present the entirety of it. What I am going to suggest to you is this. It is not uncommon for a party who has presented evidence which has been rejected and repudiated point by point in a 41-page opinion based on information that had been distorted and, in this case, actually rejected from evidence. And what I will say to you is this, and I'm going to depart from my remarks because of some of the comments that have been made. When this case was referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a hearing, it was not referred to on any studies, on any OIG reports. It was not referred based on any rights or obligations that were vested in the county executive, and it was not and based on any enactment of the General Assembly, which had not yet taken place. It was based on certain specific factual allegations. Those allegations were that the chair, Dr. Miller, had failed to sign a contract with the Pew Law Group. That's the first thing. Counsel says that it was presented. The testimony in this case, and you as members of this board having the information before you, will have the opportunity to take a look at the circumstances surrounding a usurpation of authority that took place in Prince George's County. And the usurpation of authority took place in a hearing where one of the board members had a meeting that had not been previously approved by everyone under the guise of a special meeting. The Prince George's County bylaws require that only the chair be signing contracts. There are no individual members of the board who are permitted to conduct business on behalf of the board. None of the commissioners and members of the board in Prince George's County are permitted to negotiate contracts, and for a good reason. It is done through the chair of the board. The Pew Law Group contract was presented during a meeting where Dr. Miller was not present. In that meeting, there was a motion that was made, and the motion basically said this: if Dr. Miller does not sign the contract by a date certain, then that contract would be signed by the chair pro tem. Now, let me just explain to you a little bit about how that works. The chair pro tem would be if President Crawford was not here and one of you took the role of the presiding officer under Robert's Rules of Order. Under the interpretation that my colleague has given to this, the person who is the chair pro tem would inherit and have all of the duties and responsibilities that President Crawford has to do all of the things that President Crawford uniquely has as part of his charge. And that's what happened. So by simply being under Robert's Rules of Order, the chair pro tem, acting on behalf of the chair for the meeting, that somehow or other you were imbued with the power and authority of the entire board, and that is simply not so. So what happened in this case is the administrative law judge found out that the contract that supposedly was to be signed by Mr. Burrows, who was one of the members of the board at that time, that contract, which could not be located, which could not be verified and which later, by act of the board in May of the year, wound up being rescinded. And Mr. Burrows had been asked repeatedly, and you'll see this in the record, asked repeatedly for the whereabouts of the contract. Only during the course of the testimony was there a revelation that Mr. Burrows, in fact, not only knew where the contract was, but had been involved in and became aware of the fact that that contract had in fact been destroyed. Couldn't find it. Now, that revelation came during the course of the hearing for the first time. The second argument related to allegations about one of the lawyers who had been asked to participate in meetings of the Prince George's County Board of Education. If all of you have seen the administrative law judge's report, what you have found is this. There was a state of unrest, a state of almost chaos in the way that business was being conducted in Prince George's County. The issue of whether or not the second allegation had been made has been addressed by the administrative law judge. The third issue that came up related to the engagement of a parliamentarian. That was it. And the fourth one related to ethics reports, which in this case were all dismissals of ethics complaints. The administrative law judge spent 41 pages analyzing the entirety of this report. There is not a single factual averment, which has been contested by the petitioners in this case, not a single one. And what you will find is the most compelling information that you could possibly want in the conclusions reached by the administrative law judge. I am convinced by the evidence that the respondent performed her duties competently in a distinctly hostile environment. She attempted to hold the local board to its duties as outlined in section 4-401 of the education article. The petitioners and sometimes other board members made the respondent's task exceedingly difficult. And she was not reluctant to battle her detractors or to use the power of her position to gain outcomes that she felt were desirable. The respondent understood local board policies as well as, or better than the other board members. One of the issues in this case dealt with procurement measures. Procurement measures in this case were outlined under a procurement manual. If I told this board today that the evidence in this case and the findings and conclusions of the administrative law judge questioned whether or not the board members who used the procurement manual to satisfy and to make the accusations that are here, you would say to me, well, that's pretty simple. This board, every state board of education, local board of education, has procurement requirements. In this case, the procurement requirements were not known to the petitioners in this case. There are no credibility issues in this case other than two. The credibility of the witnesses for the respondent in this case, who were the chief executive officer who understood procurement, the hiring of the lawyers, the parliamentarians, and the issues of procurement in Prince George's County under the protocol and procedures applicable in Prince George's County. The issue in this case has been transformed into one having to do with matters that were wholly unrelated to the allegations here. Not one thing that has been said here today responds or bears on any of the findings of fact that were reached by the administrative law judge in this case, not a single one. If you take a look at the allegations that were made in the petitioner's papers in this case, you will not find any support for any argument that the decisions and fact-finding that were made by the administrative law judge were in error. Not a single one. Not a single one. And you take a look at all 38 arguments that have been made, and each and every one of those contentions is based on what is said to be an incomplete recitation of the facts as they respond to the allegations that are here. This case is not about the authority of the county executive. It's not about the authority of the General Assembly. It's not about whether or not there were outside reports which were not admitted in evidence. Every single one of these exhibits that my colleague has put before you was not only not in evidence, it was not considered by the administrative law judge. What we have here, there's an old expression. You set the straw man up so you can knock him down. All of those items that were presented to you in those opening comments were not part of the hearing that took place before an administrative law judge over 9 days. So what we have effectively done here is we have taken evidence that was not considered because it was not relevant to the allegations that had been made and tried to convince this board that the evidence which was not considered, which was not part of the charges, should somehow or other be brought back in an effort to upset a decision of an administrative law judge who clearly went through all of the evidence, came to a reasoned decision. The last comment I will make, and I understand my time is up, weaponizing removal procedures, as has happened in this case, is a dangerous task. It is inconsistent with the law that applies to the removal by this board. There's no immorality, there's no illegality, there are no shocking to the conscience events that have taken place. Thank you very much.
Just quickly about no shocking events that violated policy, I'll just point yourself to Petitioners 29, the board meeting minutes, October 28, 2021, where the board voted to terminate Bill Shelton as the parliamentarian for the board in October. Fast forward to February, Petitioners 30, the respondent is sending an email to the fired board employee inviting him to come to the executive session of the board meeting, Petitioners 30. Staff then followed her order. She expended thousands of dollars unilaterally, even though the board had voted. Imagine if the state board president or the state board made a decision to go one way on a measure, and then 3 weeks later, the state board president walks in the room and is doing the exact opposite. If that is not a violation of misconduct, it's hard to fail what is. And when it comes to Karpinski and the legal counsel contract, state law says that the board hires their own counsel. This board has issued opinions confirming that not even the superintendent can pick the counsel, only the board can. So why is there a memorandum in the record, Respondents 45, with the picture of the respondent, her signature, a memo that she wrote to procurement, telling procurement to engage and hire Karpinski when the board had voted to hire the Pew Law Group? Furthermore, the board voted on June 4th not to retain Karpinski. On June 4th, not to retain Karpinski. 3 weeks later, on June 24th, the respondent admits and concedes in the record that she invited Karpinski to the meeting. Again, you talk about chaos and hostility, it is because there is one board member who, I quote, does not agree with the statement that the majority vote of the board makes decisions. It's not unilateral, it is the majority vote of the board. There are so many things left to talk about, and I know my time is running up. I'll just really say that there's a lot of red herrings. Board Member Burrows was sent up for removal, the respondent did, and you dismissed the charges. This is about the respondent and what she did and what she did not do. She was ordered to sign the contract. Board bylaw says sign the contract. She didn't do it for 8 days. And then Board Member Burrows, at the direction of the board, signed the contract. But why did she sign it for 8 days? This is about the respondent and not about other issues, and we ask you to exercise your independent judgment to issue a proper decision in this case. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for your arguments. The state board will issue a decision.
Are there any questions in there? Oh, I'm sorry.
The floor is now open for the board to ask questions of clarification. We have the record. We review the record. So this is an opportunity to limit your comments or questions to matters of clarification. The floor is now open. Mr. Bartley,
Thank you. You all both did an outstanding job in presenting your arguments. I am troubled by a comment that Mr. Cooper pointed out, and I'm examining my notes and the materials provided to me. You stated that the ALJ made a statement or writing that the ALJ didn't need to follow any guidance from the Board of Education. Can you give us a cite for that?
Yes. It's in our exception memos, the first exception we have. It's on page 1462, line 21. And in that paragraph, he talks about the fact that he's not bound by the procedures and the policies of any board or any decision, and we think that's evident in the case based on the outcome of not applying and allowing the red herrings to come into this case, allowing them to try to use this as a removal proceeding against board member Burrows, against petitioners, and so many other things as far as board members not being able to act unilaterally. Repeatedly, she acted unilaterally. She disregarded board meeting majority votes, and it makes sense why he came with his recommendation, because he was not following the policies and procedures set by this board. He said it explicitly on the record, and that's why his decision, you know, in that context, it makes sense why he did not find her did anything wrong, because he doesn't agree with the Maryland Association of Board of Education that board members can't do things individually.
One of the things I didn't find in any of the material is that Ms. Miller didn't receive any personal benefit from any of the contracts she signed. Don't you think that's problematic, that she did something in the best interest of Prince George's County Schools, but she didn't receive any benefit from it? And because she didn't receive any personal benefit from it, why should she be removed?
Yeah, a couple of things on that point. One, that would assume that the respondent individually has the ability to act in the best interest of the board. We think decisions of the board are made by majority vote, and the board made a decision to vote and hire an attorney, and she contradicted that. Well, I will say, and as you may know, and it seems like this is a collegial board, but the board attorney has great sway. They give advice to the board. I think you may be an attorney, others may be, but for those who are not attorneys, you rely on the board counsel. The board counsel in Prince George's County is the one who provides parliamentary procedure. And so by picking your, unilaterally, one person engaging a lawyer who may, render decisions that, for whatever reason, it just contradicts the board's rules that it's supposed to be majority vote. And the board counsel plays such a central role. And all throughout the history of the board, including today, the current board counsel of Prince George's County was voted on by the board. Every board counsel is voted on by the board, except in 2021 when the respondent tried to engage Karpinski by sending that letter. And so I'll just say to your point again, the board counsel is central, and her violating the rules to get her preferred lawyer, who then, as you can look in the record, the reason that the board fired the parliamentarian was because he was making rulings against the majority that was in conflict with the law and the policies of the board. And that's in the record, that's in the meetings minutes and video of the October 28th meeting showing that. So I'll just say to your point, maybe not personal pocket benefits, but obviously there's some reason that she refused to comply with the board's decision and decided to go get her own attorney who, the record speaks for itself in that part. Hope that answered your question.
Any other questions of clarification from the board? Seeing no other questions of clarification, Mr. Schoen, turn it back to you.
Now, gentlemen, thank you very much for your arguments, and the State Board will issue a decision at a later time.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. In my desire for continuous learning, I'm trying to follow my notes from my iPad. I've always done it from paper. So I am learning and continuing to grow at 71 3/4 years of age. That learning and growth still can happen. We now move to a motion for adjournment for executive session 1. So the floor will be open for a motion. This is a motion pursuant to section 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The Maryland State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: consultation with counsel on board governance, and one administrative function to conduct the statutory requirement for board member elections. So we would adjourn for approximately an hour. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by Mr. Bartley. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Mr. Shown? So we will go immediately upstairs and conduct our business. For timing purposes, let's assume we'll be back in about an hour. Thank you much, everyone.
Okay, I would like to call us back into public session. And at this point, I would like us to hold our officer election. So I would like to first put into play Mr. Clarence Crawford as our board president. I would like to nominate him for our president. Any other nominations? If there are none, then I would like to hold the official vote. All in favor of Mr. Crawford as our board president, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It looks unanimous, motion carried, okay? Thank you, Mr. Crawford, once again. We appreciate your service. Thank you so much. I would also like to call for the nomination for vice president. And we have one, which is Dr. Joshua Michaels. And are there any other nominations for vice president to serve on the board? None heard. Then I would like to call for the official vote. All in favor? Okay, seconded, I'm sorry. See, I told you I was going to make a mistake. You can't trust me with anything. All right. So we're ready to vote, right? Okay, great. All in favor of Dr. Michaels as vice president, not second, but vice president for the board, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. Great. And the motion is passed, or the vote is passed. Congratulations. I would also like to thank Dr. Getty for your service as vice president. You have been a wonderful partner for Mr. Crawford, and I appreciate your service, and I loved our conversations as in your role as vice president.
My privilege and honor. Thanks so much, guys.
Okay, so we once again have a president. I will give up the gavel to you, Mr. Crawford. Not that I had it. It was temporary. Thank you so much.
I just want to say it's just a tremendous honor to continue to serve in this role and to support the board as we move forward. I also want to second Dr. Millie McCarthy's comments concerning Dr. Getty. Dr. Getty has performed in the role of vice president in an outstanding manner. She's done a truly, truly great job. And I just wanted to recognize her for that, her commitment and her dedication to the board. So again, Dr. Getty, thank you much. You just don't know. So
Do it at lunch. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll continue with our agenda. The next item that we have is the deep dive on pre-kindergarten, the sliding scale model. The board has the material, has reviewed the material. Let's have the presentation. Let's focus on the key issues, the key points you want the board to be aware of, and let's, to the extent we can, stay with the 1 hour. So we're looking forward to that. Dr. Cook, you're back. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Matthew Duque from the Office of Research Planning Program Evaluation. I'm joined by my colleague Kyle Ashley, Senior Researcher, Justin Dayhoff, Assistant State Superintendent, Financial Planning, Operations and Strategy, and Dr. Shana Cook, Assistant State Superintendent, Division of Early Childhood. We're here to present results of modeling the pre-kindergarten sliding scale costs. So just a quick overview, we'll give you a little background on the sliding scale, some of the options for sliding scales laid out in previous blueprint report. We'll go into the data and then wrap up with recommendation and timeline. So the background for this is the blueprint charges MSDE with expanding voluntary full-day pre-K for families earning incomes at or below 300% of the federal poverty level at no charge. That portion of the income we call Tier 1, which you can see at the table at the bottom. For Tier 2, which is incomes between 301 and 600% of the federal poverty level, the blueprint requires the implementation of the subsidized sliding scale for these families. And then for incomes above 600%, which are called Tier 3, families may be required to pay the total per pupil cost for full-day pre-K. So in 2021, we had an initial implementation planning report for pre-kindergarten, and it laid out 4 options for a sliding scale. The first 3 are similar in that they're based on the percent of total cost of care for pre-K. The difference is the number of levels that they break out the costs. So the first option divides costs into 3 levels, the second option uses 5 levels, and the third option uses 15 levels. Option 4 is a little different. Instead of basing cost on cost of care, it's based on the percent of income of a family. And just to give you an idea, we use, for the modeling here, 2022 federal poverty level for family 4 is $27,750. So you'll see that 300%, which is minimum for Tier 2, is about $83,000 a year. And we use the per pupil cost for pre-K of just over $13,000. So as laid out in that previous report, we're modeling the impact of these different options. And the main guiding question here is which of these 4 options is the least expensive for families. So we're going to use some examples and then some real data we have collected to model those costs and come up with a recommendation. So I'll turn it over.
Thank you. So over the next few slides, we're going to look at the structure of these sliding scale options as recorded in the November 2021 implementation planning report. So on this slide, we show the first 2 options, option 1 and option 2. And to orient yourself, the first column on these tables shows the different levels that these options are broken into and the FPL ranges included in each level. The second column shows the annual income range for a family of 4 based on FPL that would fall into each of the levels. The third column is the family share of the cost, and the fourth column is the per pupil annual amount for childcare for pre-K cost. So for example, option 1, for families earning between 301 and 400% of the federal poverty level, that annual income range is about $83,500 to $111,000. They would be responsible for 25% of the cost of care, which is about $3,200. Option 2, as Matt pointed out, is a 5-level structure with a minimum percentage of cost of care that families may contribute of 10% up to 90%. Option 3 uses a 15-level structure where the family share of cost of care ranges between 6% for level 1 up to 94% for level 15. And finally, option 4, it's aligned with the structure of option 2. As Matt pointed out, the difference here is that families are responsible, their cost is based on their annual income rather than the percentage of cost of care. So the family share here ranges from 1 to 7% of their annual income. To provide some context for how these 4 different sliding scale options, how it would cost a family per pupil, we show 3 different federal poverty levels as kind of an example of what families can expect to pay under each option. So on the left, we use the example of a family with a household income of 350% of the federal poverty level, or about $97,000 per year. So under this, at this federal poverty level, option 1 would cost the families $3,251. Option 4 is the cheapest option for families in this income level, about a third of the cost of option 1, and about half the cost of option 3 here. In the middle, we show families earning 450% of the federal poverty level, or about $125,000 per year. Options 1, 2, and 3 all align in that families would contribute 50% of the cost of care at this level, or about $6,500, whereas option 4, families would pay about $1,500 less, about $5,000 per pupil. Finally, for a family earning a household income of about 550% of the federal poverty level, or $153,000 per year, we see that option 1 is now the cheapest option, where families would contribute about $9,800 per pupil, whereas option 4, which has been the cheapest for the other 2 federal poverty levels that we looked at, would contribute about $10,700. Now, those were 3 individual income levels, but here we show the full range of possible tier 2 income levels for families and how the 4 options compare throughout this window. So what we see is that that red line, which shows option 4, for most of this window, particularly for lower income levels, is the cheapest option for families. And it's only really passed by option 1 as we approach that tier 3 cut, nearing 600% of the federal poverty level. So in this next section, we're going to actually look at modeling, and we're going to look at...
Excuse me, Ms. McCusker?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before we go on,
Yeah.
my slide deck on slides 8, 9, and 10 have different annual income ranges.
Yep. I apologize for that. So that was based on, those are tables from the implementation report, November 2021. We've updated the federal poverty level to align with 2022. So these shown here in the presentation reflect what's in the report.
Okay, and when we're looking at the comparisons, they are based on these updated numbers?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep. I apologize for that
So
last minute update.
I just wanted to make sure that the comparisons were based on the new numbers. Thank you.
Sure. Yep.
So also then you make sure the board has the updated information.
So in this next section, we're going to present some modeling. We're going to assume that the 2022-2023 school year, if those pre-K students, if this was implemented, how those different options would affect the cost of the program for that cohort. And our data sources that we use for this is the September 30th enrollment table, which includes student level enrollment count, federal poverty level tier and percent, and student date of birth, which we use just to look at distribution of child ages for pre-K. And we also use the federal poverty levels issued by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And all of the modeling that we're going to present here is assuming a family size of 4. All right, so first, in school year 2022-2023, we had 30,718 children enrolled in pre-K. Now the count or distribution of these students across Maryland varies from about 100 students that we see in the Eastern Shore up to about 4,800 children in Prince George's County. On the right-hand side here, we show a pie chart that shows a distribution of children by age. So 78% of the 2022-2023 school year was 4-year-old children, 14% was 3-year-olds, and 8% were 5-year-olds. Of the 30,718 children enrolled in public pre-K, just over 19,000 of these children have income tier and federal poverty level data reported, which means that about a third of the students enrolled had no federal poverty level data reported. Of the students with the data reported, almost 90% of them fell into tier 1, so 300% of the federal poverty level or lower for household income. The modeling that we're presenting is focused on those tier 2 households. So this 1,748 children that have tier 2 FPL data presented, the modeling will be based upon. So looking at the distribution of students in Tier 2 based on their FPL ranges and how they align with these different sliding scale options. Under option 1, over half of the students are in that lowest level, that 301 to 400% of the federal poverty level. And we see that we have decreasing percentages of Tier 2 students as you go to higher levels. We see the same thing for options 2 and 4, where the lowest income levels has the highest proportion of students, decreasing as you go up in household income as we approach that Tier 3 cut. And we see the same thing with option 3, that 15 level sliding scale option, where we have a highest proportion for lowest household incomes, decreasing as we go up to 600% of the FPL. Now we're going to start off with a general overview on the total cost to Tier 2 families and compare the cost under these 4 sliding scale options. In the table below, the option in red is going to be the most expensive option to families, and the option in green is going to be the least expensive option. So what we see for option 1 is the total cost of care for Tier 2 families would be about $9.6 million for families, and about $13.1 million for state and local government. Options 2 and 3 are nearly indistinguishable, with about $9 million family contribution and $13.7 million to state and local contribution. And option 4 is substantially cheaper for families, about $7.3 million family contribution. So that's about $2.3 million cheaper than option 1. And a $15.4 million state and local contribution. And just to point out that state and local contribution, they're all within about $2 million of each other, but we see a significant savings under option 4 for Tier 2 families compared to the other options, particularly option 1. Now that was aggregated across the entire tier. We can take a more granular look at this data, and we can look at how the cost distributions vary across Tier 2 based on the sliding scale level structures, and get a sense on whether certain options disparage lower income households more than others. So first we're going to look at the 3-level structure of option 1. And what we can do, we can't really align option 2 and 4 to that structure, but we can aggregate option 3 to the structure of option 1, so we can have that direct cost comparison. And what we see, again, red is representing the option that is more expensive. So for households earning between 301 and 400% the federal poverty level, option 1 is the more expensive option, almost $800,000 more expensive for that range of household incomes compared to an aggregated option 3 at about $2.1 million. Between 401 and 500% the federal poverty level, there is a nominal difference between these two options. And for families earning between 501 and 600% the federal poverty level, we see a slight increase in the cost for option 3 compared to option 1, about $3.6 million versus $3.4 million. So really, when you're comparing these two options in this way, we see that option 1 costs lower income households more than an aggregated option 3. We can do the same thing in aligning these options and comparing with the structure of options 2 and 4, that 5-level structure. And again, we can aggregate option 3 to align with this so we can have that direct cost comparison. So the dark blue in this figure represents option 2. The orange represents an aggregated option 3, and the gray bars represent option 4. And what we see for every level represented here, that option 4 is the least expensive option to families, particularly when you're looking at lower income households. So if you look at the second group of bars, 361 to 420% of the federal poverty level, the cost to families under option 4 is nearly half that of options 2 and options 3 aggregated. Now, some assumptions and caveats with this research. First off, option 4 is assuming an annual income. It's based on the percentage of the annual income. We collect federal poverty level data. We do not collect family size, and therefore we assume a family size of 4. And it should also be pointed out that the federal poverty level changes with time. So as that increases through time, that would change the cost comparison of these 4 sliding scale options. And lastly, we do have a third of students without FPL data reported. So we recognize the fact that this data is not capturing all of the students in Maryland that were enrolled in 2022, 2023. It's only looking at students with data reported. In this last section, we're going to provide a recommendation to the board, and we are going to discuss the next steps in this work. So just to remind ourselves of what our guiding question was with this research is, which sliding scale option is the least expensive for families? And with that in mind, option 4 provides the best cost option for Tier 2 families, particularly for those lower income households. Of the 3 sliding scale options that were based on a percentage of the cost of care, so options 1 through 3, option 2 provides the best cost option to families, particularly for lower income households. And option 1 is the most expensive option, and both options 1 and 3 disproportionately disadvantages lower income households. So MSTE recommends implementing sliding scale option 4 for subsidizing cost of care for Maryland pre-K. And with that, I believe I will pass it over to Justin.
Thank you, Sue. Got it, okay. Thank you so much. So wanted to talk about the stakeholder engagement efforts related to the development of this and the stakeholder efforts that will continue onward after this. This work actually began back in November of 2021 with the initial authorization and the initial legislative report publishing for the pre-K implementation. Following that, initial research was conducted at the department modeling the cost comparisons of the 4 sliding scales. That ran all the way through May of this year with Matt and Kyle and the team working through those options. We have now published the report as we're discussing it today, and our hope from now moving forward is to conduct deep engagement with a variety of stakeholders across both our legislative partnerships, local education agencies, and beyond. And I'll let Dr. Cook talk about that here in a second, in particular as we talk about the child care community and what that looks like.
Right. So only thing to add to this is we will be engaging stakeholders in a variety of ways, particularly pre-K providers themselves, families, and other relevant stakeholders to have them weigh in and see the presentation. In addition, it's important to note that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Administration for Children and Families, released a notice of proposed rulemaking recently. In that notice of proposed rulemaking, they have capped child care co-payments at 7% of a family's income, which is in alignment with the recommended option and seems to be a trend as best practice across the nation. In addition, it's important to note that in this notice of proposed rulemaking, they've also highlighted the importance of advance payment for child care providers for predictable, steady payments and financial planning. That's something that we've already implemented at the state level. And then finally, it's important to note that they are pushing states around the country to adopt presumptive eligibility, something that went statewide July 1st of this year, that we are implementing for all of Maryland's children and families. Thank you. Now, questions.
Just a clarification, this was presented as information. Is this a decision that you need from the board at this time, or is the next step going out and getting feedback and then coming back to the board with an official recommendation? Just trying to make sure I understand.
So there's no further action requested of the board today. This is the beginning of an engagement period. The law actually allowed us to just go ahead and make a determination, but in an effort to engage broadly before doing so. That process, as Dr. Cook described, we'll now embark upon. So, Mr. President, there's no further action required of the board today.
We're going to open it up for questions from the board. My initial question is, with option 4, will we have situations where people will, while in the aggregate it's more beneficial to parents, will we also have situations where people will see an actual increase in costs? Because sometimes when we implement these, in the aggregate it works well, but there could be subsets where there would be an increased cost. Do you know whether that would happen?
So at this time, state support for students and families who fall into Tier 2 is not provided under the blueprint at all yet. And so everything that we'd be talking about here would be new and supplemental to the local education agencies. Now, there are some local education agencies who utilize more comprehensive universal pre-K enrollment, like Washington County, for example. And so they have some existing students in Tier 2 families who will already be eligible for some of this aid and trigger some of that for the following year. But as far as additional costs for families, no. And, we do also recognize that, one challenge with a scale or cutoffs of any kind is that there will always be families who fall immediately on either side of those cutoffs. And one of the, I think, principal policy ideas behind the notion of the sliding scale is to sort of stop what is currently a more abrupt cutoff, in that you go from 0 to 300%. You could be fully subsidized in terms of state and local share of state aid, and then it stops. Here now, there will be a gradual kind of downward slope for those families who then fall into that middle tier, rather than having what is now that firm cutoff at 300%.
Floor is now open for questions from board members. Mr. Paul, and then, is it Mr. Bartley? Were you?
Yes.
And then Dr. Golson, and then Mr. Gear.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm curious about whether there was any thought to families that are impacted by, say, having 2 kids enrolled at the same time, or how we could make things a little easier for them in that sort of special case.
So the federal poverty level actually accounts for household size. So the way that that's incorporated is that the actual amount, your federal poverty level is a factor of income and household size together, and that's how you figure out which percentage it's in. So fortunately, that's baked into how those FPL numbers are calculated.
Yes, please.
So that would mean it's the same if I have a junior in high school and a pre-K student as my 2 kids, compared to if I have a pre-K 3 and a pre-K 4 student. That's right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it accounts for it to a certain degree, but it's a little coarse compared to the actual cost that they'll experience during that year where they have both kids enrolled. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Bartley?
In looking at this, the options, it was my hope that there would be an option where the state paid for pre-K for the students under the blueprint. Is there an option where the state pays for everything, or are all the options requiring contributions from the parents?
So Tier 1 is fully covered. Now, all of the programs have a state and a local cost component. So everybody in Tier 1, so families who are at or below 300% of the federal poverty level, whose children attend school, a full-day pre-K program, who are 3 and 4 years old, they're eligible for the full cost. It's only where we start to get to the 301% of federal poverty level up where families start to have a portion of care. And so what this does, or the intent of this, is to make sure that families who are closer to that 300% pay less out of pocket, or in this case, less as a percentage of their income, and that slowly goes down until you get to the 600%, where families then become on the hook essentially for the full balance of the cost of care.
So families, this is really tricky. So you have middle-class families that might not be able to pay, and if they can't pay because of the cost of living, their regular household expenses, food, clothing, shelter, utilities, there could be a possibility where they couldn't enroll their children in the pre-K program, correct?
It would, depend. I don't think we could speak to a specific family circumstance. I can say that, in current numbers for this year, for context, a family at 310% federal poverty level with 2 children has an annual income of $61,132. Right, so we're still not, even at the 300% federal poverty level line, we're still talking about relatively low annual incomes, especially with cost of living in the metro area here. So to answer your question, I think it is a good question. I think that this is, in terms of the 300 to 600% range and the mechanisms of how that works, that part is fixed for us. We don't have boundaries to make any decisions with regard to beyond how that sliding scale will work, because the rest of that is all in formula mandate in the law and would require a statutory change.
My primary concern is affordability, right? So you can run all the calculations you want, but when we look at the fluctuating cost of living, the increase of cost of living, happenstance of where you choose to live, I think there's going to be people who otherwise show income levels that suggest they should be able to afford it. They may not be able to afford it, and their children are going to not have the opportunity to go to pre-K. And so that's a concern of mine.
Understood. Dr. Olson?
Thank you. First, thank you all for the presentation, and I appreciate the examples that were on slide 11. So is it possible that the child care scholarships could be used for a hardship scenario that Board Member Bartley just shared, or for a single parent who has multiple children at the pre-K 3 or 4 level where they could not necessarily afford child care for both children? Could they be used for that?
Yeah, one of the things that is important to note is that the income eligibility would still be a factor. And so it would have to be on a case-by-case basis, and there would have to be an evaluation of that individual family's income level to see if they were eligible for the child care scholarship in order to apply that. So for instance, with state-funded pre-K, even in a Head Start program, for instance, you can layer funds between federal Head Start funding and potentially child care scholarship and state-funded pre-K. You could potentially do the same in another setting where it'd be layered with the pre-K state funding and child care scholarship. But eligibility would be a factor in that scenario.
And then who determines if you could use the child care scholarship?
So the family would have to apply for a child care scholarship to the Maryland State Department of Education.
Okay.
If they were found to be eligible and the program was licensed, then they could use that child care scholarship in that program setting.
Got it. And then how could a single parent look at that scenario or scale and convert it so that they could figure out what the impact would be for them, knowing that this is a 4-family scenario?
Correct. So one of the things that we are have done and are continuing to work on is a calculator where a family could know where they fall in the federal poverty level.
Got it. Last question. And then who's going to collect the varying fees that will take place?
So that one's up to the local education agencies. So what we've, and part of the hope with option 4 of the 4 options, and Mr. Bartley speaks to your comment part as well. It reflects an approach where we're talking about making sure that what you have to pay is capped in terms of a % of your income instead of a % of cost of care, which provides more relief to families. Beyond the state and local share, so the balance of potential cost outside of that would be up to the local education agencies to collect, or the non-public but publicly funded state pre-K providers who are participating in the state pre-K program to collect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. This is fantastic. 2 questions. One, as far as those non-public or the private programs go, do we have any idea what the impact of this is going to be on them. There's 4,000 programs in the state, right? And if more students start to move into the public schools, this is going to have an impact on them. Are they part of the stakeholder group? Is there conversation there? Do we know what that, can we model that in any way?
So this is a very important question. The goal of the blueprint is to scale a mixed delivery system, which is inclusive of private providers, including Head Start programs, family child care centers, something that we call letters of compliance, so school, non-public school, school-based programs. The incentives that we need to put in place to ensure that we scale that private provider segment is something that we're continually working on. We're continually getting feedback from stakeholders on how to improve that. The ultimate goal is for us to have a 50-50 split between the school setting and private provider settings. That's something that was included in all of the blueprint implementation plans that counties, LEA submitted. And so that's something that we're going to continue to build on and build towards, providing technical assistance and support across the board to both public schools and private providers alike to ensure that we meet our goals of 50-50 split. And there are some other factors that we've identified as barriers to achieving that goal, and we're working to break down those barriers this year and into the future.
Awesome. Just the second question then, thank you, that's helpful. And appreciate the work that you're doing there in terms of engagement. One of the things my board members will learn about me is that I'm also interested in diversity of all kinds, and we continuously learn about income diversity, and we hear how important it is from Chetty and his team repeatedly, including just last week again. So I'd love to know, as you move through this, how this is going to potentially impact diversity of income inside of some of these programs and to what degree we can actually work through that. I know it's already not necessarily a thing that we can control, but if there are ways that we reduce the unintended impacts that a program or a tiered approach might have on concentrating poverty into the same pre-K programs, I would really like to urge us to not do that.
Absolutely. Part of the technical assistance that we provided earlier this year in February really spoke to that in terms of figuring out ways we can layer funds and really working on more robust ways we can help public schools and private providers figure out smart ways to layer funds. For instance, Head Start funding can be layered with public pre-K dollars, and you could have a classroom where some of the children were funded through Head Start and some were funded through public pre-K. That's an example of a layered approach. You would have to adhere to the Head Start performance standards, which are the more stringent standards and regulations from the federal government. And so you would have to adhere to that for all children, whether they were part of Head Start or not. So that's one of the things that we will have to continue to work on and help people who are unfamiliar with Head Start performance standards understand how to adapt and utilize those funds. Some LEAs have also thought of some innovative ways to ensure that each classroom has a diverse distribution by socioeconomic status, and that's something that has been thought through during centralized enrollment and placement of children in different settings. And so that's something that's continuing to be an important factor, given the peer effects in the research on in ensuring that we diversify socioeconomic status within a classroom.
I'll also add to that the department's recent application for the federal Fostering Diverse Schools program included as one of its proposed activities working with pre-K student assignment and leveraging that to intentionally create socioeconomically diverse early learning settings using cross-LEA unified enrollment systems, knowing that part of the blueprint expectations, as Dr. Cook said, were for each LEA to have and create these unified enrollment systems that span both public and non-public providers in an effort to build, at least structurally, the place where some of that effort can take place.
Dr. Getty?
My question is going back to the 7% cap of a family's income. I think a 4-year-old is rarely the only child in the family. They're either at the beginning of the family or in the middle or at the end of the family, but there are usually other children within that range of age. So is there any way to make the child care cap total child care costs to the family? If you have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn, you're paying for child care. I did that on purpose. Then there's tremendous cost to that family. And so are you saying, in addition to the child care cost, 7% cap for the 4-year-old, or is it total?
So part of the way that the cap works is the percentage of your family income that you pay is tied to your federal poverty line percentage. So 7% is the most if you're at or near that 600% threshold. And the reason that that's important to tie back to the federal poverty percentage is getting back to that question of how is this affected when you have more than one child in the household. And so because each percentage cap of income is tied back to federal poverty level, families who have more than one child or multiple children, that's actually reflected in their poverty tier, so it'll bump them up, and then they'll have a lower cap. So it'll go down to a 1 or 2% cap of their family income instead of 7%. So that way it can be both responsive to a precise measure of income, but also family size for those families who are paying for 1, 2, or 3 children in childcare.
One more question. If you had a small town community and there are 20 spots in a pre-K classroom, I'm assuming, I think I know, that the poverty children are the priority to fill that classroom. How are you going to prevent the pay customer to start taking over the spots in that classroom, because it's just an easier way to fill the classroom in terms of parent know-how and sign up and all that, as opposed to seeking out and searching for the poverty child first to fill the classroom. So that would be my concern over the long term.
I mean, so much of this ties to department's comprehensive efforts around supporting pre-K, and it's both making sure that the spaces are there in the first place and that we're scaling care of quality care and access, but also leveraging the other blueprint mechanisms around unified enrollment, around local technical assistance, around helping make sure that local education agencies are supporting families to make sure that that's there. But I think that is absolutely valid concern. And I don't know.
That is a question that was asked to each LEA in the blueprint implementation plans, where they had to figure out ways they would recruit Tier 1 students, how they would support them with enrollment. And just as a reminder, Tier 1 students also include children with disabilities, children who speak a home language other than English, and children who are experiencing homelessness. And for instance, for children experiencing homelessness, the McKinney-Vento dedicated person who's focused on that would be supporting recruitment of that particular target population. And LEAs were charged with giving examples on how they would support this tier 1 population with recruitment and enrollment into pre-K programs, both in LEA, in public school settings as well as private provider settings.
Yes, Ms. Chang.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And to Dr. Getty's question is that if some LEAs within the districts, there are certain schools or certain programs still have wait list, while the other one is under enrollment for some reason, would you be able to kind of shift these tier 1 students around, or they are strictly prohibited?
So that particular question is handled at the LEA level. So it would be different depending on the policies and procedures within each LEA and how they choose to implement that. So for instance, in some cases, some LEAs are where it makes sense, providing transportation for children so that pre-K is accessible to every family. But each LEA is approaching it differently depending on their local context.
Thank you. And my other question is that I know the program, when the parents register or enroll, that they collect all the information. But during the course of the learning, if there's any changes, would the program be able to come back and kind of re-justify the student status, or is it just fixed at the beginning of the course of learning?
That's a good question.
In terms of in terms of income eligibility, or
different status?
So income eligibility for this program is collected the same way that we do all the other state aid pieces now. So we actually have incorporated into the September 30th data collection that we do, the entry and the collection of pre-K student enrollment by both their tier and the federal poverty percentage. And it's a one-time of year snapshot. And so, this is part of the challenge then that nestles back to a challenge broadly with state aid, in that it always lags a year. Ultimately, the data on September 30th of this coming year will determine at least the student counts for funding purposes for the school year 24-25. And so pre-K is a part of that enrollment collection period and window.
Thank you.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you. I want to pick up where Dr. Getty left off, because I think I heard something, but I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. I am very compelled by this notion of us capping the 7% or working towards that in cost model 4. It makes a lot of sense to me. The second thing is, as we think about cost modeling, I hope we will move to a place of thinking not just about pre-K costs, but about childcare costs. So whether that is the cost of a childcare that is approved by the state, or pre-K in public school, or any of the above that we would consider childcare. Should I understand to say that we're going to cap all childcare costs for a family at 7%, or not just 7%, the percentage that climbs up, or is it the percentage in the model per child? So that's the first, and then I do have a quick follow-up.
Say the last word again.
It's the percentage in the model per child, but I want the actual cost piece, just to sort of answer, I think, where that cost is coming from or what it reflects. That's the cost of pre-K,
right,
as determined and stipulated specifically in the law.
Yep.
And so we don't, we can't really set what that is. So for fiscal 25, for example, it's $13,003 per student. Each student would then have be eligible for that state and local share. So it would be per student.
I'd be really interested. Oh, sorry.
Really quickly, the only other thing to add is, I kind of quickly said it towards the end of the presentation, the notice of proposed rulemaking from the Administration for Children and Families at the federal level is moving towards capping at 7% in the child care space. If that regulation passes, then the 7% in the pre-K setting would align to the 7% in the child care setting as a cap, which is why we mentioned it in terms of the continuity of the policy. But that's still working its way through.
I'd be really interested to see some modeling on looking at cost for families with multiple children, as we've raised. You have a 2-year-old, you have a 4-year-old. We look at something where on that second child, I'll throw something out, not to be as an option, but like we'd be at 50% the contribution or something like that to model out what the additional cost would be. I think option 4 is very, it moves us in the right direction of thinking about impact on family as opposed to share of cost. I think that's a dimension that we could really lean into. Thank you.
I think this has been a great presentation. I think coming back, one of the issues again is that multiple child issue to be able to do that. I think it'd be also helpful to have that information when you start to do the stakeholder outreach to families so people can understand. And some of this we can fix, some of it's in the law we can't fix, but I think just being very clear up front on what's in and what's out so people will know. Dr. Getty.
Just a last second comment. Can we just sort of make a suggestion that the LEAs not put the money collection on the teacher? The teachers don't need additional responsibility, and I think that is a really poor idea to add that to their role.
Well, I think they'll take a look at that because it may have different implications in larger systems that can do things, and in the small ones, that's maybe where they are. But I think again, let's see what the LEAs do. I would just suggest on that. And then if there's a problem, we deal with it. Anything more? Outstanding presentation, great questions from the board. Thank you much. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay. Bringing it back to my agenda. Thank you much. Very nicely done. We're going to go ahead and take our break now. We'll be back in our seats at 1:15. We have the CCR update, and we have joining us from the AIB will be a number of their members. I think one will be in person and 2 or 3 will be virtual. So when they come in, as we did last time, we'll allow our guests to have the first round of questions, and then we'll have questions as well. Okay, very good. So we reconvene at 1:15 in our seats and ready to go.
soon as you get ready, Mr. Crawford.
Very good.
Are you ready, Mr. Crawford?
We're going to start now. First thing I want to do is welcome members of the Leggett and Vice Chair Furman and other members of the AIB. Welcome. Glad you're able to join us. Chair Leggett, with your permission, what I would like to do is give the AIB members an opportunity to ask questions and comments initially. Then we'll come to the state board to make sure that we're able to conclude everything. I would just ask the state board and the AIB, if possible, to limit their comments or questions to 2 so that we get through it. And if there's more time remaining, then we'll do. This is, again, an interim briefing. Always great to have you guys. We need to catch up again in person. And also want to introduce, thank again Dr. Getty, who served as Vice President, and now have Dr. Joshua Michael is our new Vice President. So he's starting right now. And again, so we're very, very excited about having you and the AIB here, and Justin is here with us right now, Justin Robinson, in person.
Chairman Crawford, could I make a brief announcement here? Because
absolutely, yes, sir.
I think we have 4 of the AIB members participated in today's briefing, which constitutes a majority of the AIB. Therefore, for legality and other purposes, we have to announce that this is an open meeting. And to make this clear, this portion should be a joint meeting just for the sake of the legal purposes that we have. And our portion of it will conclude at the end of the briefing. But according to information that I received this morning, because there's a majority, this is the way we'd have to participate in today's meeting. I hope that's okay, but it was something that came to me late, and I have to make that announcement. Thank you.
Absolutely. That sounds reasonable. So again, I thank you much for this. Dr. Lawson, when you are ready, you can have the presenters. And again, we want to allow them, if we can, to go through, since we have so many people have an opportunity. I'd like for them, if possible, to go through. And if you can hold your comments and questions to the end, to the extent that you can, that would be great. So we make sure we get through. Okay.
Thank you, President Crawford. At this time, Mr. Duque is here to present the information to us.
Okay. Good afternoon. So I'm going to provide some background on the College and Career Readiness Study before we turn it over to our partners at AIR. So the blueprint calls for a clear definition of a college and career readiness standard, and actually requires MSDE to commission a study with an outside entity. So we started with an exploratory study where we partnered with the Maryland Assessment Research Center at the University of Maryland to do a short-term study into the relationship between student outcomes in high school and success in post-secondary coursework. The long-term study is we contracted with the American Institutes for Research, or AIR, to expand on that study in terms of the predictive validity of the current interim CCR standard, as well as other possibilities for a standard, and to perform a qualitative study around the content and standards alignment between K-12 and post-secondary, as well as some other pieces which I'll get into in a minute. So the current CCR interim standard was set in February of 2022 by the board, and it's based on students passing English in high school, specifically the English 10 MCAP exam, And they also need to get a proficiency score on a math high school test. It's mostly Algebra 1, but there are also options for Algebra 2 test, geometry, and there's an SAT option that's aligned with our assessment. To give you some of the context statutorily around the CCR, so while this study is ongoing, all current agreements and the interim standard are in effect, used for funding calculations, used for course placement, and so on. Now, as I mentioned earlier, 2 parts to this study, a quantitative and a qualitative part. So the quantitative, again, looks at the interim standard, which was set last year, and how valid it is, how accurate in predicting student outcomes. And then the content and standards alignment study has a few parts. So in addition to looking at the content between K-12 and post-secondary and training, it also looks at some top-performing educational systems both in the US and around the world, and includes focus group data from higher ed as well as K-12 and workforce segments on their notions and perspectives around college and career readiness. So high-level timeline, this started back in May when we released an RFP for this study, and firms had until July, so almost 2 months to submit proposals. There was an evaluation committee formed of MSDE staff as well as LEA staff that evaluated each proposal and met with each offerer to discuss the proposals. AIR was chosen, and then in November the contract was approved by the Board of Public Works. So that allowed us to have a kickoff meeting in December with AIR, and they've been working on these studies ever since. So you may remember in May at this board meeting, we released the predictive validity study interim report, and today we're providing the interim report on the content and standards alignment study. And then note, in short time, so on or before September 1st, the final report from ARR will be submitted to the Governor, General Assembly, as well as AIB and MSDE. So to give you a reminder, and to maybe some of the new members, for the predictive validity study that was presented in May, the 2 high-level findings that AIR found was that in addition to using the ELA and math tests as for identifying students for the CCR standard, the addition of high school GPA as an option to meet the CCR standard would not only increase the percentage of students by the end of grade 10 that would be identified as college and career readiness from 40% to 64%, but it also increased the accuracy of that standard. So in terms of the percentage of students that are correctly classified as either college ready or not college ready, from about 65% to 75%. And then lastly, I would just note the stakeholder engagement we've been involved in so far. So there are really 3 phases. Prior to the start of the study, both MSD and AIR engaged various stakeholders in higher ed, as well as including community colleges and different associations in higher ed. And then during the study, as I mentioned, there were focus groups with higher ed, K-12, and the workforce to get their input on these perceptions of college and career readiness. And then starting with the release of the last report and continuing through the release of the final report, we've been holding listening sessions to get stakeholder feedback. We've already had 1 with K-12, and we had 2 with higher ed last week, and we have more scheduled going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to AIR to present the interim report on the content and standards alignment analysis.
Great, thank you. So I'm Jordan Rickles. I'm the project director for the empirical study, and I'm going to just quickly set the stage for the presentation before turning it over to the people who really led the pieces of the study that we're going to focus on today, and that'd be Jessica Mason, Lauren Ramsey, and Tori Sirks, who will speak about the different aspects of the content and standards alignment analysis. If you want to go to the next slide. Here's an overview of what we plan to cover today. will first provide a general overview of the content and standards alignment analysis. Then we'll go into more detail about each of the different parts of the analysis. In terms of the alignment piece, that work is still ongoing, but we will provide some preliminary findings for English and math. And we might rush through some of the details as we go through things. That's to just make sure we have enough time for all of your questions and leave enough time for discussion. So feel free to ask questions if we're not hitting on the details you're looking for. Just to quickly put all the pieces into context, we have the full study really has these two main components: the predictive, the predictive validity analysis, which was the focus of that first interim report that we presented back in May. And then we have the term report and today's presentation. And we're currently working to finalize all the analyses and put everything together into a final report, which we expect to be released again in August or very early in September. And throughout this study, we do hold weekly meetings with MSDE to provide updates on our progress and discuss any important decisions. And now I'll turn it over to Lauren to provide an overview of content and standards alignment analysis.
Good afternoon, everybody. Next slide, please. Our approach for the content and standards alignment, we designed the analysis with three objectives in mind. The first objective was to focus on academic content standards, assessing their alignment with the post-secondary content expectations through looking at entry-level credit-bearing English, math, and science courses, developmental English and math courses, and certificate-granting workforce training programs. Our second objective was to focus on top-performing educational systems and how they align with Maryland's expectations. And our third objective was to identify potential areas of bias within college and career readiness assessments. Next slide, please. Thank you. To address the study objectives, we undertook 4 data collection and analysis activities. The first activity was to capture an inventory of relevant course requirements at each Maryland community college, followed by a programmatic survey administered to college faculty and administrators to collect syllabi for the identified courses, as well as perceptions of college readiness. The second activity was to collect stakeholder feedback via focus groups with Maryland post-secondary faculty, workforce representatives, and K-12 leaders. This provided context to the information collected through the programmatic survey, as well as perceptions about potential sources of bias in assessments. Next slide. The third activity was to conduct an alignment analysis to identify areas of alignment and misalignment between Maryland CCR standards and post-secondary content and expectations. The fourth activity was to conduct a landscape analysis and literature review to explore top-performing education systems and their approach to college and career readiness. Next slide. The high-level insights on this slide are to provide an overview. All of this will be covered in more detail in subsequent slides. First, consider non-academic indicators of college and career readiness alongside the provision of supports that develop these non-academic skills. Preliminary analyses suggest that high school academic content is aligned with college and career needs, but that many students are not ready at college or workforce entry. Post-secondary stakeholders consistently emphasize the importance of critical thinking, self-direction, social emotional skills, as well as work-based learning and internships to support workforce readiness. Providing supports to students to develop these skills is important, particularly with regard to mental health, disability, and social emotional issues. Second insight was utilize multiple measures to assess college and career readiness more equitably. Data from focus groups and from the literature review on bias and assessments point to the importance of using multiple measures to assess college and career readiness. Post-secondary stakeholders reflected on the varied levels of preparation and educational opportunity that students have, in addition to noting that even though students may meet content standards, they're not always ready for post-secondary coursework. Third, provide consistent, rigorous college preparatory curriculum and counseling early in students' educational journeys. While the exact definitions of CCR vary somewhat across the states we examined, Colorado, Connecticut, and Massachusetts all provide rigorous college prep curriculum and notably counseling and easily accessible CCR planning to students and their families beginning prior to 10th grade. high-performing education systems in other countries offer strong, high-quality secondary or upper secondary pathways that offer academic and technical training. And these programs are closely linked to post-secondary opportunities and career pathways, leading to high-earning jobs. The programs also are overseen, regulated, and evaluated by a high-level central or national body to ensure quality. Furthermore, post-secondary readiness in top-performing countries is defined not only by academic content, but also mastery of important life skills. Next slide, please. So I'll spend some time reviewing our engagement activities. Given that the community colleges provided such a large share of the entry-level and developmental courses to Maryland students, we focused on community colleges to capture a representative picture of entry-level and developmental courses in the state. The course inventory covered information from Maryland community colleges. The programmatic survey captured information from respondents from the community colleges. Focus groups included community colleges, four-year institutions, workforce, and K-12 stakeholders, and we did also get feedback from USM provosts via attending a meeting and sending a feedback form. Next slide, please. Next, we'll discuss the course inventory and the programmatic survey. Next slide, please. There we go. First, we identified first-year credit-bearing English, math, and science courses and developmental courses at each community college using information that was publicly available on college websites. This search provided initial assessments into key themes and course descriptions. Common information collected included course descriptions, AccuPlacer score requirements, and prereqs and co-reqs. In total, the course inventory contained 241 courses across the 16 community colleges. Criteria for inclusion in the course inventory were for developmental ELA, non-credit bearing ELA courses that served as prerequisites for 100-level ELA courses. For ELA, the focus was on 100-level ELA courses that had no other 100-level ELA courses as prereqs. For developmental math, non-credit bearing math courses that served as prereqs for 100-level math courses. And for math, the focus was 100-level math courses that had no other 100-level math courses as prerequisites. For science, 100-level biology and physical science courses grounded in the definition of the required science courses for general education, classes designed for general education students with non-biology majors, and or classes with no other science prerequisites. Next slide, please. Given that the community colleges provide this large share, the focus is on community colleges to capture the courses. For the course inventory, it's publicly available information. For the programmatic survey participation, we worked with the Maryland Higher Education Commission to distribute the survey invitation to the presidents of all 16 community colleges, who then shared the survey with the appropriate stakeholders at their institutions. We received responses from 11 community colleges. Responses were provided most often by faculty, that was 43%, followed by administrators at 32%, and then department chairs at 24%. Next slide, please. Preliminary results of the review of content of community college syllabi identify the primary content emphases for each content area and course type. Broadly, our preliminary insights suggest that the content emphasis in ELA leans heavily toward writing skills. The content emphasis in math is primarily algebra, and the content emphasis in science is focused on scientific method and communication, all of which is consistent with preliminary focus group insights. These content emphases appear in the Maryland K-12 content standards, but do not encompass all of the content standards. For example, ELA standards include reading skills. However, first-year entry-level and developmental English courses emphasize writing more than they do reading. Next slide, please. Through the programmatic survey, we captured perspectives about college readiness from the stakeholders at Maryland community colleges. This chart provides a snapshot of the perceptions of respondents related to student readiness for English organized by categories within the Maryland CCR ELA standards. Broadly, post-secondary stakeholder responses suggest that ELA readiness is stronger for the English language component of the ELA standards than it is for other components. So English language is the dark green bars. When asked about the proportion of students at entry who are college ready in ELA, more than half of respondents, so that's 53%, reported that 81% or more of the students were college ready in English language. Fewer respondents reported that students were college ready for speaking and listening, so that's the light green bars. Only 30% of the respondents reported that 81% or more of their students were college ready in English language. Perceptions of readiness for reading, literature, and writing, those are different blue bars, were mixed. Next slide, please. In terms of perceptions for math readiness, this chart provides a snapshot regarding the perceptions of algebra, pre-calculus, and scientific thought readiness. Overall, post-secondary stakeholders' perceptions indicate that their students are less college ready in math than we saw in the ELA slide. Most respondents reported that overall their students were not college ready in math and science. Only 18% of respondents said that 81% or more of their students were college ready in algebra, and just 8% of respondents thought that 81% or more of their students were college ready in pre-calculus and scientific thought. Next, we'll focus on the focus groups. Next slide. And to supplement and provide nuance to the information collected through the course inventory, we engaged key stakeholders from post-secondary education. Additionally, we included stakeholders from workforce and K-12 education. We conducted 8 focus groups with a total of 41 participants. To recruit participants for the post-secondary focus groups, we worked with MHEC to share information about the focus groups, solicit feedback on the approach, and distribute invitations for participation. A key consideration was ensuring that all institution types were included in the recruitment, including community colleges and 4-year public and 4-year state-aided independent institutions. This table lists the focus groups, the number of participants, and who we collaborated with for outreach. Although the study's primary focus was on understanding post-secondary content and expectations, AIR also invited workforce and K-12 stakeholders to participate in virtual focus groups to complement the insights gathered from the post-secondary stakeholders and provide additional context. To recruit workforce stakeholders, we worked in partnership with the leadership of MSDE's Office of Career and College Pathways to recruit participants. Our outreach targeted those in roles that were most connected with hiring and interfacing with incoming employees, for example, hiring managers in both trade and non-trade fields. And to recruit participants for the K-12 focus group, we worked with the Maryland K-12 Content Collaboratives to distribute a request for participation to teachers, instructional leaders, and other K-12 staff across content areas. Next slide, please. Taking a closer look at the post-secondary focus group participation, community colleges had the greatest representation in the post-secondary focus groups with 16 participants. This was followed by public 4-year institutions with 11 participants. Next slide, please. The focus group protocol included questions about course readiness and course design. And for those who had expressed an interest in participating in a focus group but were not chosen to participate, we provided an online survey to capture their perspectives. On average, focus groups lasted 60 minutes, and we audio recorded all focus groups for later verbatim transcription. And to identify key themes, emerging insights related to guiding research questions, we conducted a thematic analysis. Next slide, please. I'll now review our focus group findings. First, one important theme was that many students do not appear college ready in reading, writing, pre-calculus, and scientific thought. Being ill-equipped in these areas sets them back for when they start college. Next slide, please. Post-secondary focus group participants noted the importance of broader non-academic skills such as self-direction, time management, and critical thinking. Social-emotional learning was repeatedly elevated as necessary for college success. This theme was also reflected in the workforce conversations, with non-academic skills being seen as crucial at work. It was also noted by workforce participants that these skills are developed through work experiences. Next slide, please. Stakeholders also highlighted a need for wraparound services, especially to support non-academic college and career readiness factors such as self-direction and critical thinking, which can be a source of inequity in students despite their placement into courses. They also pointed to the importance of understanding other factors that affect student success in placement tests and entry-level and developmental courses, like balancing family and work responsibilities or managing disabilities. Stakeholders noted that these issues became more pronounced during the COVID-19 pandemic and questioned the reliability of placement tests during that period. Next slide, please. Focus group participants indicated that individual measures used in placement do not always capture the breadth necessary to understand readiness and pointed to the importance of using multiple measures to assess college and career readiness. Post-secondary stakeholders reflected on the varied levels of preparation and educational opportunities their students have, in addition to noting that even though students may meet content standards, they are not always ready for post-secondary coursework. We'll now move on to our review of the landscape scan. I'll hand off to Jessica.
Thanks, Lauren. You can advance to the next slide, please. So to identify the knowledge and skills that top performing education systems consider necessary for students to be college and career ready, we conducted a landscape scan and analysis of top performing education systems, both national and international. So I'll start with a brief overview of the approach we took to identify the systems that we studied in depth for this work. For US states, we first used a set of metrics to narrow down a choice set. So we looked at ACT and SAT CCR benchmarks that are scores on both assessments that have been shown to signal whether students will be successful in entry-level college courses. We also looked at NAEP scores, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, in 8th grade reading and math, which is the highest grade for which all states participate. And finally, to complement these two, we looked at post-secondary degree attainment by state. And these helped us to identify a choice set of top performing states. And then in collaboration with MSDE, we identified Colorado, Connecticut, and Massachusetts for deeper analysis. For the top performing countries, the factors we considered to narrow down a choice set included scores on international assessments, including TIMSS and PISA. So countries that scored above the midpoint score on TIMSS and above the OECD average on PISA. We also looked at factors like ethnic diversity, equity in educational outcomes, and potential comparability with the US. And then again, in collaboration with MSDE, we identified Estonia, Germany, Japan, and Singapore to study in further depth. Next slide, please. I'll start with some takeaways from our research on top performing US states. We found that definitions of CCR vary across these states, and we have some examples of this variation on the slide. So for example, both Maryland and Massachusetts specify that students who are college and career ready will be able to enroll in credit-bearing classes. And the two states also focus on skills required to be successful in college or career. Massachusetts breaks these skills down by subject, English and math. Connecticut quantifies requirements with specific testing parameters. And Colorado's definition refers to state standards and requirements and also includes that a student should not need remediation in college. Next slide, please. Another key commonality that we observed between the three focal states is that they provide formal CCR counseling to students via an easily accessible CCR plan prior to or starting in grade 9. We have a few examples on the slide, including the Individual Career and Academic Plan, or ICAP, in Colorado. That's a multi-year process that guides students and families through career and post-secondary planning. There's also a tool called My Colorado Journey that's provided to districts free of cost if they so wish, that helps connect students and job seekers to planning and support resources. Similarly, in Massachusetts, there is MyCap, which is another multi-year process where students, families, and school teachers and staff design a plan for post-secondary education, and it can also serve as an online portfolio of student progress and work. Next slide, please. Before we look at takeaways from the top performing countries, I just want to start by noting that drawing comparisons between Maryland, or any US state for that matter, with other countries' education systems is difficult given fundamental differences between these countries and the US. So things like country size and population, laws and policies, structures of the education system, cultural and social norms, and something kind of basic that we realize is the lack of defining or operationalizing college and career readiness as a concept. So while there are some commonalities between these countries that we'll talk about that are useful and we may be able to learn from, we ultimately agree with previous researchers that comparisons with other US states may be more useful and potentially more feasible to implement when it comes to thinking about best practices in education. Next slide, please. So moving on to some takeaways from our scan of the top performing countries. So first, we see that vocational or technical tracks are usually among several options for upper secondary school leading to a post-secondary career. with specific sets of requirements for completing each secondary track so that it feeds directly into the corresponding career pathway. Next, technical or vocational programs in the countries we looked at are effective for preparing students for the workforce. Graduates from such programs are generally able to find success in their fields and earn high incomes. And although the 4 focal countries have national curricula with some local control or autonomy, or sometimes variations depending on what kind of pathway, there is in each case a national or centralized body that oversees the quality of both academic and technical programs. Finally, for these countries, post-secondary readiness consists of both academic and non-academic skills. So while they don't use the term college and career readiness in the same way that we do, their educational systems do effectively prepare most students for academic or technical career pathways. In these countries, to successfully complete secondary school, students must master academic and, quote, life skills. So to move on and succeed in post-secondary programs, they have to master competencies related to character, values, critical thinking, success in a global economy, and collaboration. So those are the findings from our scan of top performing education systems. And now we'll move on to talk a little bit about our work on looking at sources of bias in assessment. So if you advance to the next slide, please, I'll share a little bit of how we did this. So our main activity to identify potential sources of bias in assessments was a lit review of existing research literature on assessments that are commonly used to determine CCR, so things like AccuPlacer or PARCC, potential sources of bias in these types of assessments and on standardized assessments in general, and studies that specifically tested commonly used CCR assessments for bias. We primarily reviewed academic journal sources. We prioritized sources that were published within the last 5 years, were from peer-reviewed journals, or from independent third-party organizations. We actually found that much of the available literature is related to the types of assessments that are used and sources of bias in assessments in general, rather than specific studies about bias in individual assessments. So we also added to our search, looking at literature on potential sources of bias that come from inequities in preparation for assessments. In addition to this lit review, we also included questions about potential sources of bias in assessments in the post-secondary focus group protocol. And so on this slide, we'll talk a little bit about some of the takeaways. So we have 2 main takeaways to share. The first is that standardized assessments are frequently subject to cultural bias. This is well documented in the research and mostly attributed to language used in the test, which tends to be normed to background knowledge that's most often held by white middle-class students. Studies also raise equity concerns about the reliance on college admissions tests like SAT or ACT to determine college and career readiness. In addition, we found that there are substantial inequities in opportunities to prepare for CCR assessments. And this was highlighted especially through our engagement with post-secondary stakeholders who noted the opportunity gap for students in less resourced districts, recognizing that those students may not receive advice about college preparation and pathways that is consistent with the advice students in more resourced districts may receive. And these reflections from our post-secondary stakeholders are consistent with the existing research on inequities in preparation for CCR assessments. If you advance to the next slide, I will now hand it over to Tori to talk about preliminary findings from the alignment review.
Great, thanks, Jessica. So we've talked a little bit about the stakeholder perceptions on post-secondary readiness. And to summarize briefly, I think what we heard was that stakeholders felt those content expectations aligned, but there might have been some different emphases within the content and a greater focus on those non-academic skills in post-secondary. So this part of the study was really a deeper dive into the content alignment by content expert teams. There are 2 kind of pieces of context, though, that I want to highlight before we get into a discussion around the process and some of the preliminary findings. First, this study only looked at content expectations. So whether what students are expected to know and be able to do as outlined in the Maryland CCR standards, aligned to those post-secondary readiness expectations. So again, what the students are expected to know and be able to do. So it didn't look at the extent to which students are meeting those expectations, but looked at the content alignment, because standards, as you know, are just one component piece of readiness. The second piece is that the high school standards and the post-secondary standards or expectations aren't apples to apples. It's more apples to oranges. The academic standards are specific, detailed, scaffolded across learning progressions and grades, and used by all schools in Maryland. So it's really articulated, well-defined. There is no corollary in post-secondary that really guide curriculum and instruction across colleges that are articulated and agreed to and written down. So underlying the process, and you'll see as I go through some of the subsequent slides, was this need to first identify what are those common expectations across colleges. And we did that using what we call conceptual frameworks. And so again, I'll talk about that a little bit as we get into it. But I think those are two important pieces to keep in mind as we talk through the alignment process. Next slide, please. To conduct the alignment review, we used 4 overall steps. First, we compiled all of the review materials, which is deceptively small on that slide. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Developed an index to try to quantify alignment, did the actual alignment review, conducted those sessions, and then analyzed the results. When we talk about compiling the review materials, what we did is collect information that we received through the course inventory, the programmatic survey, the stakeholder input, so the focus group input that we received, to really develop a suite of materials that were used by the content teams to ground the review. These materials included the standards themselves, those conceptual frameworks for post-secondary, which are really kind of a summary of what those expectations are across colleges and across courses, along with the full course syllabi that were provided, course descriptions, course objectives, and some initial analysis that we did by one of our research teams. The qualitative index is really trying to summarize succinctly the degree to which we saw alignment of, again, the content standards with the post-secondary expectations. And we looked at 2 dimensions, content and rigor, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in subsequent slides as well. Then we coded the standards. So we had content expert teams review the materials that we collected, code the standards using the alignment index. They did this for ELA and math in small groups so they could discuss and ask questions and do some real-time calibration. So they had the benefit of peer discussion as they did that as well. And then we pulled together the analysis of those findings, which also included a narrative justification. So what we also asked reviewers to do is to provide a short rationale for why they thought, or why they selected the degree of alignment that they did. We'll be creating, for the final report, more visual representations through content maps to kind of show the levels of alignment. But within that analysis, we did include those justifications so we could pull out some themes for why across a set of standards reviewers were or were not seeing alignment. All right, we can go to the next slide. All right, so I want to talk a little bit more about those review materials. And as we talk through a couple of more specifically some of these slides, I want to point out we did not have an expectation that all course content would that we were collecting on the post-secondary side would align to all of the high school standards. In fact, our underlying assumption was that they would not be fully aligned, just given the breadth and depth of the high school standards and the specific focus areas that those post-secondary courses are grounded in. But we wanted to start with kind of making a decision around which content standards would actually be included in the analysis. For English language arts, given the blueprint sets the expectation that students are college and career ready by the end of grade 10, we looked at the grade 9-10 grade band standards for ELA and literacy standards. We also looked at the disciplinary literacy standards for science and technical subjects, given part of the alignment review was for first-year credit-bearing science and certificate granting training programs. For math, The blueprint outlines a number of potential math pathways for students to meet the standard by grade 10, all of which included Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or geometry. So we really focused the math standards on those three, and also then included statistics. Since in our review, the number of students who enrolled in a first-year credit-bearing stats course was substantial, so we wanted to take a look at that as well. We also looked at the mathematical practices to inform our review of the certificate granting training programs alignment. And then for science, we looked at two disciplinary core ideas that are found in the next generation science standards that Maryland adopted, one for life science, one for physical science. As Lauren mentioned earlier, given the requirement for the general ed science requirement post-secondary, really focusing on biological and physical science, we felt that those were most tightly connected. And then we also looked at science and engineering practices as part of the certificate granting training programs. You can go to the next slide. The next step then was to identify which post-secondary courses to include in the analysis, and then use those to develop the conceptual frameworks. And again, those frameworks are really a summary of what the content expectations are across common courses across colleges. As Lauren shared earlier, the course inventory that we did was a key mechanism in collecting information about courses. There were 241 courses that met some initial criteria that were developmental English or math, first year credit bearing English, math, or science. And of those, we received about 144 unique course syllabi. So again, it was a lot of information that we were trying to distill down into something that could be used for the alignment. For ELA, of note, since again, the general ed requirements for public institutions specifies English composition as meeting the English requirement, we really prioritize the English composition courses. Colleges offer other 100 level courses, whether that's that might be related around children's literature, mythology, or other things that kind of fall into English, but we really focused the analysis and the framework development on those English composition courses, given the focus that I mentioned. For math, we really prioritized the courses that provided foundational knowledge of key concepts, for general ed students that were non-math majors. I think, again, as Lauren mentioned earlier, but there were some content areas around the fundamentals, pre-algebra, things that came up across those courses, and that we prioritized those courses for the alignment. And then, as I mentioned, for science, given the general ed requirement for biological and physical science, we focused on those 100 level courses as well. Their certificate granting training programs are a little different. There are even more of those than there are the courses that I mentioned for ELA and math. So we took a look across some of the top certificate programs that were identified by the Maryland Association of Community Colleges Workforce Training Dashboard, and took a look at those to try to see and identify what those expectations were. Next slide, please. So once we had the courses identified, we then developed those conceptual frameworks, again, to serve as a summary of the common course requirements or course expectations. And while the framework served as a helpful tool to identify those common areas, we also used some other materials that I mentioned earlier that provided a more detailed look into course content. So content teams had access to the framework, but also the full course syllabi, course descriptions, files that pulled out all of the learning objectives so that they could easily search and find information as they needed. And we also did an initial analysis where our research team coded by standard all of the course content that was collected. So it was kind of a resource that content teams could go back to if they were wanting to double check or look to see where our research team saw connections. Next slide, please. So all of those materials were really used to ground the alignment process. And what this slide shows is just a very high level process that we use to determine alignment. So we took all of those materials, where the content teams took all of those materials, really looked at the CCR content standards, looked through the course materials for that identified course, used the index to determine a rating, again, both content and rigor, had conversations with each other about their approach and questions they had. And I think one thing that we learned was there's a lot of implicit alignment, so kind of checking for understanding. And then they wrote that rationale for their ratings. And then what our research team did was review and aggregate those to pull out themes, to make some determinations around preliminary findings, and then to write up the analysis of those findings. All right, next slide. As I mentioned before, there were really two dimensions we wanted to look at for the alignment. The first was content. So really trying to look at the extent to which the content includes clear, or the course content at the post-secondary level included clear and sufficient language to suggest that the content course or the courses cover the same content as the high school standard. And we also wanted to look at rigor, the extent to which the post-secondary course content described either a lower, similar, or higher level of cognitive expectations than the high school standard. I will say that rigor was more challenging for reviewers to look at, just given the reliance on documents. So this alignment review was really conducted based on, again, course syllabi that were provided, course objectives, course descriptions. And there were a lot of differences between the amount of detail provided in those course syllabi than there are in the Maryland CCR content standards. So rigor was a little challenging at times. I think that's when it was really helpful to have those teams talking to each other, to be able to ask questions and, again, calibrate a little bit. But we did want them to, with their best judgment and based on the language of the course objectives and other materials, try to make it a determination around rigor. Okay, next slide. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the ELA and math preliminary findings. And you can go to the next slide. Before we do that, want to talk a little bit about interpretation of the findings. There are three kind of general categories that alignment findings could fall into, which can provide some overall context to the findings. First, we have that center category, that the high school standards either align or partially align to the post-secondary course content and rigor. When we talk about align or partially align, I want to describe that a little bit. When standards were coded as aligned for content, that typically meant there were clear shared language or expectations within the course objectives of the college syllabi to the high school standards. So for example, the high school writing standards talk about being able to develop and strengthen writing as needed by planning, revising, editing, rewriting content. Reviewers saw a lot of explicit language within the course content of the English composition course, for example, that it was an explicit emphasis on rhetorical knowledge. So another part of that writing standard I should mention was about writing for different purposes and audiences. So we saw that a lot, as well as the writing and revision process. So that standard, for example, would be well aligned or aligned. When we talk about partially, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little feedback. Partially aligned, what that looks like is that the content that we saw was either an applied relationship between the high school standard or the college standard, or it was partially. Sometimes the high school standards are very detailed and very long, and so reviewers might have seen aspects of that standard reflected within the post-secondary content. And so, for example, there's one ELA standard that's focusing on using technology, including the internet, to produce and publish writing materials. Our reviewers found minimal mentions explicitly of technology use, but it was implied a lot when we were looking at the learning objectives and looking at the syllabi. So that is an example of maybe partially aligned. So we have that middle section of standards that align or partially align to the content. When you look at on the slide, the two on the outside of that middle, I want to talk a little bit about that. Those are the categories where you could kind of describe either as misalignment or non-alignment. Either post-secondary content not covered in the high school standards, or high school standards not covered in post-secondary course content. But there's nuance within those, because there's both expected and unexpected misalignments. And I'm going to walk through an example of this on the next slide to give you a little bit of an idea of what I mean by that. So you can go to the next slide. So for example, when we're talking about high school standards that aren't covered in the post-secondary course content, there are a group of standards within the ELA CCR standards that are focused on reading literature. Given the focus of the first-year credit-bearing courses on English composition, and the really specific focus and deep focus on writing and rhetorical knowledge and writing conventions and the writing process. It's not surprising, or we shouldn't be surprised, that the literature standards, which really talk about engaging and understanding, working within pieces of literature, aren't reflected. So that's an example of where there is maybe non-alignment or misalignment, but it's expected. All to say, non-alignment is not automatically a negative finding. There's a lot of context within what the courses are looking for and then what the standards include. Similarly, we in the first year credit-bearing courses, we'd expect there to be content at the post-secondary level that isn't reflected in the high school standards, because those courses, of course, are not intended to be a redo of high school courses, but really trying to build off of what students have learned throughout high school. So there are reasons why, if there was misalignment, it was expected, again, due to course content and course focus. Okay, so given that, let's take a look at some high-level takeaways from the preliminary findings for ELA and math. So for ELA, for the content that we would expect to be aligned, as I mentioned, what our content teams found was that the Maryland CCR ELA standards identified for students to meet at the end of 10th grade align to those content expectations of post-secondary courses. And this is true for both developmental English and first-year credit-bearing English. In particular, given the focus of the post-secondary course content, the writing and language strands of the ELA standards had the highest level of alignment, followed by reading informational text. And again, given the content focus on writing conventions, the writing process, conducting academic research on the post-secondary side, that makes sense. The rigor in terms of rigor, there's a little bit of a difference. So for developmental courses, what we saw is that the rigor was most often at similar or lower expectations and found within the grade 9-10 standards. Again, this isn't necessarily surprising given the focus of developmental coursework on building those basic skills, refreshing those basic skills like vocabulary and writing conventions. And then what we saw in terms of the first year credit-bearing English courses was that rigor was most often at a similar or higher expectations. So again, not surprising given what I shared earlier, that the first year credit-bearing course is really not a redo, it's really building off of what students have learned in high school. If you go to the second or the next slide. When we looked at math, very similar. For the content we would expect to be aligned, the areas of focus of the post-secondary courses around algebra and functions and numbers. The Maryland CCR math standards identified for students to meet at the end of 10th grade aligned to those content expectations for those courses. Again, algebra and functions, similar to writing and language, were two areas or clusters within the high school math standards that we saw the most alignment with, based on the college course content. And what we also noticed was that few, if any, introductory and developmental math courses really included explicit expectations for geometry. I think there were maybe one or two syllabi that I remember seeing that had that, but overall, geometry was not a focus for non-math majors. And so we didn't really see a lot of alignment there. Again, somewhat expected given that's usually a track for students that are going to be math or science majors. So more detailed alignment findings will be included in the final report, along with the findings from science and the certificate granting programs. But overall, the preliminary analysis of the findings show that those expectations for what students should know and be able to do by the end of 10th grade are aligned to those post-secondary content expectations. So I will turn it back over, I think, to Jessica to talk a little bit more about, kind of summarize everything we've learned from these different components of the study.
Thanks, Tori. I can advance to the next slide, please. So I will just go through a few limitations and considerations that I think we've mentioned most of these throughout, but just as Tori said, a quick summary and to provide some context for interpreting our main takeaways. So with regard to post-secondary stakeholder engagement, the course inventory and programmatic survey, which provided the bulk of the data that informed the alignment review, are limited to community colleges. This is an appropriate starting point for this research, given the focus on entry-level and developmental courses. Future studies may consider other, including course requirements at other institution types. In addition, the content and standards alignment analysis, so this whole qualitative portion of the study, was intended to focus primarily on post-secondary perspectives about college and career readiness expectations. We were able to complement post-secondary engagement with some engagement from workforce and K-12 stakeholders. But again, in the future, studies may want to consider deeper engagement with those groups. Next slide, please. Thinking about the landscape scan, we highlighted this earlier. I'll just recap that the challenge of comparing US systems to international systems, it's just that there are fundamental differences between these countries and the US, meaning while there are some useful takeaways we can learn from, the feasibility of implementing these kinds of policies may be limited. And related to the literature review on bias and assessments, we just note that the empirical research is limited, especially when we're thinking about specific individual exams. Next slide, please. Tori also shared some limitations from the alignment review. First, the reliance on syllabi that we received via the programmatic survey. The specificity and depth of information in these syllabi varied. We imagine this is likely a product of the fact that expectations, courses, and content vary across the community college system, as does the content structure and level of detail in the syllabi. So this meant that sometimes the reviewers were determining alignment based on some implicit expectations. In addition, the alignment analysis does not include an analysis of the quality of instruction, either at the high school or post-secondary levels, excuse me, or the availability and quality of student supports and resources, all of which impact the degree to which students are able to meet content expectations. Next slide, please. So with those kind of considerations in mind, I'll summarize some of the cross-cutting key takeaways from our work. So first, we find that multiple measures may help assess college and career readiness more equitably. Data from focus groups and from the literature review on bias and assessments point to the importance of using multiple measures to assess college and career readiness. And post-secondary stakeholders reflected on the varied levels of preparation and educational opportunities that their students have, noting that even though students may meet content standards, they're not always ready for post-secondary coursework. Next slide, please. The second key takeaway is that non-academic indicators of college and career readiness, along with supports that develop those skills, are important. So our preliminary analyses suggest that high school academic content is aligned with college and career needs, but many students aren't ready at college or workforce entry. Post-secondary stakeholders consistently emphasize the importance of critical thinking, self-direction, and social-emotional skills, as well as work-based learning and internships to support workforce readiness. And providing supports to students to develop these skills is important, especially regarding mental health, disability, and social-emotional issues. Next slide, please. In addition, research on other top-performing education systems suggests that providing consistent, rigorous college preparatory curriculum and counseling early in students' educational journeys may increase college and career readiness. So though the exact definitions of college and career readiness vary somewhat across the states that we looked at, they all provide that rigorous college prep curriculum and counseling easily accessible to families and students prior to the beginning of 10th grade. And the high-performing systems in other countries offer those pathways, secondary, upper secondary pathways with academic and technical training that link specifically to post-secondary opportunities and career pathways leading to high-earning jobs. Next slide, please. Finally, as Tori was just saying, our preliminary alignment review shows that overall, the standards identified for students to meet at the end of grade 10 align to post-secondary course content expectations. The high school standards align with post-secondary expectations in developmental and first-year credit-bearing math and ELA courses. And where there may be lack of alignment, just a reminder that this may not be automatically and negative findings. So in some cases, this would be expected based on what those standard entry-level post-secondary courses are. And the next slide. So now that we've gone through all of our takeaways, I'll just share some next steps looking ahead. So our final report, which combines findings from the content and standards alignment analysis that we've been talking about today, and the predictive the predictive validity analysis will be released by September 1st of this year. We will, in that report, we'll expand on the preliminary analyses we presented today to provide a more comprehensive picture of alignment between Maryland's K-12 content standards and post-secondary expectations, along with an in-depth analysis resulting from the content and standards alignment review, which will draw some connections between the alignment review and preliminary insights in this report. And we'll also include updated and synthesized findings from the predictive validity analysis. So that brings us to the end of our slides. If you'd like to advance to the final slide, we have contact information, but I'm glad to open it up for questions or discussion depending on time and where we are in the agenda.
Okay, very good. Matt, can you take down the presentation so that we can see the AIB members that are online? And Chair Leggett, we'll start with you if you want to recognize any of your board members first. We're asking everyone to, for at least initially, limit their questions to 2. And if we have time, we'll do more. But I'd like to recognize you, sir, at this time.
That may raise their hands. I think someone there may have to do that for us. Let me just confer to see whether or not any of my colleagues want to raise a question at this time. If so, you may have to recognize them yourself, Chair Crawford.
Okay. I don't see any hands. Okay.
I had a question in terms of the
yes, sir. Please proceed.
The correlation between course content and what is usually offered in our course development now. I'm not quite sure the distinction there because what I heard was somewhat muddled in terms of what we are presenting now versus whether there are some additional tools that we need to augment to have complete alignment. Could someone go back to that portion of the presentation? In other words, what would be the difference, if any, between what is offered now to be in alignment and best results versus what we are currently doing or what should be offered?
I can try to answer that. I think where we saw within the course content, so as we looked at the course syllabi across courses, the core learning objectives, the course descriptions, the existing explanation that around what that course is and expect students to do, really where we saw the partial alignment was due to, as we were looking through some of the rationales for why reviewers saw that, a lack of specificity in the course content, where there might be some implied knowledge and skills, and so the reviewers didn't see it explicitly. I think for the content, like the substantive content pieces, there were no big areas of misalignment where students would not have had any exposure to or within the grade 9-10 standards where there were gaps of like key content. It was more of a degree of which could be see it and the limited information within the documents. And I think it has to do a lot with just the different types of systems. I think Jessica was talking a little bit about that. The K-12 standards are very explicit, detailed. Some have sub-bullets, even within single standards that gave reviewers a lot to dig into. There's not that on the post-secondary level. There's not a common, explicit, detailed list of those expectations. So a lot of it had to be pulled through those course objectives and through the syllabi. So I think in terms of, if the question is, what else would it need to happen on the post-secondary side or the K-12 side to make it more aligned? I think where we saw across ELA and math, where there was that partial alignment was more due to the lack of detail and specificity, and because the college content is so specific. So the to that course. There are a lot of, for example, 100 level math courses. I think you're looking at across 40 plus courses to try to articulate like what are those common expectations. I think it's also a challenge of just how many courses. Each instructor has autonomy for developing those course learning objectives and what that might look like. So we didn't really see a big gap. It was more the degree of information and specificity available. So if on the post-secondary side, it was more consistent, more clear, more detailed about what those expectations are, I think we would see more alignment. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
It does, but it also raises a different question. Because we do have a gap between how our students are actually performing, and at least in the junior colleges at this point in time. And the question is, if you go back to the course content, how do we align that? Because the assumption is that what we are doing now is essentially working in a way that we think is efficient and produces the results that we think are appropriate. But obviously there's a gap there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, there's definitely a gap between the content and then how students are performing. I think that gets to so much that students need much more than the content expectations. It goes back to what curriculum is being used, or they're highly engaging learning opportunities. Do students have supports to help them move through that coursework, whether that's accommodations through IEPs or through multiple pathways of how they can really absorb and learn that course content. So you're absolutely right that there's kind of that disconnect between the what students are supposed to know and be able to do, and then how they're actually engaging in that content in order to master that content. I do want to add one quick thing. One piece, as I was thinking through your question while I was talking at the same time, I think there's one area around the non-academic skills that is maybe a content gap, where on the post-secondary side, we heard through the focus groups, and we even saw in the course syllabi, more of an explicit focus of resource management, time management, self-direction that we did not see in the content standards. Again, I think that kind of lack of alignment is somewhat expected. That's not necessarily in the English and math standards at the K-12 level, but more explicitly mentioned on the post-secondary side. So I did want to circle back and mention that.
Thank you, Chair Crawford. I'm not sure of any other hands from AIB members. You could have to recognize that from your end.
Okay.
If so, please. Thank you for your response, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I don't see any. Let me just check with Mr. Robbins. Okay, now the floor is now open.
Chair Crawford.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. That's Dr. Doss.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I do have my hand up. I do have a question.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Crawford, and welcome again to the new board members today. I have a question surrounding the survey focus and the group participation. I guess that comes under the course inventory. And with the participants representative, or were the participants representative of the entire state, or was there a part of the state that was underrepresented in that part in the inventory and the surveys?
Are you asking with regard to geographic parts of the state?
Yes.
That's a great question. If anyone else has this at their fingertips, please jump in. But I think that that's something that we could expand on and include a little note in the final report to map which colleges were participating. But we did make an effort to select participants from across all the different institution types and make sure that we had varied representation.
Okay. All right. That would be good if.
Thank you for your question.
Okay. That would be good if you could include that. And then the other question is, and it probably didn't happen because it probably wasn't part of the study, but in reference to the findings about life skills and how pertinent that was there any discussion among the participants about maybe their partnerships with community college and K-12 and any of the work that they do to actually improve in that area?
Lauren, I wonder if you were aware of any of those conversations.
Thank you for your question. I'm not aware of focus group participants specifically identifying those relationships, but we could go back and have a look to see if there were any themes in that vein.
Okay, because partnerships with the community college and K through 12 become very important when we're talking about this type of work and alignment and so forth. So it would be, that would be appreciative if that could be noted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that my sense is, due to the nature of the questions that we were asking, which were very focused on kind of expectations and student readiness, that may not have come up to a great degree, but we'll take a look.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll turn to board members here. Anyone? Questions or comments? Dr. Michael?
Thank you. I want to just make a brief comment. This is the second in a series of what I would consider to be very high quality reports that we're getting in partnership with AIR from the department. This is top level research. We're seeing it from multiple angles. We had the validity study, the predictive validity study. Was that last month or two ago?
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I am encouraged by what we're seeing in front of us and the depth of the work that we're doing. I just wanted to lift on this discussion of non-academic skills. It reminds me a lot of the parallel conversation we're having in the early childhood landscape around executive functions. And so as we think about alignment across, you know, the P20, this is a thread we're hearing more and more. So we may have different words on paper at the moment, but this notion of how do we ensure that the metacognitive skills are in place for students to be successful with the content? There's just a strong parallel here that we're having here, as well as in that conversation as well.
Thank you. You hear the same thing as you talk to employers as well, in terms of the non-academic, the ability to think and to be able to reason and to adjust, because in the world that we live, you're going to have to reinvent yourself countless times. So being able to do that is going to be absolutely critical. Ms. McCusker.
I think going along in the same vein of what you're talking about, it's going to be really important as we're looking at the standards that we continue to offer a wide variety and well-rounded curriculum for students. And that as we look at saying the kids are career and college ready by grade 10, that even though we're trying to kind of get them in these focused lanes, these other things that do help them learn certain life skills and how to be in groups with other people and how to make decisions on the fly, some of these other curricular opportunities that are there for them, and co-curricular opportunities, extracurricular opportunities, that we continue to make sure that those things are available, because those are the types of places where kids learn some of this executive functioning and practice these skills that they're going to need in regular life. And I would hate for us to pigeonhole kids into these very narrow pathways and have those skills ignored because we are not allowing them access to all these other things that keep them well-rounded.
Dr. Goldson?
Thank you. I want to focus on slide 27, where it looked at the focus group participation and collaborators. And while I don't need it at this time, just wanted to tease out the first group where there were 30 participants and there was a focus on CTE, but the outreach collaborators are not necessarily those traditional organizations that we would access in order to seek out CTE input. And then the second one is just to make a note that maybe there's a future opportunity for discussion based on the findings of this report around geometry and the course sequencing of geometry based on what these results reveal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paul?
First off, let me echo really high quality stuff. I really loved the presentation. I want to also zero in on some math stuff. Particular hobby horse of mine is statistics education and just like the primacy of statistics in the next 30 years, 50 years. And this is not just because of my high school stats teacher, David Stein. You know, you mentioned in the slides earlier that there was big focus on algebra and functions in terms of alignment, less on geometry. Where does statistics fall in this? And in your research through the syllabi and all of that, is there any sense of the trajectory there and how we would need to adapt to that?
Thank you for that question. I'm trying to pull up right now the statistics. I did not notice that until you asked that question that we did not have on the slide, so I apologize. The statistics findings. So give me just a moment, I will pull up really quick.
For what it's worth, I was looking at
I can let you know from
54
that
with the
cluster.
high-level math takeaways. It might be somewhere else.
Looks like for the most part for statistics and the introductory courses is where they saw the more alignment. So related to conditional probability and the rules of probability around inference making, justifying conclusions, using probability to make decisions. They saw partial alignment for the most part there, again, mainly due to, it looks like the extent to which the detail was in the course syllabi. But I think maybe what the big takeaway is there was hardly any alignment or like content that we saw in the developmental math courses that focused on statistics. There was a little bit as I'm looking at the data. For the most part, developmental ed courses focused on pre-algebra, and they had like multi-tiers. So beginning algebra, intermediate, advanced pre-algebra, along with a lot of fundamental courses. And then within that, we saw maybe a little bit, it looks like learning objectives focused on statistics, but not a big focus. So kind of not a lot of alignment within developmental ed courses, a little bit more that they saw within the introductory courses. But within the full report, there will be a section that dives into each cluster for math. So around algebra, around functions, geometry, statistics, those pieces that'll be able to tease out at the standard level where we specifically saw alignment and the degree to which we saw it.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing that. Appreciate it.
Righty, I don't see any additional questions. I want to again thank you very much. A very high quality report. We're looking forward to the conclusion. This is an incredibly important area, so trying to get it right is really, really important.
President Crawford, if I may, we will see that Mr. Bleemer has joined Mr. Duque at the table, and Mr. Bleemer is from Princeton University, and he would like to share a little information about grade inflation and encouragement.
Okay, all righty. Please.
Excellent. Once we can all see some slides, I apologize, give us a moment. Well, while those are coming up, good afternoon. My name is Zachary Bleemer. I'm an assistant professor of economics at Princeton University. My area of expertise, I apologize. Excellent.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That seems much more promising. Very good. I'm a labor economist. My area of expertise is in the economics of education, so I spend my time building longitudinal data sets following students from their K-12 experience into the labor market and understanding the relationship between policy changes in education and long-run student outcomes. And I think if I may, if I could just reach over you to just click through a couple of slides. Thank you. So I've been asked to come here today to talk to you all about grade inflation as an educational policy choice, and in particular, what would happen in the circumstance that the stakes of grades, at least for a small subset of students, were dramatically raised. So if grades were included as part of these career and college readiness practices. So taking a step back, I think when people hear the term grade inflation, what immediately comes to mind are questions around fairness, around accountability, and in some cases around evaluative failure, of an inability of teachers to provide high quality information to students, to parents, and ultimately to colleges and employers about what kinds of information were taught and how successfully students learned that information in the classroom. But I want to reframe the question of grade inflation as being fundamentally a question of school policy. What is the appropriate level of grade to award students at different levels of learning? This is a policy that is typically highly decentralized, not set at the high level or even at the school level, but typically at the teacher level. But nevertheless, it's a policy that should be evaluated not on the basis just of local questions of fairness and accountability, but of global questions of what kinds of grading standards lead to the highest level of student achievement and long-run outcomes. So what I want to talk to you about is the most recent body of academic research that really tries to evaluate the ramifications of higher or lower average grades for high, middle, and low performing students at the K-12 level and also at the collegiate level. I think you've got to click on the slides again. Yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to go through three main takeaways. I'm going to present fairly quickly, and I'm sure there will be time for questions afterward. The takeaways that I'd like you to take from this talk are, first, that grades serve competing priorities, informing or providing information to students from teachers as well as to colleges and employers, and the relative benefits and costs of higher or lower grading policies differ for these different groups. So I'll lead you through just how to think about the ramifications of average grading policies. Second, that grade inflation, while it has well-known potential costs of demotivating students, can also encourage students to persist in education in a manner that can be very highly, or rather powerfully positive in the long run. From the economics of education's perspective, the most important thing that the K-12 schools can do for its students is to keep them in school and lead them to a high school degree. And to the degree that higher grades, at least for some students, increase their likelihood of persisting through high school and earning a degree, this is a way in which grade inflation can actually substantially benefit certain students. And finally, the effects of grade inflation will differ for students at the top, the middle, and the bottom of the grading distribution, with the greatest potential benefits of grade inflation being, I think, many of the students who would be on the margin of proficiency as measured by the policy currently before you. These are students who really might be benefited by general increases in grading policy. So that's what I'm going to talk you through. We'll just go through each of those points. The first point on the competing priorities of grades. Grades serve at least four key audiences. They motivate work, so the way in which grades are often used by teachers is to provide grades in such a manner as to lead students to work harder and achieve greater learning in school. Grades inform students of how they're doing in school, and they inform colleges and employers of their performance. Loss of motivation is grade inflation's key cost. So I think it's often thought that a key cost of grade inflation is that it makes it more difficult for colleges or employers to evaluate student performance just using information through grades provided by teachers. I think this is generally a misnomer. Employers and colleges are easily able to adapt to changes in grading policies no matter the level of inflation. So I should say around the country right now, and though I have not seen data explicitly for Maryland, I expect in this state as well, grades tend to rise by about 0.1 GPA points every 10 years, so 0.01 GPA points every year. There's a little bit of variation there. This has been true for roughly the last 30 or 40 years in the US. As grades have risen on average, colleges and employers have been able to adapt to those rising grades by setting benchmarks that themselves rise along with inflation. I want to emphasize that I think these questions of predictive validity were primarily discussed a couple of months ago, but I think it's worth bringing up in this context. At public universities around the US, grades remain an extremely high-quality predictor of performance in the first year of college education, of performance throughout the college years, and of graduation in college, despite, or in fact on top of, recent years of grade inflation. And to the degree that it's measurable, it appears that grades actually remain a higher quality predictor pretty much across the board for performance in these introductory college courses and for completion of college than equivalent standardized tests in these respective areas. So despite persistent grade inflation, grades remain highly valuable to university administrators who are making admissions decisions. I don't think this board should be so worried on behalf of university admissions officers in the value of grades from their perspective. Grades remain highly valuable. Instead, the cost of grade inflation is just the cost of loss of learning motivation on the part of students who are receiving higher average grades. However, those costs of loss in motivation should be weighed against the potential benefits of grade inflation. Students who earn higher grades are more likely to persist in education. We've seen this pretty consistently at the K-12 level and in higher education. Graduation rates across the country in both K-12 and higher education have been rising. We see across universities that tend to have more grade inflation also tend to have larger increases in average grade, in graduation rates at those schools. And there seems to be a pretty strong causal relationship between these two. Students who feel that they are getting more out of education, independent of the actual learning in each individual course, seem to be more likely to persist and ultimately make it to the end of their education, receiving the benefits of that education throughout. Moreover, if you look at relative grades in, for example, STEM and non-STEM fields, STEM fields tend to have lower average grades. But in cases where schools are required to sort of rebalance grades so that either STEM grades are brought up to the non-STEM level or vice versa, we see that grades tend to disproportionately discourage students who are in the relative minority in the field of study that's impacted. So for example, when grades in math and science courses relatively rise, we see increasing interest in female and underrepresented minority students in those disciplines that go on to end up, once in college, become more likely to earn college degrees in those fields. Once they believe that their competency in those fields is at a similar level to their competency in other fields. Again, I'm not talking about any actual differences in learning. I'm just talking about equaling out the kinds of evaluations that are provided in this case, STEM and non-STEM courses. Finally, I should emphasize that the low GPA students who are encouraged to persist in education as a result of inflation relatively slightly lifting their grades tend to be students who derive very large gains from continuing in their education. The value of a high school degree and the value of persisting on to college is higher for lower income and otherwise relatively disadvantaged students than it is for the typical students who pursue those educations. These are extremely important paths to economic mobility in the US, and to the degree that average increases in relatively low GPA students' grades lead them to persist in their education, the value of that education seems to be very large. Finally, thinking about grade inflation at the top, middle, and bottom of the grade distribution, grade inflation at the top of the distribution is, in a sense, the most costly grade inflation. High GPA students are unlikely to drop out. They're likely to persist in their education no matter what. And giving them relatively lower grades does motivate them to try to do better in their courses. If they know they're going to be a straight A student, they put less time in studying. So as a result, grade inflation at the top of the GPA distribution does not really provide very much value, and I think is often the reason that people expect grade inflation to have long-run negative consequences for students. But grade inflation relatively lower in the GPA distribution can not only have benefits in terms of encouraging students, but also can have benefits in providing students with reasonable bars that they can target for themselves in order to feel like they're achieving something in high school. When students are earning very low grades, they're still learning, but they can learn more if they believe that improving their performance will meaningfully move them up in a grade distribution to a place where they feel like they are successful. And small amounts of grade inflation at the bottom of the GPA distribution can provide that. I think it's worth emphasizing that encouraging these students to persist in education and encouraging them to increase their motivation can be costly for teachers. So it's difficult to educate students at the bottom of the GPA distribution, and if those students were to persist to a greater degree toward graduation, this might mean that additional resources are necessary so that teachers can support those students. That's all I've got for you today. Just to emphasize the key takeaways here, I think grade inflation, or rather grades in themselves, serve competing priorities. The primary cost of grade inflation is not in terms of predictive validity at universities, where grades remain highly predictive, but is instead just in terms of student motivation. Student motivation, in turn, is really just a cost for grade inflation at the top of the GPA distribution. At the bottom, small levels of increased grades can both lead students to persist in their education and can potentially even further motivate them, giving them potential bars that they'll be able to clear. So at least just as you're thinking through the potential inflation ramifications of the policy in front of you, I think hopefully these considerations provide a little bit of context. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Let me just first turn here to the board. Is there any comments or questions we have? Yes, Dr. Johnson.
We've got you.
Dr.
First
Johnson,
time.
Dr. Johnson.
First time. So my question for you is, grades are an indicator of student performance, and we truly want children to put in more effort. How does grade inflation impact that?
Great. So I think I'm going to answer that question in two parts, starting with high-performing students and then going to relatively low-performing students. I think for high-performing students, there's reason to expect that grade inflation will reduce motivation. And while I don't think the policy that you all have before you would generate additional grade inflation at the top of the GPA distribution, I want to emphasize that there's no reason to think that grades at the top of the distribution would increase motivation. There's, I think, an open question for students at different GPA levels, say in the middle and at the bottom of the distribution, over whether grade inflation would increase, decrease, or have no effect on motivation. For students in the middle of the GPA distribution, I think there's reason to think that grade inflation could decrease motivation, since those students would now feel like they were succeeding in school and did not have to put in more effort, and might also encourage them to continue on in an education that otherwise they would have dropped out from. So if you imagine, say, like the straight B student, graduation rates for straight B students are somewhere on the order of 60 or 70% from high school. That's pretty good. Most of them are graduating, but many of them are not. And if you were to, say, slightly increase those students' grades, we've seen evidence in a number of different contexts that those students might just believe that school is more for them, and that they might be more willing to persist in their education as a result of their greater performance. Now, that being said, I really want to emphasize for these students, there's both a benefit and a cost. They might be a little bit less motivated, but they also might be a little bit more likely to persist. For students at the bottom of the GPA distribution, grade inflation, I think, has potential both encouragement and motivation benefits. So for students at the bottom of the GPA distribution who really don't feel that school is for them, small levels of grade inflation could similarly motivate them to persist in their education. But moreover, if you have students who are, say, earning D averages in all of their courses in freshman or sophomore year of high school, these students might just think, there's really no reason for them to work a little bit harder, because even if they work harder, they'll still be C- students. That really isn't so much of a bar for them to clear, to feel like extra motivation is going to really get them ahead, either in school or thereafter. For these students, we've seen evidence in a couple of different cases that just sort of changing the bar by inflating their grades to some degree. So if they used to be D students, now they're slightly better than D students, and so now they feel that if they put in a lot of effort, they can achieve, say, a C grade or a C+ grade. Just those additional levels of potential achievement can motivate those students to perform in school in a way that they might not have been motivated if they're just receiving very low grades.
So isn't the key lever effort and not so much grade inflation?
So think of grade inflation as having, in general, ambiguous effects on motivation for different kinds of students. And then these encouragement effects that are sort of larger for students from lower GPA backgrounds. Grade inflation is only one way of motivating or demotivating students. I should emphasize that teachers are still playing the largest role, even absent grades, in helping students either see the value in their education, leading them to study more or less outside of school in comparison to grades, but to the degree that grade inflation demotivates some students in the middle of the GPA distribution, it may also encourage some other students to persist in school in a manner that they might not have otherwise. I think these are just things that have to be sort of weighed against each other. Like many policy choices, this is a policy choice with benefits and costs to different groups of students.
Yes, Mr. Robbins. Hello. So I hear you using the term persist often, so I understand that that's definitely a laudable goal for them to persist. Do we have concerns about, excuse me, concerns about the level of achievement and like how much they've learned when they're persisting? Just as a teacher, well, and K-12 and as an adjunct, a lot of times when their grades are low, they might want to drop out or something like that. So I understand that persisting would be good, but how do we know that the quality of what they're learning is still there as well?
Yeah. It's a great question. I think it's really important. So I think the thing that I want to emphasize, just as someone who sort of spends a lot of time looking at data for people who receive certain levels of education between the ages of, say, 14 and 25, following them forward to see what their lives look like. There's a wide variety of qualities of education, a wide variety of degrees to which kids absorb the lessons that they're provided in both K-12 school and higher education. But it is nevertheless the case that in almost all circumstances, students who are able to just persist more and essentially just sit through more years of education have substantially stronger outcomes, even if they are C or in some cases worse students throughout those educations. Or in other words, I think it's very important to maintain high standards to the degree possible in school as kids are persisting. Even more important for many, especially low-achieving students, is to not discourage them from exiting schooling altogether. See students, while not living up to teachers' expectations, are still learning. And to the degree that students can be not necessarily all brought up to the same standard, but at least have continued learning through as many years of school as possible, I think that should be seen as a laudable goal and a goal that will lead those students to their most successful long-run outcomes. Again, I should emphasize, this doesn't equalize outcomes across students, but it does provide each student the most that their education can.
Mr. Gear, then Mr. Paul, and then we're going to check with Chair Leggett, see if there are any other board members. And it's a great conversation, but I think we need to keep the schedule moving. Yes.
Yeah, understood. Just a clarifying question. When we say persist, are we saying persisting through high school, or are we saying beyond?
Both are valuable, and both can be, I think, achieved using these policy levers.
Does the data show that students who have been impacted by grade inflation are persisting further into college and career success?
Great.
Longitudinally.
Let's see. So we have studies suggesting that grade inflation is increasing graduation rates, and that there are long-run labor market positive outcomes for those students. I actually don't think that there is a study explicitly looking at either college attainment or completion. And so I think I can't speak to that question per se.
That's fair. I think as a teacher and a parent, I think that's where my heart is hearing this a little bit differently. Is I understand the motivating factor within the school years, right, leading up through. And have, as a teacher, certainly used grade inflation in motivating ways for certain students, knowing when to draw it back and when to use it.
Totally.
And it works for some students. My greatest challenge here is, but at what point are we lying to our students in terms of their ability to be able to persist and thrive in a highly academic environment and prepare them for that? And so I'd be very interested to see more information on that.
Yeah.
Very briefly, it's my first day, so forgive me for needing you to connect the dots. The idea here is that the CCR standard, which we've just talked about, because it might include GPA, would have an inflationary effect. Okay, and so then the other thing I'm hearing, just to confirm, is that ideally, according to your research, you want to make it hard to excel, also hard to fail. Is that a fair reading of it?
I think that's a fair summary.
Okay, and last thing, a policy decision that could be a mechanism for this that jumps to mind. Years ago, in the school system where I grew up, they made a choice that, if you didn't turn in an assignment, you would get sort of an automatic 50% on it in an attempt to make the crushing weight of having lost that assignment a little bit lessened on you. Not spending too much time, off the top of your head, what are some of the other policy decisions or tools that jump to mind for you that could have a similar positive inflationary effect to the extent that that's real?
I don't think I have a clear answer to your question. There's a sense in which my experience of this is at a very high level. Looking at data sets that cover students' grades, in many cases years after they've earned them. I don't have a great sense of what policies are being implemented in classrooms that are actually generating those differences in grades. I'm sorry to not be able to offer more.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I just say to your first question, so remember the predictive validity study looked at what if GPA was an option? So as we've been engaging with stakeholders, some of the concern is what about grade inflation? How would that affect inclusion of GPA as part of the standard?
Mr. Yellum?
Hello? Okay. It's on? Oh, there we go. Okay. To speak to Mr. Paul's question, since as a student, we do have a lot of policies that determine our grade, and I hear what you're saying about the grade inflation. I think if growth is a value for us as students and as educators and people who control education, I think inflation can be helpful in that way where, of course, we see students who consistently get A's. Of course, they're not going to be motivated because they don't see that growth. But for students who see that, hey, my hard work is paying off, that can be very motivating. But again, to Mr. Greer's point, I think it would be very valuable to have very clear outline on when it's appropriate to use and when it's not, and how it promotes growth and how it would do the opposite. So I think as a student, some of the policies that would be more beneficial are those that also promote growth. So when Howard County took away extra credit, they said, but students need the opportunity to revise assignments. They need opportunities to learn the material again, not just about getting the grade, but learning the information. So that's not per se to say that we have to make all assignments summative, but that does value growth, and it shows that we are looking more of learning the material rather than achieving the grade. And again, if we are looking at balancing what factors determine college and career readiness, I think it's important to do things like that tackle multiple objectives at once, because not only does that value growth, but it shows that time management is also a value and an important thing to learn. So when you teach students, hey, you have to turn it on time, it matters in determining college and career readiness, I think that's a valuable, policies that look at multiple objectives and combine them in a way that don't stress students out, but show that, hey, this is important to your future.
Let me now just check with Chair Leggett. Chair Leggett, and the board and the AIB members that are online, if I can't see you, if you have a question or comment, please let us know at this point.
No, we do not.
Okay, very good. Ms. Chang, did you have something?
Yeah, I do like to add on with this, the bonus point for Howard County students. But the other thing is that I always see some teachers as graders, that they can have different formulary, to come up with your final grade. And some teachers give participation. What do you think about that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I have the same answer that I gave a moment ago. I have not looked, I think I have very little to say about actual particular within classroom policies that teachers have implemented to provide higher or lower grades. The best that I can say is that the grades that are currently being provided appear to be very high quality proxies for which students are going to perform well in higher education. Despite whatever inflation has already occurred, and I expect whatever inflation is likely to occur over the next decade.
Okay.
Yeah. However, we look at the two sides, though. One side, we really want students to be in person, right, so they can learn. If they don't even show up, are they going to learn, right? So yeah, we're trying to find a balance there.
Again, Last one.
So what my colleague is saying, that grades don't just include grades, that participation, attendance, and other factors are factored into a specific grade that a student receives. Have you factored those things out, or are they inclusive in your grade inflation formula?
So those would be inclusive in any grade measures that I have observed.
The one thing this has been very good. The thing that the point I think that the board members are really asking is outcomes. So if we inflate the grades from a consumer standpoint, does an employer see a better employee? If we inflate the grades, when you look longitudinal data, do we see better outcomes in terms of income and things like that? So I think if you have any additional data around sort of the value of outcome, what people actually learn, what they're actually able to do, that would be helpful to us. If anything you can provide along those lines over the next month or so would be very helpful. This has been good conversation. Okay, all righty. Thank you. This has been very, very good. And again, would like to just thank the AIB members that were able to participate. I believe as we complete this section, this will also then complete their portion of their open meetings requirement. So again, thank you very much for participating, and we'll continue down this path. Very important, very nice analysis. Thank you much. A lot of good questions, a lot of good things to think about. Okay, all righty. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm learning to be more 21st century. The old me would have just said, we just push on through, but the new enlightened 21st century portion of me now says that you do. See, I told you, Ms. McCusker at lunch, that there is learning. I actually learn something every day. And then I actually apply it. I apply the learning. I'm applying learning right now. Thank you. I need that. Thank you. So it takes 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Great.
Okay. Okay. Are you sure?
Double check. We have a whole list of.
Double check it.
They're gonna be here, but I think because not everyone was here.
We're at the point now in the agenda in which we start to look at reports to the State Board, reports for discussion and action. We have several COMAR items to consider. The first one is COMAR 13A 080117, school use of reportable offenses, permission to publish. The floor is now open for update on that COMAR, and then after which we will have an opportunity for discussion.
Thank you, President Crawford. At this time, I would like to ask Mary Gable to come up, please.
So what we do is we ask the department to provide an overview. I know you have received the written document. Then we will open the floor for questions of clarification. This is something about it. Then we open the floor for a motion. And once the motion has been seconded, then there is an opportunity then to discuss the motion.
You can be running for these.
I'm sorry?
You can be running this. Okay.
Ms. Gable, whenever you're ready. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? It's good to see you.
Doing well.
Yeah, that's great. That's
Good.
great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Crawford, Dr. Michael. Congratulations. And Dr. Lawson, of course, and members of the board. I bring before you COMAR 13A.08.01.17. School use of reportable offenses. So you, as Mr. Crawford said, this is an amendment to COMAR that is brought to you for explanation, and then you will be asked for a vote on to publish this amendment in the Maryland Register. So that's kind of a little bit about what we're going to do. So first of all, I'm going to go over, and is this supposed to be on the other screen? Are you seeing it? Because I'm not. No.
No.
I need to, thank you. Just a little help from my friends. Does it need to be over there?
No, it is.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to, take a look at the House bill, and that is House Bill 146 from the 2021 General Assembly legislation. Specifically, the House bill was entitled Education, Reportable Offenses, Student Discipline, and School Disruptions, Presence of an Attorney and Reporting. So it's a very long title, and the bill was actually very long with lots and lots of information in it. But for today's purposes, we are going to only be focusing on reportable offenses and that part of this statute. So we're going to take a look at the stakeholder input that we received, along with the actual amendments that we are making to COMAR regulation, and that is 13A.08.01.17, which is school use of reportable offenses. With that, a couple of items. One is, what did the bill ask for? Or what did the statute ask for? And in summary, one of the very important things is a definition of what's a reportable offense. So a reportable offense is that offense that occurs off school grounds, not at a school event. It is not something that happens as part of the school. It is an incident, and it's also an incident, an arrest, that is very serious. So it is not a minor arrest. It is a serious arrest that occurs of a student off school grounds, outside and separate from school. And that is what basically a definition of reportable offense is. The reportable offense requires, as part of the statute, that upon the arrest, the superintendent, principal, and security individual that are part of the school need to be informed that there is a student that has had a reportable offense. So that's one of the important things that has to occur. If the superintendent's informed, then the superintendent must notify the principal of the school to let them know that this individual student has had an arrest. A second item that this statute requires is reporting on data, and that we, the State Department, Maryland State Department of Education, report to the governor and the General Assembly data, and prior to that, that the local school systems report to MSDE on the number of reportable offenses that they have had in a given year. The third item is it's required, as I mentioned, that the LEAs report. A fourth item is that if the student has an attorney that is part of what's happened, the student has been arrested, parents probably very well are going to get an attorney to represent the student in this particular incident. And if the student does have an attorney, when the school is looking into the situation and the arrest and the impact on the school, and if there is a safety issue, and when the school is looking at should there be or need to be a change in the educational plan, that the attorney be invited. This is a new part of what principals have been expected to do that's been in the statute. Another item is that the LEA is required to address if the student is a special education student with a IEP, that all of the rights of the student that occur with a suspension or expulsion with a student discipline must also be applied to the situation that occurs for a reportable offense. These items came from a concern that was out there that there was some over-identification of the students and over-exercising of moving students from their school. So if they were, so many of you know, I was a former high school principal. If that student was in my high school, the concern of our stakeholders has been that too many of the situations students were moved. In particular, in the recent past, moved to virtual learning, could be also alternative schools, it could be evening high school, it could be it could be a neighboring high school. It could be a high school that, is just outside the border of the high school, and it's just important. A decision is made. It's important to remove the student from that environment, maybe from friends in that situation. We have here received some letters from different advocacy organizations, Public Justice System Center, the Disability Rights of Maryland, the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, who contacted MSDE with concerns of cases and clients and situations of which, and they shared those concerns with us, and they also shared some particular, with names removed, of course, and schools removed, of particular circumstances. We did receive a couple of letters from these groups, and on two occasions, on July 8th in 2022, and then again on June 29th in 2023, we met with these attorneys to gather their input, to listen, to find out what they were doing. We also reached out to the schools and to, for example, our directors of student services to get input on what was happening in the schools. We reached out to determine how, in an informal way, our principals were handling the situations of a reportable offense. With that outreach and the data and the conversations, what you have before you now are the proposed proposed amendments to the report to the COMAR 13A 080117, which I read to you the title. So some items of what you have seen, you have in your packet of information, pretty lengthy regulation. For those that are new, if it is red, if it's in brackets, it means that we are removing that language. If it's italicized and then we highlight in yellow, that means it's new language. You will find in this COMAR regulation, actually, some of it looks like it's removed, but it's really just moved. So if we move language from one section to another, it is going to be bracketed, and you might read that and say, well, wait a minute, why are we taking that out? We really didn't take it out. We simply moved it to another section to make sure that it flowed. So what you have before you are just some items and categories, and we describe that more in depth in the transmittal that you received. You have a pretty robust transmittal. Sometimes our transmittals on regulations are pretty simple. They're about a page and a half. Our superintendent, Mr. Chaudhary, wanted to make sure that we did a full explanation, and so you have a pretty robust set of information to go along with these regulations that you are considering today to approve as I said, we're asking for permission to publish. So what did we do? Just quickly, we did some clarification and made sure everyone knows what a reportable offense is. So we clarified the definitions. We also clarified what's a regular school program, because, and believe it or not, we and a committee that included Amanda White, who is our attorney and is incredible and has worked with us throughout this and is majorly an editor, the editor of all of the regulations that you're seeing before you. But we had a lot of conversation. Well, how do we describe the school that the student is in, and what does it mean to move to another, what we sometimes call the regular school program or a comprehensive school. So if I'm principal of one school and I move it to Dr. Lawson's school, and it's really the same kind of school, it's just a different school, different students in the school, is that a change? Whereas if I take a student and I move them to virtual, that's a different kind of providing. It's still providing an education. So we defined that. We made sure that we mentioned that the notification has to occur, and that is from law enforcement, because we don't know about it until we're told about it. That what's important also is there's a dual responsibility that a principal has. We have a responsibility to educate students, and that's all students. We also have some students that situations occur. And the principal has to determine what's a safety program and what's an educational program. In some cases, the incident that caused the arrest may be pretty egregious, that it is a determination made by the principal that safety of the students and of the staff might be of concern, and therefore they believe that in looking into the situation, they're going to recommend a movement of the student to another school, to another learning situation. If that occurs, what it says in COMAR is, one, if you're having that conversation, as I mentioned before, the attorney must be present or be invited. If the attorney says, I can't attend, but the attorney has to be invited. And number two, that if it is a movement, the superintendent must be notified, and the superintendent or his or her designee must meet with the family to review that. The procedures, safety plan has to be reviewed, and the safety plan must be reviewed in the COMAR regulation every 45 days. Or if a decision has been made, so if the student is found not guilty or the student is found guilty, at that time there needs to be a review of the safety plan and an every 45-day review, because you don't want something just to go on and on and on and on. That is in part of the regulation. confidentiality is important. This is not something that is shared, published. If a student, just by moves from one area to another, which requires a change in school, then that principal also needs to be notified. But the student and the confidentiality of the student still must be maintained. And the only folks that need to be informed would be those where it would be necessary to do that. You might ask about situations that involve, unfortunately, rape or a sexual assault. We already have COMAR regulations that say if that occurred to a student in the school, that student who committed that would not be in the same school as the student where that was involved in the sexual assault or was raped. Does not belong in the same school or on the same bus. That is already part of COMAR, so that would be followed. General provisions also, the need to designate school security officers in public schools with students enrolled in grades 6 through 12 is part of the language. And as I've mentioned before, that we would be collecting data to collect and all the FERPA regulations and all of the privacy in collecting the data and taking a look at the data would be applied as that data. That is a summary of what you see in the regulations that you see before you, and the request is a request for permission to publish. What that means is, just to do a little review, I don't know if you had some of that review, but one, it goes through, any regulation that we do goes through our office, and it goes down to the offices that take a look to make sure the language is correct. It goes to AELR, which is the Administrative Evaluation Legislative Review Committee. And upon that, it then, upon approval of the AELR, if they have no questions, it then moves and it is published in the Maryland Register for 30 days. During that time, it's published and anyone can comment. Those comments come to someone here at MSDE who is designated depending upon the regulation, and that data is all collected. At the end of the 30 days, we collect the data. We review all of the comments. Sometimes we, as those of you who've been on the board know, we don't get any comments, and we come forward when we bring it back. Other times we get a lot of comments. So each of the comments is reviewed, and you as board members would receive a copy of every comment. The comments, it would be determined as to whether, oh, you know what, that's really a good comment, and we didn't think of that. And that's good clarifying language, and we should have done that. So we go to Amanda or Elliot and say, is this changing the meaning? And if they say, yes, it changes the meaning of what you had before, then we come back to you and we ask to publish it again. If they say, you know what, it's just grammar, it's just fixing, or we say, we're going to it doesn't change the law, or the COMAR, but it is something we'll put in guidance. If that's the case, then we come to you and say, we've looked at all of these items. These are our recommendations. We go through them. And after those 30 days, we come back to you as the board and we ask you for adoption. So this is not the last time you'll see this regulation. You'll see it now, and then it'll go out for comment. We'll get the comments, and we'll come back to you. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Open the floor now for questions and clarification of the regulation itself. Are there any questions? Dr. Newman-Carter.
So thank you for the great explanation. I appreciate it. I do have a question. Is this, does this just apply to public school children or children in private schools?
The school, if the student was a student in a non-public non-public school, then they also would be notified.
I wonder if the students, our GED program is up to age 22 or 24.
Anyone can take the GED, I believe. So, for example, if a student does not have a high school diploma and wants to, they go, and the GED is administered through the Department of Labor. It's not administered through MSDE. So they can go on the website. We get questions about that all the time. They can go on the website. There are courses to help students prepare for the GED, because that's usually something that would be recommended, and they can take the GED and get the general diploma.
My question, what I would try to
I'm
ask
sorry?
is that, is a student up to what age they can stay in the school system?
Oh, they can stay in the school through the age through 21, through going to 22. If they start out and they are 21, then through the end of, before they reach 22, correct, Amanda?
Right, so if there's...
Before you start. You might have noticed I asked my colleague Amanda White to join me at Cable. She worked very closely with Mary Gable and her team on drafting the regulations, and also want to give you the opportunity to see some of the other attorneys on your legal team. Go ahead.
So the public school system is through the age of 20, and then there's been additional legislation that's changed the statute to say that when a student has turned 21, if they turn 21 during the school year, then they can remain in school through that age of 21. If they turn 21 prior to the start of the school year, then they're not allowed to attend.
I see. Because on one of the reads, it says, the student turns 22 years old, all this reportable arrest record can be dropped. Yeah, that's why I tried to get the age right. And the other thing I kind of have concern is that, sorry, lost the trend. I'll be back. Sorry about it.
Might be a reason for this. I'm looking at section F2 about if the student moves and you need to send you can send their information to the other local superintendent or non-public school. Was there a particular reason why we don't treat, if they move across the border to Virginia or Pennsylvania or to a private school in another state, is that covered, or what's the rule there?
I think that's a good question. I think that I'll defer to Amanda, but I would think that we would inform if we have a transfer of a student. I would think, as a principal, I would feel that it would be my responsibility to share that information. Amanda, do you have she might disagree.
No, I think that it's allowed. I think the primary purpose is just to make sure that we're maintaining the confidentiality of that information. So information can be shared for legitimate safety reasons, but we just want to make sure, I think the department's clarifying here that there has to be a legitimate reason, right? Like this, we're not just sharing this information to share it, but when there is a legitimate safety concern, it is appropriate to notify the receiving LEA or school.
Any other clarifying questions? Yes, Dr. Johnson.
My question is, this is a student who has committed an offense off school that's not related to school. So why are we bringing it to the principal at that school? And secondly, if the offense is that egregious, isn't the student more often incarcerated? So how do we bring the principal into, the superintendent and the principal into that conversation?
Well, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Amanda unless, there are situations where, as part of the judge and what happens under the arrest, is that the student is released and they're even told to go back to school. That's when the circumstance of the reportable arrest, I will use an example. Say the student shoplifted. that is not going to be a serious offense that the principal needs to be informed of. But if there is a weapon involved and the student is released, because it's upon the arrest. It is not upon the student's been arrested, the trial. It's not, the decision has been made. But if there is an arrest with a serious offense, then that's when this applies, because it applies to a serious offense. It may be with a weapon, it may be with a gun, it may be with a knife, and they have been not arrested and not jailed, not put somewhere and told to return to school. And those situations occur. Wow.
Seeing no other questions or clarification. Seeing no other questions or clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish. To publish COMAR 13A 080117, School Use of Reportable Offenses. The floor is now open for a motion to publish. We have a motion from Dr. Getty. Is a second? Do we have a second? Ms. McCusker? The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion to publish. Seeing no questions or discussion around that, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion to publish this particular COMAR. Those in favor of publishing the COMAR, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
The next one is from our attorney. It's COMAR 13A0105, Appeals to the State Board. Mr. Schoen, do you want to give an overview? Have one of your folks give an overview of what's going on here, and then?
I'll do the rare over.
Okay.
I'll do the rare overview.
All righty, very good, sir.
I like to fall back into the paint usually, but on this case, since this is a regulation that we suggested, I will present it. The proposed regulation amendments at 13A0105 are appeals to the State Board, and we're requesting permission to publish. They reflect State Board views that we have heard over the years and update the regulation for more efficient processing of appeals and board member removal requests. They give further direction to those parties submitting appeals to the State Board of Education and efficiency to the appeal process. The proposed amendments do the following. They allow electronic filing of an appeal and removing the prohibition of electronic filings from the regulation. Is something we started during COVID, and it's worked well. Adding the requirement that an appeal be signed by each party and include the printed name, address, and email of each party. We've had some occasions where people were included as parties and they didn't even know it. Clarifying that cases transferred to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a hearing. The local board does not yet need to file a response to the appeal unless the response is a motion to dismiss. Under the amendment, the appeal will not be transferred to the Office of Administrative Hearings until 20-day response time has passed, which would allow a local board to request dismissal from the State Board before the appeal is sent to OAH. On occasion, we have immediately referred matters to OAH, and then that removes, for the time being, the authority of the board to handle motions to dismiss and things like that. So we're giving the local board the opportunity to file before we go to send it over to OAH. We're requiring the record filed by the local board to contain a table of contents and each page be consecutively numbered. We get huge records and people refer to the records, and Lori and Jackie and Amanda are searching page by page. So we want them to bait stamp the records when they send them over to us. We are requiring you would be requiring the waiver of transcription costs of hearings. for the inability to pay. There is a provision already in the law that goes to the state superintendent. We are transferring that authority to the board president since it's a matter of appeal. So that's just an administrative change. We're clarifying that the state board will not extend the time frame for filing an appeal without an appellant first filing the appeal. On occasion, someone will reach out to us and say, well, I'd like an extension of the time to file an appeal, but they haven't yet filed the appeal. So we're requiring them to file the appeal, and if there's good cause, then they can seek an extension. So this allows the state board to receive the extension request and the appeal at the same time, so the board's not considering an extension of a matter that is not yet on its docket. The next change would require the party filing exceptions to an administrative law judge's proposed decision to bear the transcription costs for the OAH proceedings and be responsible for filing the transcript with the state board, and allowing an appellant to file a waiver of the transcription costs for the OAH proceeding because of indigency. So say it's a school system that is appealing a matter from OAH, they would be responsible for the cost. But if it's an appellant who's a teacher or a parent or something like that, and they're indigent, then there's a process now for waiving those costs. Clarifying how a request for reconsideration is filed, and specifying language to be used in an affidavit that accompanies a request to remove a local board member. So essentially putting into regulation that an affidavit is signed under penalty of perjury. And those are the proposed amendments to the appeal regs.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Any questions of clarification? Don't see any. The floor is now open for a motion to publish Comar 13A0105, appeals to the state board. The floor is now open for a motion. Mr. Paul, we have a second. Dr. Gaddy. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Abstain. Mr. Schoen? Motion carried. Very good.
And I would just like to take the quick opportunity to thank Jackie LaFiandra and Lori Hopkins for thinking these through and putting them together.
Yeah, this is good, because we've seen a couple of times where there's a little bit of ambiguity. So I think this will work well for parties coming before the board. Great. Dr. Lawson, I think I'm back to you. We're now at permission to publish Comar 13A15, family child care.
Yes, thank you, President Crawford. I would like to ask Dr. Cook to join us, please.
Dr. Cook, this must be your lucky day.
Yes. Every day is lucky. All right. The proposed non-public nursery school regulations for family child care are needed to authorize family child care providers to operate an approved non-public nursery school within a family child care setting. When a family child care program becomes an approved non-public nursery school, the program can be used for a practicum for a state-approved teacher certification. After careful consideration, MSDE has adjusted the regulations based on feedback received from early childhood stakeholders and the AELR committee. So this proposed regulation is coming back to the state board. You saw it probably early in the beginning of this year. So there were 4 areas of concern from stakeholders that we sought to address in this new proposed set of regulations. The first was prohibition of operating the pre-K program in the living space of the residence. The proposed regulations maintain the prohibition of operating the pre-K program in the living space of the residence. This regulation ensures that child care takes place in designated areas of the home that are separate from the living space accessed by family members. The intent is not to require the construction of additional physical structures, which some stakeholders thought was the requirement, but rather to establish physical separation between family members and the space used for child care or pre-K program operations. Really what this clarification is doing is saying that the family child care program needs to operate within the licensed space, which is what already occurs. The second clarification that we made in these proposed regulations was a requirement around the requirement for the pre-K program to be operated in a separate room for children under the age 2. MSDE has considered the feedback and in these new proposed regulations has decided to remove the requirement for the pre-K program to operate in a separate room from the child care program for children under the age of 2. This change recognizes the research on the value of mixed age learning environments for early childhood development and promotes greater flexibility with program operations. The third set of feedback from stakeholders was around concerns around a requirement for 1 additional staff for children under the age of 2. The proposed regulation acknowledges the concerns raised by the family child care provider community regarding the requirement for an additional staff member for children under age 2. However, after careful consideration, MSDE continues to recommend maintaining this requirement to ensure appropriate supervision based on the developmental needs of children. Additional funding from the Blueprint Pre-K initiative should support small family child care homes in hiring the necessary additional staff, as is already required in large family child care homes. And what we're planning on doing is we'll release some examples to the field on how to strike that correct balance in terms of funds to pay for the additional staff member. And the fourth feedback from stakeholders was around the requirement for an educational program administrator. The proposed regulations retain the requirement for an additional program administrator in family child care homes. And let me correct, not additional. This requirement allows the family child care provider themselves to fulfill the role of the educational program administrator or choose someone else to be the educational program administrator. So it allows them to have that flexibility, ensuring administrative oversight and accountability within the program. MSDE has carefully reviewed the concerns expressed by stakeholders. The new proposed regulations strike a balance between addressing the feedback received and maintaining the necessary standards for child care and pre-K programs across the state of Maryland.
Thank you, Dr. The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish Comar 13A 15 Family Child Care. Dr. Millie McCarthy, and seconded by Mr. Gear. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no, I'm sorry, please.
I just want to commend Dr. Cook and superintendent and staff. We've gotten several regs in the past few months pertaining to early childhood and early learning. The continued feedback I receive from stakeholders is that these are common sense regulations that you and the team are really taking input from stakeholders in a meaningful way that is building trust in the early learning ecosystem. So, we talk about transformation a lot. This is the work of transformation. That's not always sexy. It's often in regulations, right? And I just want to commend you in the common sense listening and acting that you and the team are doing, particularly in early learning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. The floor is now open for a vote. All in favor of allowing the department to publish the regulation, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Very good. Nicely done, Dr. Cook. Good to see you. We now move to Comar 13A0302, graduation requirements for high schools in Maryland, and Comar 13A0304, test administration. Dr. Lawson?
Yes, sir. I would like to invite Ms. Hazlett up, please.
Good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful this fine afternoon. Welcome to all our new members.
We're doing wonderful as well.
Welcome to our new members. So I'm Chandra Hazlett, Assistant Superintendent of Assessment, Accountability, Performance Reporting, and I'm here today to seek approval from you to formally adopt the amendments to the Code of Maryland Regulations, including two. 13A0302, graduation requirements for public high schools in Maryland, and 13A0304, test administration and data reporting policies and procedures. I'd like to step back and provide a little background information, particularly since we have so many new members today. So in 2018, there was a graduation task force that was convened at the request of the State Board of Education at the time and the State Superintendent of Schools, and they were to conduct a systemic, comprehensive review of the entire set of academic credits, graduation requirements, and any Code of Maryland Regulations, COMARs. The task force included widespread representation, engagement from stakeholders. There was a review of research data and policies on diplomas, credits, assessments, a look across the nation as well. The task force findings showed that the high-stakes exams that had been in use in Maryland for a decade at that point in time were disproportionately and negatively impacting minority and economically disadvantaged students, which were reducing their likelihood of graduating from high school. The task force findings also indicated that a student's course grade is a stronger predictor of college and career success than performance on a standardized assessment. The task force recommendation for graduation was to move towards continuing the requirement to take the assessment in algebra, English, science, and government. Those were the four high-stakes assessments that were in place then. And that these assessments would account for 20% of the student's final grade in the respective high school level course as an end-of-course exam, almost like a final exam. On May 25th, 2021, the State Board voted to decouple the high-stakes high school exams from the graduation requirement and to move forward with having assessments account for 20% of the student's final grade. This transition away from high-stakes exams to EOC exams would reduce the barriers created by the high-stakes testing that had been in place. On January 2021, the State Board approved MSDE's request for permission to publish amendments to COMAR 13A0302 graduation requirements. The amendments were published from April to May, and the State Board adopted the amendments on May 25th, 2021. And the final regulation was published following the adoption by the State Board. So with the May 25th, 2021 graduation requirement adoption, the requirement was scheduled to go in effect for that school year 2022-2023. So as we all know, there was a pandemic, and so due to the pandemic, the transition to the new Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program overall, as well as the transition from those high-stakes exams to an EOC exam was disrupted. So there were waivers that were granted for assessments during the school years 1920, 2021, and even 21-22 with the graduation requirements. But it is important to note that although assessments may have been waived for graduation or assessments overall, the other graduation requirements continue to remain in effect and in force. So early in 2022, we heard from LEAs. We had been engaging the LEAs, and we heard that additional time was needed to successfully implement the necessary systemic changes. Considering the request of the local superintendents for the additional time, and due to the challenges of emerging from the pandemic, the State Superintendent of Schools recommended, and the State Board granted a waiver collectively for all LEAs for good cause. This was in June of 2022. The taking of the MCAP continued. The Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program assessments continued to be required for graduation, but would not count for that 20% requirement for the student's final grade in the respective high school level course. So I just want to step back and talk about the engagement that had been going on. So with the May 25th, 2021 adoption, that put a lot of things in place. particularly around engagement. So beginning with that school year 21-22, work groups were established, and we focused the work groups around accountability, administration, grading policies, and an external stakeholder group. There was widespread LEA, MSD staff, external stakeholders were represented as part of these work groups, and much of the information and findings from those work groups ultimately impacted our engagement over the school year 2022-23 that was granted during this waiver opportunity. So as MSDE and LEAs have partnered on this and collaborated on this transition, I want to highlight a couple of the successes and the engagement that we have been going through over the past year. These were critical to positioning us for a successful launch this fall. So just looking at the administration reporting of the assessments, a new reporting and administration platform will be available starting this fall, 23-24. It includes new functionalities and improvements that have been put in place, primarily from the lessons learned from this past year. So one of the key ones is that we will be implementing rolling scoring beginning with this year, and this is new to Maryland. Folks may recall that all of our assessments have constructive responses, which are written responses. So we were able to find a way to return the assessments within 9 days, and that's one of the faster return dates across the nation. This timeline will meet the requirements of LEAs for the rapid turnaround results. So what this means is that if a student takes the test is submitted, 9 days later, the LEA will have the results for that student. We also will continue the practice of having a large assessment window in our state. We generally have about a month as far as an assessment window. LEAs can pick which time they want to administer the assessments within that window. By providing this large assessment window, that provides the opportunity for students that need to have results back sooner. They take the test earlier and they can get the results back sooner. The other aspect of the reporting platform is that we will have non-testing codes. So this allows flexibility within the LEAs to use these testing codes within their own unique grading policies, such as credit recovery programs or any kind of eligibility requirements. LEAs were able to test these non-testing codes during the past administration, primarily due to this extra year you granted us. So the other initiative that we were able to put in place this past year was looking at grading programs and system enhancements overall. So we were able to partner with 9 LEAs so that all grading programs that are used in the state now have a solution that can be leveraged. So what that means is that all of the grading programs that are in use, there is a process that we can automatically load all the EOC results into the grading programs. We are currently still working with 3 LEAs that have chosen to develop a solution on their own. So a grading conversion, so the actual grading conversion, changing the assessment score to a grade conversion. So this was actually a real big bonus with this waiver. So we were able to use data from a number of years. So originally we had only historical data that we were leveraging this grade conversion on. With the waiver, we were able to use 2022 results. We were able to engage our local education agencies and what the results of that grade conversion would look like. We have now been able to take their feedback, use 2023 data, and we are now going through the final modeling stages of that grade conversion process. So I also want to just highlight that we have not only leveraged our research office with Matt Duque for this process, we have outreach with our psychometricians that we have for our assessment vendors, and we have an assessment technical assistance committee that we have been leveraging as part of this process. Finally, with this waiver, we also have done some outreach with other states. So we've actually been partnering very closely with a couple of states in particular that have already implemented EOCs, and we have been learning from their challenges to try and make sure that we have the systems in place to be able to stand this up this fall. And I also just want to highlight that the grade conversion ultimately must be used by all LEAs, regardless of their grading policies. There are a couple of different solutions that we are implementing to make sure that every LEA will be able to use this grade conversion. For example, a test can be converted to a single grade, an A or B or C, or it can be converted to a percentile, 84, for example. So we are being able to provide, because there are a couple of different grading policies within the state, so we're making sure that we have the flexibility to adapt to what is being used in our state. So the other item I just want to highlight with student populations in particular, and some of the work group, some of this feedback came out of our external stakeholder work group that we stood up in 21-22. So English learners in particular, so beginning with the 23-24 school year, we now have a Spanish version of our government and science assessments that will be put in place for this year. This is brand new. We have provisions in place for newly arrived English learners. So within the first 12 months of them arriving in a public Maryland school, they will need to take the assessment, but that score will not account for 20% of their grade. We will use those non-testing codes for those particular cases, for example. Students with disabilities. Students with significant cognitive disabilities can take an approved alternative assessment. There are alternative assessments in place for science. In government, there will be an alternative assessment in place for the 24-25 school year. We are field testing it this year. So another student population that we have received received feedback and been working with our LEAs is around students taking AP, those AP, IB courses in particular. With this extra year that was granted during the waiver, we were able to engage staff with the College Board. We also outreached to other states. And so students taking AP courses will meet the graduation requirements for their course by taking an approved assessment, which may include either the MCAP or the AP assessment for government. One of the challenges that we heard frequently is that AP results just don't come back in time. And so we have accommodated that feedback into our policies, what we're moving forward with. I do want to highlight that AP Biology is not an approved assessment, primarily because of our federal requirement to assess all students in science. So we are looking closer into that, but most students in our state take biology as a regular course before they move to AP Biology. On the other hand, most students just go right into AP Government. So the AP Government course will be considered an alternative, an acceptable alternative to meet the requirement. So I just want to end. Those are the major initiatives. There are others, but those are the ones that were really critical to our success. So we have, over the past year in particular, year and a half, ongoing engagement and transparency opportunities for our LEAs. For example, we have presented the chief academic officers at every available meeting since January of last year, a year and a half ago. Provided updates, leveraged their staff to provide feedback sessions, and more importantly, actually provided opportunities for them to collaborate amongst each other. One of the common questions we asked with, what have you done well? What can you share with your peers? We also meet biweekly with our local accountability coordinators, and I can just call out right now, our local accountability coordinators have been phenomenal in this work. We have dedicated technical assistance sessions. They have been involved in this pilot. They are our go-to folks for like tiger teams to stand up to look at solutions for things. So a lot of this work could not have been done with our local accountability coordinators. Again, we meet with them every other week, and this is a frequent topic. So I just want to also highlight that that's the system aspect of it, but MSD staff within the Teaching and Learning Division, they have content specialists. They have collaborative meetings with the content specialists across the state, and so those have been continuing, or those were ongoing, and they will be continuing in the future as we work on the scheduling challenges associated with implementing and transitioning to EOC. So with the adoption, hopefully today, I'll just hold this that thought. So that can start the waterfall process of doing a lot of outreach and communication to our parents and teachers. So that's one of the things that is still on our list of things that we need to make sure that we are working and partnering with our LEAs and stand ready to support them as they are move forward with this transition. So the current promulgation process, so where we are today, so that was the background. So on January 24th of this year, 2023, the State Board granted permission to publish the amendments to the graduation requirements and the test administration data reporting. And so I just want to highlight some of the key things that have changed. So one is that we moved the requirement, even though there was a waiver, we moved the requirement from starting in 22 to 23 to 23 to 24 school year. So we made that move. So I also want to just highlight this next one, which is really, really important for this transition, and we do have precedent in our state to transition in a change for graduation for starting with our incoming freshmen. So for this 23-24 school year, only the incoming 9th grade students are impacted. It is not this year's courses that carry the EOC requirement, but rather the 9th graders who are taking those courses this year. So for the 24-25, which is a year from now, 9th and 10th graders will be impacted, and then 12th graders will be impacted in 4 years. So we did the similar transition with the government in 2009, I believe. Somebody can check the date on that. So we continue this practice, and this was based on feedback from our local education agencies as well. So the other one is remove the EOC exam requirements for the math and English assessments in high school. So starting in school year 23-24, it will only be the science and government assessments with the EOC requirement. And so this is primarily due to some of the blueprint requirements and I need a drink of water. In the transition to CCR.
Take your time, move on.
Thank you. So this is primarily due to the CCR requirements. We are transitioning into those CCR requirements. So there were some additional amendments to align the regulations with the change. Some of the ones you may have noticed that we've removed a lot of language around bridge projects. That's no longer in place because we will no longer have that requirement to pass the assessments. So I just also want to highlight the other COMAR as far as the test administration, data reporting policies and procedures. Primarily the changes there are associated with changing assessment titles, names, and changing the LSS, local school system, to local education agency. All right. So just a summary briefly of the comments that we have received. So during the 30-day comment period, which ended earlier this month, we did receive 5 public comments. The organizations that provided comments were Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Montgomery County, and the PASAM, and all of those were provided to you for review prior to this meeting today. We have also reviewed very carefully the feedback received from the field. We truly appreciate the feedback. Transitions are always challenging, whether it's part of the blueprint or with transitions away from a high-stake test, how things have been done in the past, moving towards an end-of-course exam. But hopefully I responded to some of the concerns that were addressed in the letters as part of my comments today. And we obviously stand ready to partner and continue our collaboration with our LEAs to ensure our successful implementation for the 23-24 school year. So based on the review of the comments and our readiness of our administration and infrastructure that we have in place, MSDE is recommending no changes to the language in the regulation, and I move it back to the chair, Dr. Crawford.
Now the floor is open for questions of clarification concerning the 2 COMAR items. Yes, Dr. Golson.
Thank you. I know this is time for questions, but I also do want to commend the testing department for creating an assessment that'll have multiple languages and for a 9-day turnaround for results. So that helps to respond to some of the questions. I still have a question around what's the solution for advanced placement courses, since we know that they don't get the results back until July and August. How many freshmen will be impacted with this new reg that goes through? And I do want to voice my concern that out of the 8 districts that piloted the program or had input in this pilot, 3 of those 8 still are very vocal around a request for a delay. So that means that they don't feel comfortable enough yet to implement. And I think I'm always about implementation with fidelity is success.
I didn't bring a pen to the table, so I'm going to try and make sure I hit all your questions. So the AP test in particular, so the requirement for those students that are taking an AP course is that they have to take an assessment. So for government, they need to take the MCAP or the AP. It will not count for the EOC. And we heard that very strongly, that there is no way that students taking an AP exam, if they get the results back in July, that they can incorporate into their grade as part of 20% of their grade. Right? So they are required to pass the course, take the MCAP test, or take the AP government test. For those students that are taking the AP biology, they would take those that are taking the regular biology, they would take the course and then take the MCAP test. Those taking AP biology would take the course, pass the course, and take either the MCAP biology assessment or the AP biology test. So the requirement is to take an assessment and pass the course, in summary.
Okay, clarifying question. So let's just use the bio. So I'm taking the AP bio course, but because I won't get the results back in time, I take the MCAT. And then I also take the AP exam because I've been sitting in this course all year and so I'm going to take 2 assessments.
Yes.
Yikes. Okay.
And I do want to just emphasize that one of the reasons why we didn't include the requirement for taking the MCAP government and for those students that take the AP government, for example, was because we have a long history of not double testing kids. So most kids, we have right now about 800 students that may be double tested in AP Bio because they haven't taken biology prior to taking AP Bio. And that is something that we're looking very closely at because we have a long history of not double testing kids. All right, so in regards to the so do you have a follow-up, or I can go on to her second question?
Nope, go to your
Okay.
second.
So the second question was in regards to how many ninth grade students that would be impacted. So most ninth grade students would not be impacted because most students take government and biology as a sophomore. There may be some students that take regular biology as a ninth grader, and those would be the ones that would be impacted, but that's not everybody. I don't, off the top of my head. I know
Okay,
we did
that's
it a year
fine.
ago, I just don't remember off the top of my head now.
Thank you for that one.
I'm blanking.
And the
on
last
third.
one was just a comment. It wasn't a question. It was just around the 3 of the 8 still having
Oh, yes.
extreme apprehension. Thank you.
Ms. McCusker?
So, assuming that we have some LEAs who feel comfortable lifting this right now, and some that still have extreme discomfort, school starts in a month.
Understood.
And, we didn't get this off the ground until this new one, until January, and starting that, and they may not have stood it up, not knowing when it was going to come back to them, and may be looking at legitimate issues with logistics and having the IT set up and all of that kind of stuff when they weren't exactly sure when it was going to come down, even though the expectation was it was a 1 year, but the timing of when the regs have come through, I guess is what I'm saying. If we have some that have a really legitimate concern, is there a avenue for or a window for them to
No, I don't know if
request outside of the reg? So you create the reg goes through, and then we've had regs where we then can ask for a waiver of the reg. And is there that kind of a window where an LEA who really has legitimate issues standing this up can come after the reg is passed and say, we've got issues, this is what our issues are, and we would like an individual waiver for our LEA? Is that for 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that is a possibility?
Sean, you were going to respond, I think?
Yes. Yes, there's a
Yes.
general waiver regulation.
Mr. Crawford, if I may as well, when Mr. Schoen finishes.
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, you can do it.
This is a question that Ms. Haslick and myself discussed in detail yesterday. We have had 3 very in-depth conversations about everything that we could think about with the possibility of bringing this information forward. So with that, Ms. Haslick had really came up with the answer to that question, which we will share with you at this time, Chandra. We basically talked about whether or not we could have one school system take a test and another school system not take the test, which is what you are asking.
Standardization.
Yes.
Standardization.
Well, I'm not asking that one take the test and one doesn't take the test. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if they can be waived from the requirement of the EOC, because I don't think they're asking to not take MCAP. I don't
Gotcha.
think that's what they're asking. I think they're saying we don't want to make this 20% of the end of course yet because we haven't stood up everything we need to stand up to do this with fidelity in our system. So I'm not, that's not the type of waiver I'm talking about. I'm talking about, could they ask to not stand this up as 20% for another year, which gives them more time to put their systems in place and address the concerns that they feel they have.
Yes.
But not to not take MCAP. That wasn't what I was saying.
I thought that was, I
yeah.
apologize.
No, I
can
apologize
elaborate.
if that's what that was not what I meant to infer.
I apologize, yes.
But there is a process, just like last summer, when there was a blanket waiver provided to all LEAs, there could be a waiver for an individual LEA for due cause or justification. Yes, there is a process. We discussed that last week.
So how would an LEA know to do, how do they, explain it?
I don't want to sound flippant, but I'm pretty confident that every board council in the state knows how to give advice.
All right, so this is not a
Their local
complicated
board.
thing, this is not,
No.
No, okay.
It's in Comar 13A 0101.02-1, so
there's the
every
numbers.
local board council is very well aware of this.
Rewind, write it down. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gear.
Thank you. So, great set of information. Two quick questions. One is, I'm hoping a really quick clarification for my newbie self. Why are we shifting from the philosophy of a bridge or any kind of alternative pathway to completion?
So the bridge was put in place to account for the fact that we had a number of students that were unable to test well. The high stakes assessment, they had to meet a passing score in order to graduate. So we found that there were students that, in order to graduate, they had to take it a dozen times per chance, right? So there was a process that was put in place to create remediation and then reassessment opportunities, and that was called a bridge. It was a very well-defined process for a bridge program.
Yeah, I know it. I'm asking why are we walking away from that philosophy that some students are not going to perform well and still need to retake this test 12 times and have an alternative pathway to completion?
It was not part of the recommendations from the task force, and we're moving so right now we're moving towards a process for where 20% of a student's grade in a course is the assessment, but 80% of it is still teacher-driven assessment, very similar to what you may find in a bridge program with remediation and reassessment for the course grade. So I think it's a philosophical conversation in regards to whether or not we would want to bring a bridge program back as part of an option. That's something that could be discussed for the future.
To recoup some portion of that 20% in terms of remediation.
Sure, that's something that could be brought back in the future, yeah.
Okay. The second question is, you said that the LEAs are going to choose within the window.
Yes.
And this is, if I was running a school system, I would absolutely choose the last possible moment to take it, and I would anticipate that all 24 are going to do the same. And even if they don't, any student who ends up taking the assessment earlier on is at a disadvantage in terms of content coverage over their peers by a month, let alone whatever timeline the assessment is going to be given, whether that's in April, May, possibly March, right, when this assessment will be given. And so I don't understand, as a former teacher, how we're going to cover the amount of content that needs to be covered within that period of time in order for that student to successfully sit for the exam.
I understand your concern. I know that's a conversation that is being had with our content supervisors here at the state as well as in the field. I'm looking at Dr. Collins to see if she wants to jump in. But and I know I have the content directors behind me, so that is a challenge. I will acknowledge that is a challenge, and we do have LEAs that choose the later dates. But one of the additional challenge and one of the reasons behind having that large assessment window is we have LEAs that start and finish at different times of the year. So, right, so some end at the end of May, right? Some go to the third week in June. So that assessment window accommodates the LEA schedules in general, and the LEAs can pick the window to fit not only their schedule, but also the instructional sequencing, knowing their needs, yes.
Alrighty.
All right, my question was about government AP exam. So since the AP tests are graded on a scale of 5, will that align with the MCAP 5-point scale, or will there be a different weight? Okay.
It's actually not included. So the AP exams will not be included as part of the EOC requirement.
Okay.
Right, primarily due to the return of the scores, yes. Yeah.
So I do not want to delay any longer. So I'll tell you that, that's where my gut is on these things. We've been delaying so much during COVID. It's important for us to get online our requirements. I'm concerned with some of the communication that we received from locals about communication about this requirement during the 22-23 school year. If you could help me, so the question is, can you walk me back through what communication was with locals, with our LEAs during the 22-23 school year, in terms of progress updates on this requirement, outside of the regulatory process. Can you help me understand the communication with LEAs over the past year?
Sure. So we leveraged two major pathways of our communication. Well, actually three. So one, I'll start with, we have a weekly distribution to our superintendents. And so we were communicating with them weekly throughout, beginning in May, I think all the way to October, about the change in COMAR and the change in timeline to begin for 23-24. So that was an ongoing just communication with the superintendents. The second one is that we leveraged the chief academic officers. We had, you're going to come up for this one? So, do you want to take over?
I will support you.
Okay.
This is important work.
So with the chief academic officers, Dr. Collins and I have been working jointly to make sure that the agenda was in place for every opportunity to meet with them. And we actually had several breakout rooms, facilitated conversations with LEAs around this work. We discussed the grade conversions, we discussed the systems update, the pilots.
So just to add what Chandra's sharing is one of the important things that Chandra's team and I have done is to have program and assessment be aligned. Oftentimes the supervisors or directors in the LEAs would reach directly out to our content folks. I have my directors here for math, literacy, government, and science wave, but so that we would be normed on our responses, and so we would collaborate on the presentations. We actually did, there was one in person we did in December where we brought materials in time for the LEAs to workshop together and talk about their experiences. Some of the LEAs highlighted some of the engagement that they were doing, and sometimes the LEA assistant soups would reach directly out to Chandra, and we would just hop on a call to have the conversation. Every LEA is in a different place, but we have to understand if we don't start, we can't move forward. I appreciate your question about the bridge project, but honestly, coming from an LEA, it's kind of watered down, right? So if you think about the rigor of the blueprint and the rigor of where we're trying to move students, this makes sense to do now, but it's our job also at MSDE, program in partnership with the assessment, to meet LEAs where they are and to figure that out. So one of the other structures is all the content teams have what we started when I came on board, is called content collaboratives, not meetings, but spaces where LEAs can truly work in PLCs to build each other's capacity. And the feedback has been tremendous so that they can learn and grow through some of the changes that continue to come, and we will continue that through the school year. So that engagement occurred. Every assistant SUPS meeting that was the standard, that it has to be this discussion around assessment. Like Chandra mentioned, we did small breakout groups for people to talk about where they are, and they were very vocal about these are the issues. Like, it was real. They were very honest about the challenges, and Chandra and team would always take that information back and say, okay, this is a real authentic issue with the LEA. How do we help them problem solve? And I think the best solutions came on those one-on-one conversations with the LEAs, because everybody's context is very different.
You know, I was going to add to what Dr. Collins has said. I was actually going to say it myself before she talked about the Bridge Project. The Bridge Project, as a high school principal, I saw what Bridge Projects eventually turned into. It turned into the teacher help you do the least amount in order to get by with, to pass the assessment, or to make it so that you could move forward. It's not just the testing window for this test. There is a testing window for every test we give. So this is not a testing window just for what we're speaking about today. And in addition to that, I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to share, first and foremost, the timeline. Let's think about the timeline. This is something that began pre-COVID. We had an extra year to engage with the school systems, to gain their input, and to seek making sure that we do, whatever it was that we could, to help them be prepared. You know, when you speak about giving a test, if you don't make the test something that is accountable, many times you hear parents, administrators, and even myself at times say the test doesn't count for anything, so the students are not doing their best. That has been said many times. When we talk about the superintendent who is now going to be stubborn about accountability, we have to remember that it is accountability at all levels for many things for everyone. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And, you know, I would also like to say test.
Mr. Paul?
What kind of support, guidance, whatever, can the department give to LEAs as they, you know, setting aside the logistics of testing, just communicating to parents that this thing is gonna happen, is gonna be real, is gonna make a big difference? What can be done? What kind of discussions have gone on with LEAs to set up for that kind of communication? Because that seems to me to be a big hurdle.
So I'm going to start, they're going to chime in too, because this is an all hands on deck kind of project. So I know that just from a very high level, I have a monthly newsletter. We have this queued up to go out in our newsletter for the next month. That's our first announcement of the EO course assessment to the public, is our newsletter. That's one, right? So we're going to start that process as soon as this is adopted to get it out to parents, educators, and teachers. And I know that communication strategies have already been shared with me from the local education agencies when we do the cross-LEA collaborative work in regards to their engagement with guidance counselors and whatnot. So I know that there is work going on, so I'd like to learn from what is already going on, the best practices in our LEAs, so we can leverage that and do peer-to-peer work with our LEAs. I think that's really, really helpful for our LEAs. But I also, just stepping back, MSDE does need to take a leadership role in this as well. So I have in my head one-pagers, right? I have, you know, a new website. We have a website stood up, but it definitely needs to be fleshed out where people can point to it and say that this is information that's available for them. Frequently asked questions. A lot of the information that we would like to put out publicly has been shared with our local education agencies. I think it's time now to move that to the public world as well. Yes.
And if I can just add, it also goes back to over-engagement, as the superintendent has talked about. So MSD's responsibility of working side by side with LEAs. For example, what's your engagement strategy for this year in your LEA? Where does this fit into your engagement plan, strategically and specifically, right? And how do we support them in using the resource that we already had, not to reinvent the wheel, but to help them figure out, okay, these are the spaces and places where this makes sense, and help them with the frequency, and help them to build their presentations, and if necessary, to be there. Again, we have content staff that's available, but it has to be working shoulder by shoulder and side by side within their context, not just blanket. And it's important to over-communicate, right? As Chandra said, yeah, we have newsletters and things like that, but how often do communities read that, right? So how do we make it meaningful to the communities, and not just, you know, okay, we've translated the document, maybe we need to have a meeting just for families where English is not their first language to help them understand that, right? So I think it's working side by side with LEAs to help them look at their engagement plan and how this fits into that as well.
I think we'll get ready now to open the floor for a motion. The thing I would just say is this is the kind of issue that we're going to have to look at. We're going to have to try to figure out striking a reasonable balance to move forward. It's going to mean that in some instances there's going to be a level of unreadiness, and we have to look at that and make a judgment about where we are and whether we can move forward. The other thing that I would just say is, I'll just ask Dr. Lawson, is this outreach, these kinds of engagement, is this what MSD used to do?
It is what MSDE is designed to do, but since Mr. Chaudhry has began his superintendency, it is an expectation, and it happens more frequently and we're for a higher level of expectation that we do whatever it is we can to assist the school systems.
So I think, again, for the board, just as we are moving forward, is recognize that we have a lot of very good people at MSDE. But we are asking MSDE people to do something, in some cases, dramatically different than what they've done before. So these things are always challenging when you come and ask an employee to change dramatically what he or she has been doing before. It creates concern as people just trying to figure it out. I knew what success looked like before. Now in this new environment, and where you're asking me to do new things, I'm trying to figure out for myself again, what does success look like, and can I be successful at it? So that's sort of at the ground level of what's happening around the organization. I think we'll get there, but there's still that level of just discomfort as things sort of shake out. And that's what happens with the process. The floor is now open for a motion to adopt Regulation 13A0302, graduation requirements for high schools in Maryland, and COMAR 13A0304, test administration. So permission to adopt. The floor is now open for a motion. Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by Dr. Getty. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no yes, Mr. Paul.
Just wanted to clarify and specifically say the two things that are on my mind as we're considering this. Number one, I think the saving grace here is that it's the ninth grade class being affected. That's the only thing to me that makes this reasonably possible. It's a relatively small number of families that are going to be affected by this. So that means that communication to those families over this next year is going to be, not next year, I mean over this next week, yeah, is the only way. I'm sure everybody's going to be pulling the list of every ninth grader in biology or whatever. And then number two, Ms. McCusker's point about waiver and the sort of general waiver that's possible. I mean, I hope we will, I'm not saying pass this reg or adopt this reg and then just blanketly disregard it, but I really hope that we'll, be reasonable in our consideration of waivers with good reasons from the LEAs. That's my thinking here.
Mr. Sheldon, if a waiver comes in, does it come to the board for a decision on a waiver?
It first goes to the state superintendent and then to the board.
So it ultimately comes to us? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I too just want to make a comment around, I think we have to do a better job of making sure that when we do a pilot, if we have some LEAs that are still uncomfortable, that we figure out how to bring them on board. Because for them to still be extremely vocal about it concerns me. And then the next part of it is that if we really were paying attention to the results that were just shared in the 72-page PowerPoint presentation around the American Institute for Research, there was a statement made around the bias around assessments. And it's almost as if we are not taking into account the research that was just shared, because we know that there's a potential bias in assessments, but we're going to go ahead and layer it on our kids anyway with a 20% end of the course assessment. And we do have school districts that have a reassessment policy, as our student member of the board shared earlier. So I just want us to be considerate of that in the future. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just last point. I totally agree with all the statements about Bridge and how they were watered down and the implementation of it. I do have great concerns about an alternative pathway that is rigorous, and I think I like the idea that we're researching it, we're trying to figure out what to do with it. I think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to see that it's going to be necessary, and I think it's only fair, especially for reassessment policies.
Alrighty. Seeing no further comments on the regulation, the floor is now open for a vote on the regulation. This would be to adopt the two COMAR regulations. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Those
Well, let's-
Okay, he's got to count. and
Keep
get
your hands up,
everybody.
please.
Okay.
Susan. Irma.
Ready?
Very close.
Okay, all right.
Rachel, you're up. And Evisol. Okay.
Those opposed?
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Great conversation, great discussion.
Thank you.
The next item is the teacher certification assessment.
Certification.
Permission to adopt.
President Crawford, for this COMAR reg, we're going to have Kelly Meadows join us. She is going to join us virtually.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. Thank you for having me. This item is a little bit different than the previous COMAR items that you've heard in that we are not asking for permission to amend a regulation. We are asking that the board adopt certification assessments. These assessments are a part of the requirements for initial teacher certification. And current regulation states the State Board of Education is responsible for adopting certification assessments in Maryland, and the State Superintendent of Schools is responsible for setting a passing score. Today before you, we have 5 assessments: biology content, physics content, chemistry content, earth and space sciences, and school psychologist. All 5 of these assessments are currently required in Maryland in a previous version, and the Educational Testing Service, which is the agency that publishes the Praxis battery, revises these assessments, not so much on a schedule, but more so to realign to national standards when they are revised. For these particular 5 assessments, the first 4 that are the science-based are all revised to align with the National Science Teaching Association preparation standards. Those standards were republished in 2020. And then the school psychologist is designed to align with the National Association of School Psychologists standards, also revised in 2020. So in your packet today, you do have a breakdown, a comparison of the previous versions, which are currently required in Maryland, and what we're asking you to adopt today. And should you adopt them, we will make that transition in January of 2024 to allow our educator preparation programs time to make any adjustments they may need to make in order to ensure that their curriculum is aligned with preparing candidates that are able to pass these assessments.
The floor is now open for discussion of the proposal. By the way, this involved PSTAB?
No, sir.
No, that's right, that's
The
right.
current regulations, the State Board of Education is the sole board that
Okay.
adopts certification assessments.
Okay, thank you. The floor is now open for questions, discussion around clarification questions. Yes, Dr. Michael.
As I did a little bit of research into these assessments, and with the information provided on the fact that the legacy assessments are expiring, I noticed that most states made this change a year ago. And so my question is a timing one. Why are we getting this a year later than most states? Why are we on the back end of it? When we have a new assessment, can you speak to timing of this and why we didn't make this decision a year ago?
Absolutely. So the Blueprint for Maryland Future requires 2 things. One, beginning July 1st, 2025, all Maryland educator preparation candidates do have to pass a battery of assessments that are now in statute, and they include basic literacy, content, and a performance assessment. So that's one piece of it. The second piece of that same legislation requires the MSDE to determine if the assessments that we're currently using, which are the Praxis battery, are, and I quote, as rigorous as those used in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So because the law says that, our department has been exploring how to make that comparison in a valid manner. We are actively working internally along with the staff of the AIB to determine how that will be done. We have put this off because we were hoping that we would at this point in time be able to make that comparison and say either yes, these assessments are on par with the rigor of the MTELs used in Massachusetts, or no, they are not, and we need to pivot away and develop our own assessments, which is a process. We did not want to put another assessment into play for our educator preparation programs if we were going to quickly pivot away. With that being said, at this point in time, we're confident that we are not going to pivot away quickly. Either we will determine that the practice assessments are as rigorous as the MTELs, or we will have to start a lengthy process to procure a testing vendor partner to develop our own assessments. So while we're working internally, what we didn't want to happen is for there to be no assessment. So we did pause there for a minute. At this point in time, the AIB staff agree with the MSDE that we really should move forward to adopt these revised assessments so that we aren't running the risk of not having a content assessment for our candidates.
Are there other questions?
Teamwork. Excellent. Okay. So seeing no other questions, the floor is now open for a motion to adopt the teacher certification assessments. Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by Dr. Goldsmith. Forgive me. Yeah, been late. Goldson, forgive me. The floor open for discussion of the motion. Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a page out of my colleague's book. We saw earlier in our extensive CCR report that there's a decrease in students' ability to be able to communicate info, evaluate, conduct scientific inquiry, and do all of those types of things. And when you look at this report, the thing, or not report, but when you look at this and the changes, all but 2 of these assessments are decreasing their set of questions around the inquiry of science, around the nature of science, around what I would consider to be, as a former science teacher, the most important part of why we teach science. And it feels like the rigor there is being decreased, and it's in opposition to what we need most. This is more of a, I held this for discussion instead of question because I think we're beyond this point. This is more of a, I'm imploring the MHEC to not take this assessment and this set of assessments and then adjust their teaching training practices to reduce the amount of scientific inquiry and the nature of science work that needs to happen for teachers in order to train and support students to be able to think critically and think on their own. I think this is a challenge that's not just a Maryland challenge. I think this is a national challenge. I want people to be able to see data and know when it's real. I want people to be able to see information and understand when it's true. And in order to do that, I think the burden is mostly on our science and math teachers, and sometimes and certainly our ELI teachers. I don't want to take that away from them. And I really believe fully that if left alone, teacher training programs are going to take a look at the praxis, the new versions, and they're going to end up saying, let's reduce down what we're training our teachers to do in those areas because there's actually less questions on it. And that scares me a lot, especially considering what we saw a little bit earlier.
Thank you. So I believe we have a motion and it's been seconded. The floor is now, unless there are any other comments, the floor is now open for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, unanimous. Very good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kelly. Good to see you. We're just going to do a very brief update on the science of reading. We'll have a more extensive one. And again, we are talking to the AIB. I spoke with Chair Leggett last evening, and what we're probably going to do is do a, I know they want to say something, and so we're going to probably do a initial small group discussion of the leadership, and then figure out exactly what, if anything, would happen in this area. But just teeing up just for a brief overview of science of reading, sort of where are we for the board, and we'll do a more extensive one in the future.
Thank you, President Crawford. If I could ask Dr. Collins and Mr. Dayhoff to join us, please.
Thank you, President Crawford, Vice President Michael, and members of the State Board of Education. We will work to move quickly but effectively through this conversation and hopefully provide a broader understanding, at least, of the departments in the State Board of Education's leadership to date since the passage of the Ready to Read Act and leadership pertaining to the science of reading or structured literacy, both here at the State Department of Education and as it has impacted, following that, the local education agencies. So the Ready to Read Act, and no jokes, the Ready to Read Act for those.
No joke.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. I'm actually relieved.
The Ready to Read Act really started the process towards tackling comprehensive early literacy instruction aligned to the science of reading, but it's important to note that the Ready to Read Act is not, in and of itself, a comprehensive literacy law. It paves the pathway, and it's something that the State Board of Education and MSDE have been able to leverage to build upon. And so the foundational aspects of the Ready to Read Act tie to the adoption of comprehensive screening processes, right? So one of the first and important aspects of implementation pertaining to instruction aligned to the science of reading is making sure that we have universal screening, progress monitoring, that we're checking in with our students. We're doing so throughout the year. The Ready to Read Act puts that initial requirement in place. It also mandates that evidence-based, systematic, explicit, and cumulative supplemental instruction for students at risk of reading difficulties, tackling Tier 1, 2, and 3 interventions. So this does ensure mastery of foundational reading skills, but it stops short of mandating but still paving the way for effective decoding, spelling, fluency, phonics, phonemic awareness, and reading comprehension. Important to note that, as we'll discuss today throughout this and the next steps that the department and the State Board of Education have taken to date, that the department is confident that local education agencies are on the path toward adopting and implementing the science of reading. They are, albeit at very different stages of that effort, but that work is no less important in those districts, and it is being undertaken in earnest. And the department's efforts to ensure and enforce the Ready to Read Act are both strong, but also, as you'll see as I continue now, have extended well beyond what's required in the Ready to Read Act to truly lead local education agencies forward with additional adoption. That started with, following the Ready to Read Act, the State Board of Education's leadership pertaining to additional regulations. That's 13A0308 for students at risk for reading difficulties. And so right after the Ready to Read Act was passed and the board began to promulgate and later adopt regulation, that work built upon, but moved past the Ready to Read Act, amplifying its reach, clarifying its objectives. For example, extending the screening requirements through grade 3, which is further beyond what was required in the Ready to Read Act. And as we know, so much early literacy is pivotal that we have the ability to learn to read by grade 3 so that they can read to learn in grades 3 and beyond. That regulation also established specific timelines, procedures for screening, so that there was predictability, the consistency across local education agencies and how schools and districts across the state were implementing the universal screening and the provisions of this work. And then, of course, through that unambiguous commitment to structured literacy, that laid the foundation for additional investments. And so I'm going to jump ahead to the department's efforts to incent local education agencies to go full bore, if you will, into the science of reading. And that led with Maryland Leads. And I know the board has heard over the course of the year, and to our new members of the board, I'm sure there will be more opportunities from local education agencies to hear about their work in implementing initiatives from Maryland Leads. But key among those high-level strategy areas is the science of reading. And in order for a local education agency to be awarded funds under the science of reading, they had to commit in writing multiple times, in letters, and in grant assurances, very specifically, 3 key pillars that they had to do. 1, they had to ensure that by the end of the grant period, all teachers in grades K through 3, in addition to administrators, in addition to reading specialists and special education teachers, had to be trained in literacy instruction aligned to structured literacy and the science of reading. That's first. Second, right? High quality, content-rich, culturally relevant instructional materials. So local education agencies had to demonstrate that they either had them or would be willing to either pilot and then go on to commit to not just piloting, but full adoption of utilizing instructional materials aligned to the science of reading as well, right? So all of these building on top of that last piece, which remained and aligned to the third requirement in Maryland Leads, which was the universal screening. So continuing to enforce, again, that strict requirement around having universal screening, having progress monitoring in place, and making sure that the assessment tools being used were likewise aligned to the science of reading. And in fact, one of the mechanisms that the department used with Maryland Leads was its partner program, where through curating and allowing for a competitive process, we were able to identify high quality instructional materials partners, et cetera, that aligned to Ed Reports and the other states, for example, who've gone and curated high quality instructional materials aligned to the science of reading to make sure that what was being used as and for the materials of instruction were, again, deeply embedded with and aligned to structured literacy. Those efforts continue to move on and have given us some of the initial evidence that we've seen regarding early data. For those of you who are here and recall from St. Mary's County, from Montgomery County Public Schools, from Caroline County Public Schools, essentially every district who has come and presented to the board so far has been able to show demonstrable gains in local benchmark reading data associated with their implementation of efforts around the science of reading. And that gives us extraordinary confidence in that work, but that's not enough, right? It's one thing to incent, it's another thing to move beyond and codify that in existing policy. And so the next step for the department was to leverage its role in drafting the Blueprint Implementation Plan templates, which were submitted to the Accountability and Implementation Board. And if you go into Pillar 3 of the Blueprint Implementation Plan templates, in very explicit terms, local education agencies had to identify their comprehensive early literacy plans aligned to the science of reading. They had to identify in these plans that were subject to approval and recommendation how and what their plans were for training their teachers and their staff in practices aligned to the science of reading, and what their path was going to be to get to 100% of their teachers being trained in that work. And I want to note that the language that MSDE drafted specifically pertaining to the science of reading and the college and career readiness pillars of the Blueprint Implementation Plan templates was not touched. It was adopted by the Accountability and Implementation Board unanimously in those templates. That work carries forward today, and one of the next and important steps of that work is how do we also support and model professional learning opportunities? And Dr. Collins can speak to some of those efforts.
So a good segue from Mr. Dayhoff is how do you operationalize what's happening with the science of reading? You know, we've given LEAs funding to support the implementation of science of reading, but what does it look like? So one professional development model that the LEAs participated in this past spring was learning labs focused around literacy. It was a 2-day event. The first day where LEAs sent teams of practitioners together, central office staff, teachers, it was up to the LEAs to choose, to go out to visit. We held them in Wacomico County, Calvert County, and Baltimore City. On day one, they got to go out and visit classrooms to see science of reading and other reading practices in action, the different curriculums that these LEAs were using, to workshop challenges together and talk about their experiences since they've implemented science of reading, noting that each LEA is in a different place. And then on day two, we had a partner who was part of the Maryland Leads partner do some deep dive into professional development with the LEAs. And so again, it was operationalizing the work that they're doing, helping the LEAs to think critically about how are you using your time, talent, and resources to operationalize the science of reading in a meaningful way, and also think about and ask those questions. Okay, we've got to get all these folks trained. Where are you in your LEAs? What are you doing? How are we helping students to move through the small group instruction, move away from the level text to more so the decoding work? And so we will continue with those learning labs. The feedback from the LEAs was remarkable. They've asked to do it again. We will be doing these learning labs moving into the new year as well, because the feedback was commendable. The LEAs really appreciated to get out of their own comfort zones, their own space, and to engage in a larger PLC across the state, something they've never had a chance to do before. So we look forward to continuing that professional development.
Yeah, that feedback to just get in the room together and to be with your colleagues and to grapple with this work, recognizing that every context, every district, every school is different, but to know that, there is a unifying force in the challenges and the care for service and implementing the science of reading is really powerful. And it's been a really great opportunity for collaboration too, because in Maryland Leads, we kind of circle back and we've implemented communities of practice for science of reading. So all of the LEAs who are part of science of reading also have to participate in a statewide community of practice to create the space for this. And this, of course, takes us to the most recent step that the department took, again, under the leadership of the State Board of Education, which is in identifying the priorities and enablers of the State Board of Education and MSD's strategic plan, which, again, codify this emphasis on the science of reading, on comprehensive early literacy intervention as aligned to structured literacy. And the department looks forward to taking that work and continuing it moving ahead, seen most recently through additional regulations on the teaching profession and teaching licensure. I know we spoke today about some of this and the role not just of teacher licensing and the teacher licensing program, but the role of institutions of higher education and what that means for educator preparation programs and what they do and do not provide to those who are then going to go back out into local education agencies who are yearning for teachers to come from those programs, having had that experience in some of that fundamental coursework in higher education. And so, in addition to that, the department has included science of reading this year in the regulations that were promulgated, I believe, in January. And then in addition to that, we'll have some additional regulation coming to you next month to discuss and review pertaining to some of the national board components, because while we recognize that the national board is not aligned to the science of reading specifically, there is specific language in the National Board's literacy plan allowing for 3Qing and other activities that we know are associated with balanced literacy and some of the ineffective practices. So for that reason, we are paying particular attention to some language to add some additional steps there to make sure that portfolios that go into the National Board and are approved as part of the career ladder efforts are linked back to the science of reading, because if we're making those investments, we want to make sure that they're going towards practices that are going to work best for our kids. And with that, I pass it back to you, President Crawford, and I thank you for your
Now,
time.
with the national boards, my understanding is with the science of reading that there are a number of states that have moved in the direction of science of reading, roughly. Do you have a sense of how many? Legislation or just implementing? Some are doing, some did legislation, some did not.
I would need to find out and get that number back to you, sir.
One of the things I would like to think very seriously about, since we are encouraging teachers to get the national boards and we're paying money, don't rule out the possibility of coming back to the board with a proposal to approach the national board and request a change. If we believe this is the right way to go, if this is where the other states are going, it just seems, in a way, sort of counterproductive to ask our teachers to undergo the rigor of the program to learn an approach that we in the state don't believe is quite as effective. So if that means looking at leveraging our relationship with NASB to see what the other states, and maybe we go to the national board with a coalition of states that are saying it's time to update. This group sort of likes good trouble, so they don't seem to be overly concerned about that. Dr. Millie McCarthy.
So, you know, I've been riding this horse for a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
So I really appreciate the fact that it is coming into the spotlight, limelight, and doing light. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. But I do want to just segue onto what you said. It's not what we believe, it's what the science tells us is the way to teach reading. So this is not an opinion deal. This is a science deal, so I thank you for that. That's just my thing. So I just wanted to clarify for people, because, you know, out in the world, they would say, well, it's your opinion. No, it's not. It's what the science says. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you much for that clarification. Dr. Michael.
I just want to commend our president for ensuring that this is something we're discussing in July, first meeting for many of our colleagues, and just that continued ongoing leadership conversation with the AIB. You know, there has been some discussion. So what we hear in the report is that the superintendent's leading on this in Maryland Leads, that there's program activity through the work of the department, that we have a literacy law in Ready to Read enacted several years ago. There's very little until last month with the strategic plan of what this body is doing as it regards to the science of reading. And so I would suggest to us that it is squarely within our authority here, and we have, you know, this is for us to consider. There's been a lot of discussion of local control, and I would say the law is very clear about our mandate on policy pertaining to the program of public instruction in this state. This is where the discussion belongs. It is back and forth between us and the superintendent, with stakeholders, with advocates, with locals, in leading this conversation on ensuring that our children in the state can read. So we're going to need to engage the legislature, but I want to commend you, President Crawford, and just say that we need to keep talking about this and be considering action as it pertains to policy on this topic.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Chang?
Did a quick search, Google search. It's 32 states plus DC, Washington, D.C. has passed the regulation for science of reading.
Excellent, excellent. Nicely done. Thank you. And no jokes. We'll probably get a double dose the next time you see him. Right, the next item that we have before us is the meeting schedule for this school year. Wanted to ask the board to consider one potential change in the meeting dates for next year. I'm just going to get back to it. We have a scheduled meeting for Tuesday, April the 23rd. It's on the first day of Passover. I'd like for the board to consider moving that meeting, your approval to move that meeting to April 30th, the following week. So what I'm asking here is a motion to, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So I'm asking for a motion to approve the calendar with this amendment. Again, a motion just allows us then to advance the discussion to where we can speak to the motion. We also have the option, if necessary, if board members wish to potentially modify the motion. The motion does not mean that you are in agreement. It just allows us to advance the discussion. Okay. So I'm seeking a motion to amend the meeting schedule for this school year to move the April 23rd meeting, 2024, to April 30th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and seconded by Mr. Ayala. So the floor is now open for discussion of the motion, as well as, again, as we look at this, we can even look at further amendments. Dr. Getty.
So my question is, when is Easter?
I don't know.
And my second question based on.
Yeah.
Oh, March? Oh. So my question really is then, is there value in simply moving from the Tuesday to the Monday, one day, as opposed to a whole week, which makes the rhythm of the board be off by a week? So we have a longer length of time one month and then a shorter month another time. So one day would, oh, so sorry.
It's okay.
Probably the question would be in terms of the department, what's the impact on the department if we move this to the 30th? Is there, Dr. Lawson, do you think there's major impact on the department? And not so much, it wouldn't show up in April, it would impact May. If we move this to the 30th, the department would have one less week potentially.
Sorry. My calendar is showing that April 22nd is Passover. Probably, if the first day of Passover is Tuesday, April 23rd, that means that they begin Passover at sundown the night before. So if you do it on Monday, you gotta get our butts out of here
No, I'm not gonna take
before sundown.
Goodness gracious, I've been trying to do that. I've been absolutely hard. I was
It's
thinking
just before sundown, that's all
I
I'm
was thinking I was
saying.
going to be impeached today over end times for meetings. And
Yeah, no.
the day's not over yet. There's still an opportunity.
And I'm not impeaching you, I'm just saying on that particular day, we would
Very
need to
good
be out by sundown.
Dr. Michael.
I just looking at it, that April is a month with 5 Tuesdays. So with the way it flows between March to April or April to May, there's an extra week in one or the other, depending on which way we put this. So I think there's 5 weeks between.
It is.
Right now, there's 5 weeks between April and May, if we do, and 4 between March and April. If we flip it, it just changes. So we're not gonna have a situation where there's 3 weeks in between. If we keep it on Tuesday. We do, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
May
Okay.
would be May 21st, so it would be. they
Sorry
would
about that.
lose a week.
Yep.
The question
My bad.
is this going to be, would this be a major challenge for the department? Because you prepare the briefings and the like. Is that something you think that you guys would be able to handle?
Mr. Crawford, I'm going to respond to that the way Mr. Chaudhary would want me to respond to it. We will get it done, sir.
Okay. So, are there any additional questions or comments with respect to the motion on the modified calendar? So we'd be looking at the meeting moving from April 23rd to April 30th. Any further discussion of that? Seeing no further discussion of that, we now can move to a vote. All in favor of making the amendment, approving the amended calendar, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? All righty. Very good. And, goodness. Okay. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion that would allow us to go into executive session 2. I think that's what we just did. Yeah. I'm sorry, I should have been clear. Okay. All righty. Pursuant to section 3-305B1 and section 305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 1 appeal, 1 oral reply, oral argument, and then a personal matter consistent with section 3, subsection F of the State Board's Governance Manual. So we had allotted 2 hours. I'm hopeful that we can do it in less time than that. So the floor is now open for a motion. We have a motion from Mr. Paul and then seconded by Dr. Millie McCarthy. The floor is open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, the floor is now open for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay, great. So we'll reconvene upstairs.
Board of Prince George's County.
All righty.
That's all I have.
Okay, appreciate that, Mr. Shaw. At this point, the floor, if there are no additional items for the good of the order, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Ms. McCusker. Boy, y'all act like y'all got someplace to go. So seeing no discussion around this, all in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? No? Abstentions? Okay. Safe travels home, everybody. Great meeting. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Welcome, new members.
Okay.
Oh, did we turn this off?